The story kicks off on a stormy night, high on a battlefield piled with corpses. At the summit stood Qin Feng, battered, bloodied, and aged 100-fold due to a cruel curse, yet still triumphant. Against all odds, he had conquered the legendary ruins of the ancient god. A woman, blade in hand, stepped forward. With a smirk, she admired his feat, then, without hesitation, she claimed the divine relic, the Eye of Judgment. Barely clinging to life, Qin Feng looked up and asked why she, of all people, was doing this to him. That woman was his sister, or so he thought. Her name was Qin Xiaoyu, and she didn't flinch. Her voice was cold as ice. She reminded him that he was just an orphan taken in by her parents. They shared no blood, no bond. To her, he was nothing. Just then, a man with golden hair stepped into view, Song Fei. Resting a hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder, he flashed a smug grin, clutching the divine artifact. "Thanks, Qin Feng," he said. "Without you, none of this would have been possible." The betrayal was complete. The blade lodged in Qin Feng's chest, soul-stealing steel. Song Fei had planted it there himself, draining what was left of his life in one blow. As if mocking him, he asked how the gift felt. Qin Feng had raised Qin Xiaoyu after their parents passed, supported her schooling, protected her when the world descended into chaos. He'd sacrificed everything, and now, all he got in return was this. Qin Xiaoyu looked him dead in the eye. To her, he had always been a burden, bossing her around, controlling her life. Back then, his strength was useful. But now that she and Song Fei had what they wanted, he was just dead weight. Song Fei lunged for the kill, promising he'd take care of Qin Xiaoyu from now on. As the final blow fell, Qin Feng swore he wouldn't let them get away with this. Then, everything went black. The year was 2025, the year the godforsaken game arrived. In this new world, lifespan became the only currency. Die, and you'd lose years. Kill, and you'd gain them. Lifespan could buy you real-world power, superhuman strength, blades that cut steel, even the ability to shrug off nuclear blasts. Everything had changed. Qin Feng had fought tooth and nail to survive, alongside his sister. They clawed their way through trials, disasters, and near death, eventually climbing into the world's top 100 powerhouses. He gave everything, and in the end, it all meant nothing. His hard-earned glory handed over to traitors. If he had another chance, he vowed, he'd live only for himself. And just like that, he opened his eyes. He was in his old room. Sitting upright in a panic, he scanned his surroundings. It was real. He was alive. He grabbed his phone, and the date confirmed it. Looking out the window, he saw the city skyline, just as it had been 9 years ago. The day the game began. He had been reborn. The day after the Forsaken game descended onto Earth, Qin Xiaoyu stormed into the house, kicking the door wide open. She froze for a second, seeing Qin Feng casually sipping coffee. Her voice erupted with rage. Why hadn't he answered her calls? She kicked over the trash, in frustration. Qin Feng quietly watched her, remembering this exact moment from his past life. The day everything spiraled. That day, they'd had a huge fight, all because of Song Fei. Posters of that fake idol still hung on her wall. Before the world fell into chaos, Song Fei was a minor underground celebrity. To outsiders, he sparkled. But behind the scenes, he was a predator, conning fans out of their money and worse. Qin Xiaoyu was obsessed, and Qin Feng, knowing the truth, had tried everything to keep her away from him. But no matter what he did, he was always the bad guy, the one accused of controlling her life. Now, with venom in her tone, she pointed a finger at him and yelled, "Are you deaf? It's your fault Song Fei didn't take the top spot this month." She threatened him. If he didn't hand over money to boost Song Fei's ranking, she'd really lose it. Qin Feng didn't flinch. Instead, his hand moved. One slap, swift and cold, sent her crashing to the floor. Her cheeks swelled instantly. Blood trickled from her nose. Her eyes welled up. Shocked and trembling, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Qin Feng stared down at her. His voice cut like a blade. He wasn't interested in arguing. If she didn't shut up, he warned he'd shut her up himself. He tossed a credit card at her. "This is all that's left for Mom and Dad," he said. "All these years, no matter how bad things got, I never touched it. For their sake. But that ended today." He turned away. "From now on, I have no sister." Tears streamed down her face, but anger burned in her eyes. Qin Feng didn't look back. In his last life, he sacrificed far too much for her. Missed out on countless opportunities, skipped rare dungeon runs, all because he was busy protecting someone who would only stab him in the back. Not this time. He took out a bottle of sleeping pills, downed them with water, and lay back. Free from the burden, he was finally going to go far. With knowledge from the future, he'd outpace everyone. Qin Xiaoyu was on her own now, and Song Fei, Qin Feng would be coming for his head. As he drifted off, he found himself once more in the Hall of Choice. This place had been so overwhelming the first time. Back then, he panicked for hours before settling on a class. He chose warrior, not because it was strong, but because it could protect Qin Xiaoyu. That choice cost him everything. Now, unchained, he knew what he needed: speed, flexibility, kill power. Without hesitation, he picked the assassin class. But then something happened. A notification appeared. Divine artifact. Eye of Judgment successfully bound. The artifact awakened. Its passive ability now active. And as Qin Feng stepped into the Forsaken game once again, the real game finally began. To his shock, a new message appeared. Highest ranking profession and talent, automatically acquired. Qin Feng stared at the screen, stunned. The Eye of Judgment had fully bonded with him after his rebirth. Now he understood. The artifact could only recognize its true master. Even if someone stole it, it would be completely useless. Maybe, just maybe, that's why he'd come back to life. Darkness surged toward him, sinking into his body. His form began to shift. His hair turned white. His presence vanished into the shadows. He had become Shadow, the peak hidden class for assassins. This was a world apart from the warrior class he chose in his past life. Just unlocking this path gave him immense strength. But the real surprise came next. He remembered something important. Every class had a slim chance of evolving into a rare hidden tier. Almost impossible. But with the Authority of Judgment, that chance became a guarantee. The system spoke. Authority of Judgment, the oldest and most primal power in the universe, transcends all rules and systems. For now, Qin Feng couldn't use it actively. He lacked divinity. But its passive effect? Fully online. This revelation hit hard. In his previous life, it wasn't until year 7 brutal years into the Forsaken game, that a player finally managed to escape the God-abandoned realm and touch the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn of higher powers. And even after that, no one had ever wielded true order. Yet here, he was, standing at the starting line, already holding a force stronger than order itself. His goal shifted. If he could escape this realm and enter the realm of order, if he gained divinity, he could unleash this authority in full. The system chimed again. Profession selection complete. Please enter your game alias. He paused for a moment, then typed Shadow. And with that, he was transported into the God-abandoned realm. A vast wasteland, broken, deadly, crawling with monsters that feasted on lifespan. Survival here was a constant struggle. Players could leave the safe zone, hunt beasts, and earn tradable lifespan. But death? Death meant losing half their remaining years, tradable and not. Qin Feng landed in Shell Town, a rare safe zone. No monsters, no PvP. But time ticked away all the same, slowly draining their lifespan. All around, new players appeared, randomly pulled in while sleeping after meals or collapsing from exhaustion at work. Confused, terrified, helpless. But all eyes turned to Qin Feng. His aura was different. His gear was different. Some noticed the twin daggers at his sides and guessed he was an assassin. But even then, something was off. This wasn't a regular class. And soon, powerhouses from across the globe would begin arriving one by one, changing the entire balance of this new world. If Qin Feng wanted to stay ahead, he couldn't waste a second. Time didn't wait, and neither would he. Just then, a flash of light. 3 men and an archer materialized in town. They looked battered, pale, panicked, drenched in sweat. One collapsed to the ground. They just died in the wild. And they were furious. Their target? A weak level 1 crawler. At least, that's what they thought. But with a single bite, the monster had wiped out all 4 of them, instantly draining their lifespan to 0. The group had only managed to chip away a third of the monster's health, together, before it wiped them out. Now, their lifespan had been halved. Panic set in as they turned to their archer, Lizzie, asking what they should do next. Qin Feng quietly watched her. She was holding a short bow. Archers usually started with those, but something fell off. She wasn't ordinary. She had a hidden class, too. Lizzie noticed him studying her. She smiled softly and called out, asking if he wanted to team up. The monsters out there were brutal, and they couldn't take him on solo. Her team had already been wiped once. They had experience now. But Qin Feng didn't slow down. No thanks, he replied and walked on. Her teammates scoffed behind him, calling him a pretender. 5 of them couldn't handle a low-level beast. What made this guy think he could go solo? To them, he was just throwing his life away. Curious, Lizzie pulled up the system interface. Alias, Shadow. That name alone was unusual. Qin Feng headed toward the town's edge. Lizzie couldn't help but trail after him. Maybe they could learn something. At worst, they'd watch him die. At best, they might pick up some monster data or skill insights. The God-abandoned realm was unforgiving. A single mistake could erase years from your life. Lizzie didn't know how she'd ended up here, but with her experience in online games, she'd quickly formed a team. Still, that first monster they faced had crushed them. They thought it was a weak crawler. It wasn't. No level 1 player should have tried that fight. Lizzie understood that now. Her friends were still bitter. One of them, the team's assassin, grumbled about Qinfeng's weapon. While he had a standard dagger, Qinfeng wielded a short blade, a rare start. Even worse, Qinfeng was faster than him. Faster than an assassin? That shouldn't be possible. And his outfit, completely different from standard class gear. Something about this guy didn't add up. Lizzie decided to keep following. Qinfeng noticed. He turned, eyes locked in their direction. Startled, Lizzie ducked back into cover, unsure if he had seen them. Too late. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. No trace. No sound. Just gone. He had used Shadow Sneak, a stealth ability that erased him from sight. The group stared, stunned. Even the assassin recognized it. That's an advanced stealth skill, he muttered. He's invisible. Qinfeng was gone. Lizzie shook her head. It was too risky to keep chasing. They'd already lost half their lifespan. They needed to regroup, find NPCs, and search for treasure chests or hidden quests. Anything that could boost their odds. Meanwhile, Qinfeng moved like a ghost through the terrain. Shadow Sneak cloaked him, allowing him to slip into stealth. Attacking would break the effect, but that first strike would hit harder than anything else. And thanks to stealth mastery, his stealth lasted longer and was harder to detect. Not even monsters could sense him. The Shadow class wasn't just rare, it was lethal. Normal assassins at this level were easy to spot. Not Qinfeng. He was untouchable. Watching Lizzie and her friends blunder around, Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were still clinging to beginner mindsets. Shell Town didn't offer real strength. It was just a starting point. A safe zone. The real power? That lay beyond the gates. In this game, weak players were nothing more than food for the monsters. Seconds ticked by, and Qinfeng's stealth wore off. For now, the duration was short, but thankfully, the cooldown had already started the moment he activated it. Just a few more seconds, and he'd be able to vanish again. A glowing window opened in front of him, his status screen. Codename, Shadow. Class, Shadow. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0. Stats, Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 18. Spirit, 15. Every player began with a flat 10 points in each stat. Classes gave small bonuses. In his past life, when he picked Warrior, he'd only gained +3 in Strength and Constitution. But now, Shadow had buffed all his stats, and his agility alone had jumped by 8 points. He still had 5 unassigned attribute points. Most people rushed to boost Strength or Spirit to raise their attack power, physical or magical. That was a mistake. Without hesitation, Qinfeng dumped all 5 points into agility, pushing it to 23. In the early stages, no matter how you built your stats, monsters would always hit harder. The only way to survive and win was to never get hit. Speed was the key. Then he felt it. Movement behind a tree. His eyes locked on the figure of a level 1 crawler. Just a normal grade monster, except something was wrong. It was evolving. Qinfeng tensed. This was the same creature that had wiped out Lizzie and her team. It was still absorbing lifespan from its victims, and it was injured, down a chunk of health. The moment it sensed him, the crawler lunged. But Qinfeng jumped aside, dodging cleanly. He understood now. When monsters killed players, they could absorb their lifespan. Enough of it, and they would evolve into something far worse. No time to waste. Qinfeng triggered Shadow Sneak, drawing his short blade as his body faded into invisibility. The crawler snarled, spinning in place, searching. It sensed something was off, but couldn't see him. Suddenly, from above, Qinfeng reappeared midair. Stealth break strike. He crashed down, driving the short blade straight into the monster's head. 174 damage. The crawler crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Plus 10 experience. Qinfeng blinked. He hadn't expected a one-shot kill. Then he remembered, crawlers have a weak spot at the nape. A precise hit there triggered a critical. A system notification popped up. Skill unlocked. Backstab. Attacked from outside, an enemy's vision deal double damage. So that was it. Backstab, stacked with stealth break, and a critical to the weak point. The damage had multiplied, brutally. He stared down at the body, silent. In his past life, even with critical hits, his warrior strikes barely did 40 damage. Every crawler fight was a death match that left him one mistake away from the grave. Now, one clean hit. No risk. The monster's body dissolved, leaving behind a glowing orb. Lifespan. Qinfeng clenched his fist around it, and the power surged into him. Plus 3 days of tradable lifespan. Plus 54 years, 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died here. Each probably lost 20 to 30 years of their life. The crawler had absorbed it all, and yet Qinfeng had only recovered 54 years. Because the monster got it first. Though non-tradable lifespan couldn't be sold or used for upgrades, something unexpected happened. The Eye of Judgment stirred, its authority activated once more. Qinfeng gained a new talent, infinite evolution. From now on, whenever he killed monsters alone, there was a chance to earn evolution points, a currency used to enhance skills beyond their normal limits. Every 24 hours, he would passively gain 5 points, and defeating any boss-class monster solo would guarantee more. Right now, he had 5 to spend. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything like this. No matter what loot monsters dropped, equipment, skill books, it was all locked to a fixed grade. No one had ever found a way to evolve skills. This was something that broke every rule of the game, a power beyond the system itself. He decided to test it out. Qinfeng upgraded Shadow, Sneak, and Backstab, spending 4 points in total. The results were instant. Shadow Sneak went from normal to bronze grade. Duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Break attack bonus boosted from plus 60% to plus 90%. Cooldown reduced by 2 seconds. Backstab jumped from inferior to normal. Bonus damage increased by 5%. Now with Stealth Mastery, that 16-second stealth doubled to a full 32 seconds. That meant he could stay invisible indefinitely, timing each cooldown perfectly to never be seen. Had he unlocked this earlier, even a full health crawler wouldn't have stood a chance. Just then, a cocky voice rang out nearby. A boy, walking beside a woman, spotted Qinfeng and laughed. Man, this game's easy. Even a twig like that guy took down a monster. The woman smiled, nodding in approval. With that body, he could probably take on 10 players at once. The boy puffed out his chest and promised to protect her. Then he turned to Qinfeng with a smug grin. Hey, want to team up? Qinfeng didn't answer. He sensed something behind them. Danger. Without a word, he activated Shadow, Sneak, and vanished. The boy blinked. Huh, did I scare him off? The air shifted. Suddenly, a massive spider dropped from the trees. Level 1, bronze grade monster, Nurturer. The couple didn't stand a chance. In seconds, it tore them apart. Qinfeng watched from the shadows. He remembered this monster well. It was a starter boss, deceptively strong with 16 HP bars, and it controlled a swarm of smaller spiders. Most rookies who tried to fight it never made it back. As the spider began to feast, Qinfeng moved in, using the distraction to test his upgraded abilities. Stealth Break Strike. He dove from above, blade piercing the Nurturer's eye. 338 damage. The spider shrieked and lashed out, but Qinfeng reacted instantly, dodging just in time. Still, he took 9 damage from a stray strike. His HP? Only 130. If that hit had landed clean, he'd be dead. But the impact, it was insane. Over 300 damage from a single blow? Even he was surprised. The Nurturer screeched and went berserk, crushing trees in a wild frenzy. Qinfeng knew these monsters weren't dumb. This one had realized it was being hunted. It began swinging blindly, trying to force him out of hiding. Even the little spiders joined in, scuttling in formation. Rushing in now would be suicide. So, while he was still searching, Qinfeng grabbed a rock. Thwack! It smashed into the spider's abdomen. Minus 299 damage. Direct hit. He picked up another. And just like that, he realized something crucial. His greatest weapon wasn't just his blade. It was precision. Thanks to his class skill enhancements and the passive bonuses from Stealth Ambush Strike, Qinfeng realized something unexpected. Even throwing rocks dealt serious damage. As long as he was hidden and hit from outside the enemy's vision, he could trigger the effects of ambush, backstab, and weak point attack. So his strategy was simple. Wait for Shadow Sneak to come off cooldown, then strike again. When the cooldown reset, he lobbed another rock. Minus 279 damage. Another solid hit. Then, without wasting time, he activated Shadow Sneak again. Stay hidden. Wait. Strike. Repeat. Back in Shell Town, something massive happened. The leaderboard updated. Player, Shadow. Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer. Level 2. Ranking first. Gasps spread across the town. Most players were still dying to basic mobs. And here was someone who had already killed a boss and hit level 2. It didn't make sense. Lizzie and her teammates stared in disbelief. They had been wiped out by that same spider, together. And yet Qinfeng had killed it alone? They were convinced it had to be a bug. Meanwhile, the woman and the musclehead who had just respawned were frozen in shock. That weak-looking guy they ran into? He was Shadow. He had killed the very creature that had just torn them apart. Back in the forest, the system chimed again. Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer. Plus 300 XP. Plus 2 evolution points. Leaderboard unlocked. Shelltown ranking. Plus 1 reputation point. Qinfeng exhaled as the massive spider's body collapsed. He stepped forward and began absorbing the released lifespan. The moment the boss died, its minions scattered. A waste. If he'd killed the small spiders first, he could have earned even more experience. He made a mental note to avoid that mistake next time. Still, the rewards were impressive. Plus 46 days of tradable lifespan. A skill book, Greedy Hand, bronze quality. And a weapon, Corrosive Dagger. 35 damage. Plus 4 agility. He learned Greedy Hand instantly. The skill gave him a 20% chance to obtain extra loot from defeated enemies. An absolute jackpot for any assassin. Qin blinked. A skill like this from a low-level boss? He hadn't expected it. In his past life, this was considered a god-tier looter skill, especially in the late game. Bosses at that level dropped rare gear, and having a chance at double loot changed everything. He remembered someone from the Godslayer Guild, a guy with average combat skills, but just because he had greedy hand, he became a VIP. The guild even assigned him a personal bodyguard to protect him on dungeon runs. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. If he combined this skill with infinite evolution, not only could he boost the drop rate, but also multiply the loot rewards endlessly. The possibilities were insane. The next morning, students were heading to school. Qin Xiaoyou's friend glanced at her. "You're really not going to call your brother? Maybe apologize?" She reminded her. They skipped the exam yesterday to secretly go support Song Fei. "I'm sure Qinfeng's upset." But Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, arms crossed. "I didn't do anything wrong. He's the one who made us late." In her mind, he owed her an apology. Her friend sighed. "Still, he's always treated you well. Don't you think he deserves?" Qin Xiaoyou's friend glanced at her bruised face, lowering her voice. "What happened to you?" Xiaoyu stood her ground, brushing it off. "I tripped. That's all." She wasn't about to admit that Qin had hit her. In her mind, he was just meddling again, always try to control her life. When they arrived at school, a large group of students had gathered in front of the classroom, whispering in confusion. Curious, the friend pushed through the crowd. Inside, she froze. Zhang Wei's body was fading, becoming semi-transparent. One of his friends tried to explain. He said he was going to take a nap, and the next thing we knew, he looked like that. But this wasn't just happening here. It was spreading fast. Reports were flooding in from around the world. Online forums, news alerts, emergency broadcasts. People everywhere were entering this ghost-like state the moment they fell asleep. No one knew why. No one had answers. Xiaoyou's friend went pale and pulled out her phone to call her parents. She turned to Xiaoyu. "You should call your brother, just in case." But Xiaoyu shook her head coldly. "I'd rather see him dead than talk to him." Meanwhile, deep in the god-abandoned realm, Qin was evolving. He had just upgraded Greedy Hand from bronze to gold. The loot bonus? Now a massive 70% chance to earn extra drops from defeated enemies. And the moment he activated it, the skill rewarded him with +2 evolution points, plus 46 days of tradable lifespan. He grinned and clenched his fist. Every bit of progress counted. He knew that upgrading Greedy Hand to the next tier, level 3, would cost 3 more points. But once he hit that mark, his loot chance would spike to 100%. Guaranteed. Qinfeng's mind shifted to the real world. By now, the world governments must have caught on. More and more people were being dragged into the Forsaken game. It wouldn't be long before the truth came out, that skills and equipment could be extracted into reality. And once that secret spread, chaos. But to extract anything, 2 things were required. Reach level 10. Accumulate enough tradable lifespan. He had no time to waste. Killing low-level mobs was inefficient. He needed to find stronger bosses. Qin equipped his bronze corrosive dagger, gaining +35 attack and +4 agility. Then activated Shadow Stealth and vanished, slipping unseen through the deadly terrain. As he moved across the land, a noise caught his ear, fighting. He followed the sound to the edge of a cliff and peered down. A level 2 sprint predator, bronze grade, was locked in battle with a group of players. It charged, claws slicing the air, but its strike was blocked by a man wielding a massive shield and mace. Wang Meng. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected to run into him this early. So the rumors were true. When Wang Meng first entered the Forsaken game, he'd immediately formed a team of hidden class players, 6 in total, each with rare abilities. Now, Wang Meng stood at the front line and activated his class skill, Holy Barrier. A golden wall of light burst around him, repelling the predator's attack with ease. His class? Holy Shield Warrior. Twice the base stats of a normal warrior. And that wasn't all. Wang Meng also had a terrifying passive, innate invincibility. While the predator was distracted, the team's mage launched a fireball, striking the creature square in the arm. Her class? A hidden path mage known as Prophet, which doubled her magic damage and came with a built-in skill, Prophetic Fireball. Meanwhile, the archer readied her bow. She was a sharp-edged shooter, a hidden archer class with double the stats of a normal archer and access to rapid shot, a high-speed, high-precision volley attack. The priest? An oracle priest, another rare class with enhanced healing power and a group-wide recovery ability. The mage and archer launched their coordinated strike, but the predator was too fast. It twisted its body mid-leap, dodging both projectiles with ease, then lunged at Wang Meng, forcing him back. The archer froze. "It's too fast," she muttered, her confidence shaken. The priest quickly cast a heal, restoring Wang Meng's health. He gritted his teeth and made a call. "Keep up the pressure." whittle it down slowly. They'd win through endurance. But from where Qin Feng watched, hidden high in the trees, it was obvious. Wang Ming had made a critical mistake. This wasn't a game arena, it was the wild. And in the wild, prolonged battles always drew attention. Right on cue, two new monsters appeared from the woods, level 2 corruptors. Dark brown creatures, oozing mud, specialized in range attacks. The team's swordsman charged, swinging his blade. His class? Unknown, but definitely a hidden one. He landed a hit. Minus 33 damage. That was it. Their defense was way too high. One corruptor vomited a thick sludge, coating the swordsman's legs. Groundbind. His movement speed plummeted. The second corruptor turned and locked onto the mage. She tried to run, panic overtaking her, tears starting to form. But before the beast could reach her, a blur shot through the trees. Qin Feng struck. One clean cut. 441 damage. The corruptor's head hit the ground before its body realized it was dead. Everyone froze. Who did that? The mage blinked, stunned. She hadn't seen anyone. The swordsman used his weapon to pull himself up, still stuck in the sludge. When he saw the decapitated monster, his eyes widened. We needed 5 people to kill a level 1 corruptor, he muttered. And someone just soloed a level 2? The second corruptor tried to recover and attack. Too slow. Qin Feng moved like lightning. Another clean strike, decapitation. The swordsman began to tremble. Did anyone see who that was? Not me, the archer stammered. Same here, the mage added. Wang Ming stepped forward, tried to keep order. Focus. Don't get distracted. But inside, he was rattled. He could only hope that whoever it was on their side. From high above, Qin Feng watched them from a tree branch, perfectly hidden. The sprint predator still remained. But for now, he was content. The system displayed his rewards for the kills. Plus 40 experience. Plus 1 evolution point. Skill book, Venom Dart common. Plus 8 days of tradable lifespan. He wasted no time. Venom Dart was perfect, a mid-range skill that dealt poison damage. With 1 evolution point, he upgraded it. The skill jumped to level 2, and its quality rose from common to silver. Now it fired a lethal poison dart, precise and deadly at range. Venom Dart, range, 14 meters. Impact, damage, 120. Status effect, Venom, 50% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Non-stackable. The Predator charged again. Wang Ming braced behind his shield and barely managed to block. But in that moment, the monster's bladed limb pierced through his stomach. Blood spattered as he collapsed, his shield and mace hitting the ground with a heavy clang. The creature didn't hesitate. It drove its other limb into him, twisting cruelly. The archer trembled. The priest panicked. His healing spells weren't fast enough. Wang Ming groaned, struggling to speak. Run, get out of here. Suddenly, thwip. A dart tore through the air. Qin Feng's venom dart buried itself deep into the monster's skull. 845 damage. Everyone froze. The predator recoiled, venom already eating through the wound. Then it collapsed, twitching violently as the status effect kicked in. 324 additional damage, pulsing through its body in waves. In mere seconds, the boss was dead. The mage and archer just stood there, stunned. That single attack had shredded half of the boss's HP. But the poison, the real killer, kept chipping away. Because Qin Feng had dealt over 90% of the total damage, the loot was his. Boss killed. Sprint Predator, bronze grade. Plus 600 XP. Level up, level 3. Plus 2 evolution points. Plus 55 days, tradable lifespan. He hadn't expected the damage over time effect from Venom Dart to trigger his class's passive, but it had. He was invisible. He was untouchable. And now, he could spam deadly darts from the shadows. In early and mid-game, nothing could stop him. Loot began to shimmer and rise from the boss's corpse. Wang Ming, injured and leaning on his teammates, stared at the aftermath. The predator was torn apart, and its killer hadn't even shown himself. Seconds later, the loot vanished into Qin Feng's inventory. Wang Ming stood upright, blood still dripping. Thank you for saving us. Qin Feng didn't reply right away. Then, calmly, he said, Out here, don't trust anyone too easily. The team went silent. Even Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. But then, he gave a small nod. Sound advice. We won't forget it. Before Qin Feng could leave, he added, If you ever need anything, come find me. I owe you one. Qin Feng glanced back, but said nothing. Still, a thought crossed his mind. Wang Ming might be trustworthy. He had backing from Daxia's government, and that meant resources, potential connections for selling extra loot. Qin Feng used Greedy Hand one last time. Plus 3 evolution points. Plus 55 days, tradable lifespan. Loot acquired. Sprint Predator's leather greaves, bronze quality. He equipped the greaves. Plus 9 physical defense. Plus 5 all elemental resistances. Plus 15% cooldown speed. A solid upgrade, especially for a stealth assassin. His inventory was now full of gear and skill books, more than he ever had this early in his previous life. Time to return to town. Time to trade it all in for lifespan. His eyes gleamed. This time, his growth was 100 times faster. Not far away, in another part of the forest, a different group of players was in trouble. Surrounded, outnumbered, the monsters were closing in. They tried to escape, but before they could, a much larger beast emerged from the trees. Thorns, vines, speed. Before anyone could scream, the creature lashed out. One swing, and the entire party fell. They respawned in town, fuming. No matter where they went, the monsters always appeared in packs. And worst of all, they ran when they were injured. It was said that to truly survive out there, you had to be at least level 3. The game felt unbeatable. Some players began to wonder if the problem was their numbers. Maybe 3 just wasn't enough. They started suggesting bigger teams, 6 or even 10 people. But others pushed back. One player reminded them how a group of 10 got completely wiped out after being surrounded. More people didn't mean safety, it meant risk. Attracting attention could trigger a boss, and recently, a 40-player team had accidentally awakened a curse master. It struck once, over 30 were dead instantly. Meanwhile, Lizzie's team respawned back in town. If they couldn't hit level 3, they'd be stuck in the game permanently. Everyone there had fallen asleep in the real world. Now only their consciousness was trapped in this nightmare. If they didn't escape, their real bodies would waste away. Lizzie was at her limit. Why was the game this brutal? Her friend was spiraling, 3 deaths already, and their lifespan bar was now below 10 years. At this rate, they wouldn't just lose in the game, they'd die for real. Then Lizzie noticed something. Shadow was already level 3. How? He must have found a trick. That was their only hope. If he could carry them to level 3, they could get out. Clenching her fists, Lizzie gave a firm command. Spread the word. They had to find Shadow and get him on their side. She was willing to pay him 10 million cash if they made it back to the real world. Her teammates were stunned, but she knew no one could ignore that kind of money. Back in the forest, our guy was grinding. Qinfeng had just taken down a level 2 polluter, gaining 20 XP and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, he checked his stats. He'd built up 5 evolution points already. Time to spend them. He chose to upgrade Greedy Hand. The boost was wild. It jumped from Platinum to Emerald tier. Loot drops were now 160% more likely, and there was a 20% chance that extra loot would be a whole tier higher. Qinfeng grinned. This was game-changing. If he kept upgrading it, he could hit 100%, maybe even 200%. Rain poured through the trees. That's when he spotted it. Curse Master. A bronze tier boss, slowly devouring life energy as it evolved towards silver tier status. No wonder it wiped out that 40-man team. Qinfeng wasn't scared, but there was a problem. His inventory was full. Even if he killed it now, he couldn't take the loot. So he marked the spot on his map. That monster wasn't going anywhere. He'd clear space, come back, and take it down properly. Back in town, word was spreading fast. Someone was offering 10 million to get Shadow, the top-ranked player, to help them level up. People were dying. Lifespans were dropping. The rich were scrambling to find a way out, which meant the poor were being left behind. While players whispered and argued in the streets, Qinfeng walked into town, and jaws dropped. Calmly, he activated the system menu and set up a market stall. The system broadcast went live. A player had opened a stall to sell gear and skills, but it would only be active for 10 minutes. The entire town was stunned. Everyone turned to look. The man behind the stall was wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier equipment, and he was selling 2 more. People couldn't wrap their heads around it. Had he really taken down a bronze tier boss? One player asked why they couldn't see the seller's face. Another explained he'd activated the face concealment feature. In this game, your avatar matched your real appearance, so hiding your face was a good way to stay anonymous. Clearly, this guy wanted to stay a mystery. A mage walked up to the stall, curiosity in her eyes. How much for the ice cone spell? She asked. 100 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng replied without flinching. She was Grey Rose, the 11th ranked player in Shell Town. Her face was concealed too. Rose raised an eyebrow. That was a lot. She tried to bargain, asking if he could lower the price. Qinfeng calmly explained, Ice Cone's a common tier spell, but it gives a major farming boost in the early game. 100 days is already a great deal. She asked if he'd accept real-world money instead. Qinfeng refused. If you got cash, buy tradable lifespan first, then come back. I won't sell until I get what it's worth. Rose paused, thinking it over. She switched to team chat and asked her squad what they thought. They'd hit level 2 quickly under her lead, and none of them objected. With Ice Cone, they could reach level 3 even faster. And right now, escaping was more important than hoarding resources. She promised to repay them once they got out and had her whole team transfer their tradable lifespan to her. Rose handed over the 100 days to Qinfeng. He looked over her teammates. Everyone was level 2. That meant they'd probably taken out 30 to 40 crawlers by now. Their lifespan pool had to be far bigger than just 100 days. Qinfeng sold the spell and updated his stat panel. His tradable lifespan jumped from 268 days to 368. Just then, Lizzie showed up. She was thrilled. She'd finally found Shadow. With a confident grin, she made her pitch, help her reach level 3, and in return, she'd give him 10 million in real-world cash once they got back. Everyone nearby froze in disbelief. This wasn't just any player. This was Jiangli. In Qinfeng's past life, she'd run a criminal empire, one that was eventually crushed by the government. With a smug smile, she added, "My father's the president of Dejiang Industries. Don't believe me? Look it up." Rumors had followed her for years. Stories of her buying people's lifespan with cash, then kidnapping them for forced labor. Those who resisted, gone, murdered. Qinfeng rejected her offer instantly. No hesitation. He knew exactly what kind of person she was. Lizzie shrugged. "You're strong, I'll admit it. But none of us really understand how this game works yet. Team up with me. I'll give you everything. Cars, mansions, women. Anything you want." But Qinfeng didn't even blink. He told her to stop getting in the way of his business. He understood better than anyone. Cash was already worthless. Soon, the only currency that would matter was lifespan. Lizzie crossed her arms, arrogance all over her face. "If this was the real world," she scoffed, "I'd have taught you a lesson you'd never forget." But Qinfeng wasn't in the mood for threats. His gaze sharpened, cold and cutting. "Say one more word," he warned, "and I'll kill you until your lifespan hits 0. The air shifted. The weight of his words slammed into Lizzie and her crew like a wall. No one dared test him. In the next instant, they bolted, vanishing down the street without a second glance. A few minutes later, the final item at Qinfeng's stall, Gleam Robe of Tear, Bronze Tier, was sold. His tradable lifespan now sat at a massive 546 days. With his inventory cleared out, it was time. He turned his focus back to the forest, back to the Curse Master. Activating stealth, he vanished from sight. No one knew it yet, but tradable lifespan didn't just matter in the game. It could bring skills into reality. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was the beginning of something that would tear the real world apart. Soon, all the power, status, and money people clung to would mean nothing. Only strength would matter. Meanwhile, Lizzie and her team had slowed down, panting from the sprint. Lizzie was still fuming. "He rejected me, then had the nerve to threaten me," she muttered. Her eyes narrowed. "I swear, once I'm back in the real world, I'll find him, and I'll kill him." As she seethed, a man strolled over. Mao Lijun, better known as Old Mao. "I'm level 2, he said coolly, "and I got a few tricks for fast leveling. If Shadow doesn't want her 10 million, I'll take it." Lizzie raised an eyebrow. "What tricks?" Old Mao smiled. "Usually I don't share, but for you, I'll make an exception. You want to level up fast? Dump all your attribute points into agility. Boost your speed. You'll outrun most monsters and kill without taking hits." Lizzie's eyes widened. She put everything into strength. "You've got a deal," she said after a moment, "but you're not getting 10 million. 5 tops. You're no Shadow." Old Mao didn't complain. Fair enough. Still weird that he turned down the money. While they plotted, Qinfeng reached the spot he'd marked on the map. Still in stealth, he spotted the Curse Master again. Now, a silver tier boss. The dense, swirling gray fog around it showed it was still evolving. He didn't plan to wait. Activating Venom Dart, he struck from the shadows, 659 damage from the stealth hit. Poison set in, chewing away at the monster, 219 damage per second. Qinfeng surged forward, casting Shadow Sneak, closing the distance. He knew silver bosses had 2 or 3 times the health of bronze ones. But suddenly, the monster started channeling a massive spell. Its hands glowed, swelling with dangerous magical energy. Qinfeng realized he might need 2 or 3 more venom darts to finish it off. Before he could act, the monster released a devastating blast, flattening everything nearby. "This thing's a magic-type boss," he muttered, retreating fast. "Massive AoE, and I'm toast if it hits me once." He darted back into cover, still cloaked. His health and defense weren't enough to tank even one of those hits. And the fight had just begun. The monster began charging up another massive attack, its hulking form slowly turning toward Qinfeng. But he didn't panic. He stayed low, gliding across the battlefield with careful precision. His hidden shadow skill was still on cooldown, so he'd have to wait, watch, and strike when the boss let its guard down. The strategy was simple. Wait for the opening, hit fast, and vanish before the monster could retaliate. And then it happened. The Curse Master stumbled. Just for a moment, its attention slipping. That was the signal. Qinfeng lunged forward, unleashing Venom Dart again. The strike hit dead on, slicing through the air and drilling into the monster's side. 659 damage. The poison spread instantly, eating away at the creature's health, 219 per second. Sensing danger, the monster tried to retreat. But Qinfeng was relentless. He chased it down, eyes sharp, never blinking. The boss was weakening fast. Its panic showed in every step. And then, he was gone. In a blink, Qin Feng reappeared on top of the monster's skull and slammed it into the ground with brutal finality. The system confirmed the kill. Silver tier boss defeated. A flood of notifications hit his screen. Plus 1,800 XP. Level up. From 3 to 5. Plus 4 evolution points. Plus 124 days of tradable lifespan. He chuckled. One boss, 2 levels, a mountain of evolution points, and a solid lifespan boost. As the Cursed Master's body dissolved in a shimmering loot, Qin Feng activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air shimmered, and the system interface confirmed the loot had been absorbed. The rewards were even more insane than he expected. Plus 4 more evolution points. Plus 124 additional lifespan days. Total, 12 evolution points. 372 days of tradable lifespan. He smirked. The bonuses were stacking fast. No wonder Greedy Hand was ranked as a Jade tier skill. It didn't just boost loot, it upgraded it. Right on cue, another system alert popped up. One of the looted items had been auto-upgraded from silver to gold tier thanks to Greedy Hand's passive effect. A gold tier item. He stared at the notification, impressed. That kind of power could tip the balance of an entire battlefield. Qin Feng turned his attention to the pile of loot at his feet. 7 or 8 gear pieces lay scattered, but his inventory only had 10 open slots. He sighed. Running back to town every time just to unload loot was going to be a serious time sink. A storage ring, or something like it, would be the perfect solution. He crouched to examine one particular item, but just then, the scene cut away. Back in Shell Town, a bright flash lit up the square. The mage from Wang Meng's team appeared, finally transported back to safety. Her shoulders slumped with relief. The rest of the team followed seconds later, all of them cheering. They owed it to Wang Meng. Without his leadership, none of them would have made it to level 3. But Wang Meng waved off the compliments. It wasn't just me, he said. We all pulled our weight. Even so, the mage couldn't shake a certain regret. She let out a soft sigh. I should have added that guy as a friend. In the forest. She remembered being covered in mud when they met. Maybe that was why he ignored her. One of her teammates nudged her with a grin. With that new outfit, if he sees you again, no way he's passing up the chance. As they laughed, a system-wide chime echoed through Shell Town. The leaderboard had just been updated, and at the very top was Shadow. News of Shadow reaching level 5 spread like wildfire through Shell Town. Players were stunned. Just moments ago, he was at level 3. How had he jumped 2 levels so fast? There's no way, someone muttered. He must have taken down a high-tier boss. Another chimed in. I literally saw him 10 minutes ago, just chilling in a market stall selling gear. Then a guy in the crowd said something wild. His sister had just turned 18, and if Shadow took a liking to her, maybe their whole family could ride his coattails. After all, having Shadow around would make leveling up a breeze. His friends quickly shut that down. Dude, he turned down 10 million cash. You think he's going to care about some matchmaking setup? Meanwhile, back at Wang Meng's camp, the mood shifted from celebration to concern. They just made it to level 3, only to find out that Shadow had already surged ahead to 5. But Wang Meng stayed composed. Don't worry about him, he said calmly. Right now, we need to log out and warn the people we care about. This game isn't just a game anymore. One by one, their bodies began to fade as the system logged them out. Wang Meng's final words echoed. If the world's headed into chaos, we can't leave our families unprepared. The scene switched. Back in the real world, Wang Meng's eyes snapped open. A voice called out, Captain. He wasn't just any player. Wang Meng was a police officer. His team rushed in, clearly shaken. One of them admitted they were terrified. His body had started going transparent while he was unconscious. The implications were horrifying. If you died in the game, or if your lifespan hit 0, you didn't just log out. You vanished, for real. But there was no time to process the terror. Wang Meng stood, serious as ever. Get everyone together. Something big's going on. An officer asked him for a report. Wang Meng recounted everything. How his squad had teamed up, each of them with a hidden profession, a major advantage. And yet, despite that edge, they were nearly wiped out by a single monster. Only one person saved them, an unknown player, Shadow. He confirmed every detail. When Shadow helped them, he was level 3. But by the time Wang Meng and his crew hit level 3 themselves, Shadow was already level 5. The officers looked at each other, worried. One finally asked what they were all thinking. Does this mean Shadow's the strongest player out there? How did he level up that fast? Speculation began flying. Wang Meng suggested the obvious. Maybe Shadow defeated a high-level boss or completed some rare mission. But then, one officer raised a sharp question. If he was already level 3, why didn't he log out like we did? The room went quiet. Maybe another officer hesitated, He doesn't have anyone waiting for him. No family. No friends. A female officer stepped forward, voice soft but certain. What if he's a transmigrator? Someone who just shows up, gets stronger like it's second nature. Like he's meant for it. She added quietly, transmigrators are usually orphans. That could explain why he hasn't left the game. The room fell completely silent. Realizing how heavy her words sounded, her face turned red with embarrassment. A senior officer frowned, clearly unimpressed. He said sternly, "This isn't the time for fantasy. Cut the transmigrator talk." He waved off her theory with a sigh. "You've been reading too many novels." Shifting the conversation back to serious matters, he shared a chilling update. Classified intel from the top levels had uncovered a disturbing trend. Across the country, elderly people had been mysteriously dying in their sleep. But then researchers started cross-checking data and found a horrifying connection. Many of these people had been players in the forgotten game of the gods, and they died multiple times inside it. The implication was crystal clear. If your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die for real. One officer voiced what everyone was thinking. This game wasn't just a digital anomaly. It was something far beyond their understanding. A possible incursion from beings outside their reality. The room went silent again, the weight of that idea settling in. The head officer didn't waste time. "We've received new orders. Emergency protocol, straight from the top." This was no longer just a police matter. All officers will now form vanguard units, based on location. You'll be entering the forgotten game of the gods with a new objective: gather intelligence. Figure out what this is, and survive. He stressed the urgency. Every nation was now investigating the game. Falling behind could put them at a global disadvantage. For the sake of national security, they had to get ahead of this. Then came his official orders. "On you. You'll lead Team 1 as captain." She nodded, serious and composed. "Wang Meng, you're her vice captain. You two will choose your squad." Wang Meng gave a sharp nod. He knew what was at stake. But then, the officer turned to a name that had everyone on edge. "Shadow." He looked at Wang Meng. "You said Shadow saved your team. So far, he doesn't seem to be a threat. But we can't ignore someone that powerful." He tasked Anyu and Wang Meng with a new mission. Make contact with Shadow. Gain his trust. Work with him. The officer explained why Anyu was the right one for this. Her deep understanding of games and narrative tropes made her the best fit to approach someone whose actions felt ripped from a myth. "If Shadow can become our ally," he said, "we might gain critical intel. He could become our nation's representative inside the game." Meanwhile, the rest of the officers would focus on controlling the public, preventing mass panic, and keeping order. As the sun set, casting gold across the city skyline, the meeting ended. One by one, the officers moved out, ready to face the coming storm. The next morning, the scene shifted to a high school classroom. At her desk sat the protagonist's younger sister, lost in thought. Around her, the classroom buzzed with excited chatter. Everyone was talking about the game. Near her, a group of students discussed a big surprise. Zhang Wei, the student whose body had started fading, had reached level 3 and safely logged out. One of the girls leaned in, sharing what Zhang Wei had revealed, something game-changing. "If a bunch of people from the same area fall asleep at the same time," she said, "they all wake up in the same starter village." That one piece of news stirred a new wave of energy through the class. Half excitement, half fear. The mood in class shifted. Worry crept in among the students. One girl, clearly distressed, shook her head. "This won't work," she said urgently. "I need to bring my parents into the game, but they don't know how to play. What if something happens to them in there?" But another student pushed back. "No, don't rush into that. We need to get stronger first, then protect them. Going in blind could just make things worse." Across the room, the protagonist's younger sister sat quietly, staring at her phone, deep in thought. Something was bothering her, and it wasn't just the game. Why hasn't he called? Not a single message from her brother. Not even after everything that happened. With something as insane as the forgotten game of the gods going on, he should have checked on her. Should have said something. But instead, just silence. What hurt more was the memory of earlier, when he hit her. Their parents had never laid a hand on her. Not once. But her brother, he had. That wasn't like him. In the past, no matter how angry he got, he always made up with her. A small gift, an apology, something. But today, nothing. She crossed her arms, still fuming. "I only skipped class to see Song Fei. Is that really such a big deal?" she muttered to herself. Pouting, she made a decision. Unless he calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times, I'm not forgiving him. But just as fast as the anger came, it melted into excitement. She started talking about Song Fei, her favorite idol. Looking back, she was actually happy she went to his concert yesterday. With the way this game was taking over, there might not be another chance to see him live again. Her eyes lit up as she replayed last night in her head. How close she got to the stage, how amazing he looked while performing. And then it hit her. If everyone enters the game while asleep, then Song Fei would too. Her cheeks turned red. Could she meet him in the game? Was this fate? Her heart raced just thinking about it. Determined, she started getting ready for bed. But before she lay down, something clicked. Zhang Wei had reached level 3 insanely fast. That meant he probably knew his stuff. If she wanted a shot at surviving, she needed advice from someone like him. She didn't hesitate. She pulled out her phone and sent Zhang Wei a message. Got any tips before I enter the game? At that moment, Zhang Wei was hanging out with classmates when he saw her message. His eyes widened. Her? Asking him? He grinned. This was his chance, whatever that meant. He fired back a quick reply. You're asking the right person. First tip, put all your starting points into agility. If you don't, you'll be too slow to outrun the monsters and you'll die. A lot. She responded right away. Even if I'm a mage? Especially as a mage, he replied. Agility helps with casting speed. Super important early on. Still unsure, she typed. And what if I still can't win, even with high agility? Zhang Wei's reply came with full confidence. Don't worry. As long as someone in your village hits level 5, the teleportation formation will activate. That'll connect all the starter zones. Once it does, you could just join a team and level up fast. I'll help you. Come find me once the teleportation circle activates, Zhang Wei added. The message lit up her screen, and just like that, she smiled. Lying in bed, she felt a wave of relief. It was comforting having someone like Zhang Wei on her side, someone who knew what they were doing. This is perfect. She'd enter the game before her brother, level up fast, and get strong on her own. And when he finally logged in, she'd give him a hard time. No help, no support. He'd have to figure things out on his own. Satisfied with her plan, she let her eyes close, excitement bubbling as she drifted into sleep. Back in the game, the protagonist stood silently over a fresh pile of loot from the boss he'd just defeated. His eyes scanned the spoils, but one item glowed brighter than the rest, an orb pulsing with energy. He picked it up. Item acquired. Curse ring, gold tier. A system prompt detailed its stats. It could be worn by any class. Added plus 8 points to all attributes. Boosted dark elemental resistance by 26, and increased weak point attack damage by 1.5x. The only requirement, the user had to be at least level 4. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed in thought. That was plus 32 attribute points total, the equivalent of 3 level-ups in one item. The dark resistance would be useful against certain enemies, and the weak point multiplier? A solid bonus. This wasn't just loot. This was a game changer. Before he could inspect it further, another system alert popped up. New skill acquired. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Tier. The system explained. The skill unleashed a flurry of slashes in a straight line up to 15 meters, hitting every enemy in a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times. Each slash dealt 100 damage and counted as a backstab, though it didn't strike weak points. On top of that, it granted temporary invincibility for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. A strong area of effect skill with built-in survivability. No doubt, it was a powerful asset. Qinfeng didn't hesitate. He learned it instantly. With evolution points still to spare, he turned his attention to upgrading one of his key abilities, Greedy Hand. The system accepted 8 evolution points, boosting it from Jade rank to Diamond rank. New effect? Loot drop chance jumped from 160% to 220%. Upgrade chance on dropped loot increased from 20% to 40%. He nodded impressed. With this kind of improvement, each kill would now reward him with 2 loot items, and nearly half of those had a chance to be upgraded. Every battle would be 3 times as rewarding. Not wanting to waste the rest of his points, he turned to Instant Shadow Slash and upgraded it 3 more times. The system consumed his remaining 3 evolution points, leaving him with only 1. But the payoff was immediate. The skill evolved, jumping ranks, silver to gold, then to platinum. The attack range increased from 15 to 21 meters. The slash count rose from 3 to 5, hitting all enemies in a now 3.1 meter wide path. Invincibility extended to 7 seconds. Cooldown reduced to 10.43 seconds. Not massive, but enough to make a difference. It was official. Qinfeng now had a top-tier AoE skill with mobility, invincibility, and reach. And he was just getting started. Each strike from Instant Shadow Slash now dealt 200 damage, double what it used to. Every slash still counted as a backstab, activating his passive bonus, even though it didn't target weak points directly. Qinfeng examined the new stats closely. Sure, the cooldown hadn't dropped by much, but the extended invisibility? That was a huge tactical edge. He could now stay hidden longer, control the fight, and strike before anyone saw him coming. Shifting his focus to the rest of the loot, he scanned through the items. Most weren't worth keeping, but one caught his eye, a silver tier skill book, Battle Roar, meant for warriors. Not useful to him, but it would fetch a good price. More lifespan in his pocket. Just as he closed his inventory, something moved in the distance. He spun around. 3 massive creatures came lumbering toward him. Limb crawlers. Level 4. Twisted, grotesque monsters, deadly at close range. Qin Feng didn't back down. This was the perfect time to test his new skill. Without hesitation, he activated Instant Shadow Slash. In a blink, he vanished into motion, a blur of slashing energy, slicing clean through the crawlers before they could react. Within seconds, the battle was over. The monsters collapsed, torn apart, as the dust settled. System notification, victory, plus 80 XP, plus 5 days, tradable lifespan. A dark, commanding aura seemed to cling to Qin Feng in the aftermath. He stood still, calm, calculating. His power had jumped again. Now he had an idea. If he opened with Poison Dart, followed immediately by Instant Shadow Slash, he could wipe out enemies before the fight even began. He checked his stats. Tradable lifespan, 618 days. But to bring his game skills and items into the real world, he needed at least 900 days, about 2.5 years. He set his goal. First step, sell off the valuables in his inventory. If everything went well, he'd reach the requirements sooner than expected. And once he hit level 10, the connection between this world and reality would be his to control. The scene shifted. Qin Feng, now invisible thanks to latent image, made his way silently back toward the starter town. As he moved through the shadows, voices reached his ears. A man congratulated a woman on reaching level 3 and reminded her of a deal. He stopped to observe. It was Lizzie and Old Mao. From their conversation, the details of their arrangement became clear. Old Mao had helped Lizzie reach level 3 so she could safely log out. In exchange, she owed him 5 million in cash. Lizzie didn't seem worried. "Do you really think the Yang Industries can't spare the kind of pocket change?" she asked casually. "I'll log out and handle the transfer." "No problem." Before leaving, she handed him her phone number. "Call me after you log out," she added. But she wasn't done. She made another offer, $10,000 in cash for every day of tradable lifespan Old Mao owned. His eyes lit up. He agreed immediately, thrilled by the amount he'd earn. With a smug grin, he added, "King was a fool for turning you down. We'll talk more once we're back in the real world." He laughed, clueless, because just a few steps away, Qin Feng was right there, watching, hidden in plain sight. Unaware he was being observed, Old Mao waved off the importance of lifespan like it was nothing. "In the end, it's just like in-game gold," he scoffed. "Easy to get. No reason to stress." Old Mao chuckled to himself, still feeling clever. "Turning game achievements into real-world money. That's the smartest strategy," he muttered, proud of his plan. He had no idea the very person he mocked, King, had heard every word. The scene shifted to the starter town, where Qin Feng now stood before the teleportation gate. He raised his hand. The gate responded instantly, glowing with a brilliant blue light. Energy surged, swirling with force as a system notification popped up. "Congratulations! You've activated the teleportation formation in Shell Town. Reputation +1. The message continued. He could use the teleportation gate once a day for free. Additional uses? They'd cost tradable lifespan. But there was a catch. No other gates had been activated yet. For now, teleportation was useless. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew how the system worked. It was a two-way connection. Just unlocking one in didn't do much. Someone else in another starter town had to hit level 5 and activate their gate too. And he remembered exactly who might do it. Song Fei. In his past life, that guy had started in Firefly Town. Qin Feng wasn't going to sit around and wait. He set up an alert altar, locking it onto Firefly Town's gate. The moment it lit up, he'd know, and he'd be ready. As he walked deeper into town, his focus sharpened. For most players, town-to-town travel was the goal. But not for him. His true objective was level 10. That was the threshold. Once he reached it, he could enter the God's abandoned realm, a hidden space where he could finally awaken his authority. That's when the real game would begin. Later, he opened his market stall. A new system alert echoed out. A player has opened a limited-time stall. Equipment and skills available for the next 10 seconds. Nearby players lit up with excitement. Qin Feng's back. "I've been saving my lifespan just for this." One boasted he had 150 days saved up. Another recalled how last time, Qin Feng sold the Ice Cone spell, which helped Gray skyrocket to second place on the leaderboard. Then came a jackpot. Someone discovered a silver-tier skill book, Battle Roar, a warrior-exclusive ability. Without hesitation, he bought it. Battle Roar has been sold for 300 days of tradable lifespan. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Is a single skill book really worth 300 days? Totally, another player cut in. That skill lets warriors farm like crazy. You'll earn that back in less than 2 days. The crowd understood instantly. Everything Qin Feng sold was high value, and in just seconds, the entire shop was sold out. Qin Feng checked his system panel. In 1 minute, he'd gained 650 days of tradable lifespan. Total, 2,174 days. Still, he wasn't satisfied. To carry everything, his attributes, skills, and gear, into the real world, he needed much more. As the crowd slowly dispersed, some players grumbled, upset they missed their chance. "Will you open your stall again?" one asked. Chinfeng gave a nod. "I will." Just then, a voice cut through the noise. A female player stepped forward. "I've got something special," she said confidently. "A treasure. Want to make a deal?" As he turns around, his eyes land on someone familiar. She's part of Wang Meng's team. Almost instantly, the system identifies the item she's holding. A space ring with 12 inventory slots. Not only that, it confirms the ring doesn't take up any backpack or equipment slots. Chinfeng freezes for a moment. He knows exactly what that means. Space rings are incredibly rare. Most players dream of getting their hands on one. Normally, players are limited to just 3 storage backpacks. So, a ring that adds space without using a slot? It's priceless. He knows the odds too. Technically, any monster can drop a space ring, but the chances are next to 0. And yet, here's this girl, barely into the game, already holding one, all thanks to her profit class. Her luck is off the charts. Wasting no time, Chinfeng asks how much she wants for it. He already knows the ring's real value. In his previous life, one like this could sell for an unbelievable 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But her response catches him off guard. She doesn't want his lifespan at all. Instead, she just wants to team up and have him at her as a friend to take down a boss. He agrees immediately. A system prompt pops up. Player Big Plum has accepted your friend request. As they head out of Shell Town, Chinfeng asks her about the boss. Big Plum explains that it's a gold-tier monster, though she didn't catch its exact name. It was too far off, but she did see it on an old beat-up boat in the middle of a swamp. Chinfeng's eyes widen. A broken boat in a swamp? Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? That monster is insanely rare. It can spawn at any level, and when it does, the top guilds go all in just to fight for its powerful drops. Even seeing it once could trigger a massive player war. But judging from what Big Plum described, this one's likely a low-level version, probably around level 5. That would make it the easiest form of the boss to defeat. Still, how did she even find something this rare, so close to the starting zone? His mind starts racing. The ring. Her connection to Wang Meng's crew. The gold-tier boss showing up like magic. Then it hits him. Could she be the rumored koi fish from his past life? He remembers the whispers. Back then, people talked about someone in Wang Meng's squad who had unbelievable luck, stumbling across rare bosses, treasure chests, secret palaces, and ancient temples like it was nothing. He always thought it was just a cover story for better intel. But now, looking at Big Plum, he realizes the rumors might have been true. And she's right here in front of him. Still deep in thought, he keeps staring at her. Noticing his gaze, Big Plum blushes and asks why he's looking at her like that. He snaps out of it, brushing it off. "Nothing," he mutters, refocusing on their journey. As they pass through the main gate of the starting town, they remain unaware of the shadow lurking nearby, a bald player hidden behind a tree, watching their every move. The scene shifts. A tough-looking group stands gathered, and at the center, a man with long hair commands attention. Surrounded by bald players, he speaks with conviction, bragging about his past wins, including the time he split off from his team and soloed the Sand City Overlord. He tells his crew that if they follow him, success in the game is guaranteed. But before he can say more, the bald scout rushes back. He's got news. Chinfeng just left town with a girl. The boss smirks, letting out a short laugh. To him, Chinfeng is just another rookie getting sidetracked by a pretty face. Without wasting a second, he rallies his group. It's time to strike. Meanwhile, outside the town walls, Chinfeng and Big Plum continue walking. As they go, Chinfeng brings up his conditions for helping out her team. If the boss drops any gear or skill books she can use, they're hers. But everything else? That's his take. Big Plum considers the offer and asks, "What about the others? Like Wang Meng, what do they get out of it?" Chinfeng explains that every party has different roles, and there's no guarantee gear for an assassin like him will drop. If that happens, he'd walk away empty-handed. Not exactly fair in his book. Big Plum nods. She gets it, but she adds a small condition of her own. If any loot drops that fits her captain or another party member, could he sell it to her at a discount? He agrees. With the terms settled, Big Plum says they'll head to the boss once Wang Meng and the rest log back in. But as they continue walking, something dawns on her. She has no idea where they're going. It's only when Chinfeng finally shares their destination that the truth hits her. They're heading straight for the gold-tier boss. Big Plum is stunned. It sounds insane. He's an assassin, sure. He can vanish. But she's a mage. One solid hit, and she's done. The thought of taking on a gold-tier boss this early, with just the two of them, feels like suicide. But Chinfeng doesn't flinch. His tone is steady, confident. He tells her he has no intention of letting her fight. She'll stay at a distance, safe, while he handles everything himself. Even with his assurance, Big Plum finds it hard to believe. She knows he's strong, but soloing a gold-tier boss? That's unheard of. Just as she's about to say something, Qin Feng suddenly stops. His expression shifts. Without a word, he activates latent image and vanishes into thin air. Big Plum blinks. 1 second, he was right next to her. The next, nothing. She spins around, confused. Qin Feng, she calls out, but there's only silence. From behind a tree in the distance, a group of bald-headed players watches the two from the shadows. Their leader grins confidently, sure they got the upper hand. Then, one of them speaks up. Qin Feng's gone. They scan the area, baffled. The boss just shrugs it off. He ditched her, he says smugly. Left her to fend for herself. With a wave, he commands his men to move in. The plan? Grab Big Plum, have her fun, then worry about the rest. As they close in, he reminds them of his promise. Stick with him, and life's easy. Now, even girls are falling into their laps. But just as they break into the clearing, a dark silhouette appears right in front of them. The leader skids to a stop, his grin fading fast. His eyes lock on the swirling black aura ahead, confusion creeping in. What is that? Before they can even react, Qin Feng activates Instant Shadow. In a blink, it's over. A cold flash cuts through the air, clean, deadly. The group drops where they stand, torn apart before they even realize what hit them. Their lifeless bodies hit the ground without a sound. And just like that, Qin Feng fades back into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. A system alert flashes, 5 players killed, plus 12 days of tradable lifespan earned. He barely spares the corpses a glance. Their loot? Useless. To him, it was no different than clearing out a couple of low-level mobs. Moments later, he reappears next to Big Plum, calm and composed like nothing happened. Big Plum, still unaware of the chaos he just left behind, looks up and immediately asks where he disappeared to. He gives a casual shrug. Some people were tailing us. I sent them back to town. She nods, seemingly satisfied at first. But her curiosity won't quit. She grins and teases. For a second, I thought you want to take a leak. Must be convenient being invisible for that kind of thing. Qin Feng shoots her a flat look, clearly not in the mood. Focus. We've got a boss to handle. Let's go. Meanwhile, back in Shell Town, a bright light flares up on the ground. And in that glow, Qin Feng's sister materializes, now officially spawned as a healer. Her eyes go wide as she picks up a nearby magic staff. The weight, the feel, it's all real. This world wasn't just immersive. It was reality. Other players glance her way, noting the arrival of another new face. She's thrilled, especially after discovering she's landed the rare hidden class, Sacrifice. To her, it has to be powerful. With this, she's sure she'll finally catch Song Fei's attention. But her excitement quickly turns bitter. Where was Song Fei anyway? Did he know the secret behind the different starting points? Her expression twists with frustration. Qin Feng had always hovered around her, never giving her space. But now, in a critical moment, he was nowhere to be found. Useless. Still, she pushes the thoughts aside. She has a hidden class now, and Zhang Wei had promised to help her level up. From now on, Qin Feng was on his own. She had better things to focus on. Then her eyes land on the leaderboard, and her heart skips. Rank 1 Shadow. Level 6. Her jaw tightens. Zhang Wei was only level 3, yet kept boasting like he was some kind of top-tier player. But this Shadow, he was the real deal. She quickly starts thinking. If she could just stay close to Shadow, she'd level up far faster than anything Zhang Wei could offer. But one big question looms. Where could she find him? Not far away. A group of players gathers, murmuring nervously. It's Wang Meng's team, and they're in trouble. Their healer, Sui, has gone silent. No messages. No contact. Wang Meng frowns. They can't afford to stall. Ideas, he asks. One player speaks up hesitantly. Without a healer, fighting mobs is a gamble. Another chimes in, frustrated. We're not Shadow. We can't solo farm. We need to find someone fast. Just as they're debating what to do next, a voice greets them from behind. They turn, and there she is. Qin Feng's sister. And for her, this meeting, it's the perfect opportunity. With a bright smile, she stepped forward and asked, "Need a healer?" Then added casually, "I've got the hidden class, Life's Sacrifice." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Qin Feng and Big Plum stood atop a cliff, peering down into the murky swamp below. Lurking in the water was their target, the Golden Ghost ship. Without warning, Qin Feng vanished using Shadow Sneak. His voice drifted to Big Plum, telling her to stay hidden and watch for any ambushes while he handled the boss. Big Plum gave a hesitant nod. "All right, but be careful." Down below, Qin Feng landed silently in the swamp. A system prompt popped up the moment his feet hit the ground. This area has entered a violent domain. Lifespan loss increased by 100x. Doing the math quickly, Qin Feng realized that every 15 minutes spent here would burn a full day of his tradable lifespan. Not ideal, but manageable. Then came another alert: Golden Tier boss detected. Level 5, Golden Ghost Ship. And just when he thought that was it, a countdown appeared on his screen. 45 minutes, 25 seconds. A timer? For a boss fight? That was new. But 45 minutes was more than enough for him. No hesitation. He activated Instant Shadow Slash and surged forward. Like a thunderclap, he struck the ship, his blade landing clean and hard, racking up 150 points of damage before the boss could even register the hit. He then dropped his stealth, launched a venom dart, and nailed the ghost ship's bell directly. The strike triggered a critical hit and broke his invisibility, while poison damage started ticking steadily in the background. He backed off immediately to re-strategize. The Golden Ghost ship wasn't easy prey. Most players guessed its weak point was its eerie skeletal hull, or maybe the ship itself. But Qin Feng knew better. The true weakness? That ghostly fire bell at the tip of the ship. Sure enough, hitting the bell enraged the boss. With a low groan, it stirred the swamp's waters, summoning massive, spiraling water pillars from below. It was launching a devastating AoE attack. Dodging swiftly between the crushing waves, Qin Feng darted closer. These water pillars packed absurd damage, enough to one-shot early warriors in silver gear. Thankfully, his agility as a shadow class gave him the edge. Then, from the swamp, decaying hands began to rise. Ghosts, 12 of them. Twisted, dripping monsters known as decaying water ghosts. Each one carried the strength of a silver tier elite. He remembered this part well. After every AoE blast, the ship summoned exactly 12 of these undead. And worse, one more would appear every 3 minutes. Let them pile up, and even the best teams would get wiped. But Qin Feng was still cloaked. The ghost didn't even know he was there. Standing in the middle of them, unnoticed, he waited, then struck. Activating Instant Shadow Slash, he zipped through the crowd, tearing through every ghost with pinpoint precision. Back on the cliff, Big Plum could only stare. Her hands trembled, her face flushed. So this was the power of the top-ranked expert, Shadow. He was just too strong. One moment he was there, the next gone. And in that blink, he'd already wiped out more than half the boss's HP. The boss didn't even get the chance to fight back. But then, something unexpected happened. A message popped up. Qin Feng had sent her a private chat. He called her Little Black, and dropped a bomb. He was about to die. She froze. Yet, Qin Feng sounded calm, almost casual. He told her not to worry. Just wait, he'd be back. Big Plum, watching everything unfold, was stunned. She thought their guy had the upper hand. Then she blurted out, "Wait, who's Little Black?" Unfazed, Qin Feng replied, "Isn't that you?" She quickly corrected him. "I'm Big Plum, not Little Black. That sounds like a dog's name." Suddenly, the ground shook. A familiar figure stomped into view. The same man Qin Feng had defeated earlier. But this time, he wasn't alone. He brought his full squad. The guy was fuming. Back in his prime, he crushed legends left and right. Now, he was getting humiliated by a girl. One of his teammates came sprinting up with news. They'd found her. She was standing on a cliff. And down below, that bastard Shadow was challenging the boss alone. The leader clenched his fists. This time, they'd crush him. Meanwhile, deep in the swamp, the boss roared. Its ship's bell gleamed, echoing through the bog. Qin Feng had reached stage 4, toughest phase yet. The boss swung its or high, sending shockwaves as its health dropped to half. And then it unleashed its ultimate, Soul Surge. Huge waves rolled through the swamp. Big Plum's eyes widened in horror. The surge shattered Qin Feng's invisibility. Beneath him, the water churned, and then erupted. A massive pillar of water exploded from below, trapping him inside. The damage hit hard, 1,059 points gone. System alert. You have died. Qin Feng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Back on the cliff, the leader grinned. Serves him right, he thought. Qin Feng had gotten cocky after being praised as an expert. But now, he was dead. Just another fool who thought he could solo a gold-tier boss. Then they saw it. Qin Feng's lifespan orb glowing on the ground. They sprinted for it like madmen. None of them expected Shadow to be loaded. That orb had to hold over 100 days of life. With the boss at low health, they figured they could finish it off and scoop up the loot. But the moment they stepped forward, they were yanked into the air. The leader blinked. What just happened? A second later, they were back in Shell Town. Everyone was stunned, furious. No one understood how that boss was this strong, or how Shadow had managed to cut its health in half. Some hadn't even made it 5 seconds before that water pillar wiped them out. The swamp? Crawling with mobs. It was suicide. Still, the leader wasn't ready to back down. He clenched his jaw and barked the order. They were going in again. Just then, someone leapt into the scene. It was Qin Feng. He was already back in the swamp. But something fell off. All around him were glowing lifespan orbs, scattered across the ground. Puzzled, he opened the chat and messaged, "I'm back. But what's with all these lifespan drops?" Little Black was just as surprised. "You're back already?" she replied. Then she explained. Those orbs were from a group of players who'd charged in like heroes, only to get obliterated by the boss's water pillar. Qinfeng smirked. So they overestimated themselves, he thought. But the sight also stirred a memory. He'd been through this before. In his past life, the ghost ship had given him hell. The boss was still wandering nearby. Qinfeng kept his eyes on it, calculating. He knew the golden ghost ship only used its immobilization skill once. After that, the rest of the fight was easier, at least in theory. But once its HP dropped below half, there was always a chance it would vanish and reappear somewhere else. That made it nearly impossible for most players to kill it solo. No time to waste. He fired a poison dart, striking the ship's bell dead center. The boss let out a screech and began charging another attack. Qinfeng slipped into Shadow Sneak, vanishing from sight. He watched carefully, reading its every move. Then Shadow Slash. One clean strike. He'd already memorized its patterns. No hesitation. Meanwhile, the cliff wasn't empty anymore. The same group of players had returned. One of them shouted, "Boss! He's fighting it again." The leader narrowed his eyes. This was their chance. If they played it smart, they could take out both the boss and Qinfeng. But someone else wasn't going to let that happen. Little Black had had enough. Shadow was close to finishing the fight. She wouldn't let these clowns ruin it. She gripped her staff, focused her magic, and summoned thunder. A bolt of lightning cracked down from the sky, hitting the men squarely. Smoke curled off their scorched armor. The rest froze, stunned by the sudden blast. The leader, furious, shouted, "Who did that?" One of his guys pointed. "It was her." He grabbed his axe and roared, "Kill her." Little Black's eyes widened. She turned and ran, yelling for help as the men chased her down, vowing to tear her apart. But she wasn't alone. From behind a nearby tree, a figure watched everything unfold. Another man stood just behind him. As the chaos came closer, both of them ducked back into hiding. Back at the swamp, Qinfeng was still locked in battle. He kept his distance, eyes sharp. The boss was on its last legs. Just as he'd guessed, this level 5 Golden Ghost ship wasn't an easy solo kill. His damage was too low, and the fight had dragged on, long enough to draw an audience. He spotted the crowd gathering on the cliff, same ones who had just died. And to the side, more players lingered by the swamp, clearly waiting for him to finish the boss so they could swoop in and take everything. But it was too late. The poison was working. The boss's eyes began to glow, and then its body started to fade. System alert. Golden Ghost ship, gold grade, defeated. Qinfeng's screen lit up. 4,800 experience points. He hit level 8. 7 evolution points. 216 days of tradable lifespan. Not bad. He slipped into Shadow Sneak again, his form vanishing. It had been a dream run, but he knew he'd slightly miscalculated. Then, a global system message boomed across the server. Player Shadow from Shelltown has defeated the first gold grade boss. Reward, +3 reputation. All eyes turned. Players across the map froze. Who the hell was Shadow? And why was he so strong? Many were furious. The first gold boss kill should have come from Han City, not some nobody from Shelltown. In Shelltown, Wang Ming stared at the alert, dumbfounded. Just a little while ago, Shadow had been soloing a bronze boss. And now, a gold boss, down solo. The gap was unbelievable. Somewhere else, Qinfeng's sister saw the message. Her eyes lit up. He really is the strongest, she thought. If Shadow helped her level up, maybe she'd finally get the chance to see Brother Songfei again. Back in the swamp, the boss's body vanished, leaving behind shimmering lifespan and piles of loot. Hidden nearby, the enemy leader smirked. Jackpot. So much loot just sitting there. But Shadow wasn't picking it up. He must have gone invisible again, cautious after spotting them. The leader turned to Guang. Use your skill. Find him. We're taking everything. Guang nodded, pulled out his bow, and activated Phantom Horn Eagle. The arrow flew through the air, transforming mid-flight into a glowing eagle. It exploded, releasing spectral feathers that floated across the swamp. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes. So that hunter picked up an anti-stealth skill already? Impressive. But he wasn't worried. His class had an extra point in stealth. Guang's ability was still just level 1. It couldn't detect him. Feeling confident, Guang turned and reported he ran. Must have bolted after seeing us all. The leader waved his men forward. Get to the loot. We'll guard it. Stay sharp. 5 minutes. That's how long it took before unclaimed loot became fair game. If they held the ground, it would all be theirs. They were grinning, already tasting victory, until a shadow appeared. Him. Before they could react, Qinfeng struck like lightning, tearing through their ranks with blinding speed. Silence returned to the swamp. With the threat gone, Qinfeng turned back to the loot. But one thing tugged at his mind. Where did Little Black go? He shrugged it off. He'd find her later. For now, it was time to cash in. He had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand. Without hesitation, he did. From diamond quality, it rose to epic. The skill now worked on monster corpses with a boosted success rate, 220% to 300%. Greedy Hand triggered an extra loot drop, this time guaranteed to be one tier higher. Qin Feng didn't waste the chance. He activated the skill, watching as the loot around him lit up. With full focus, he gathered all the orbs together, then squeezed them tight. Greedy Hand began absorbing everything, and a grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the forest. When it faded, the results were in 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items, Ghost Fire Bells. His eyes widened. 2 Ghost Fire Bells. Jackpot. These weren't just any items. Once equipped, they prevented lifespan loss on death, cooldown, 1,560 seconds. Even better, they came with 2 powerful effects. The passive ability, Soul Absorption, boosted dropped lifespan by 20% when killing monsters. And with 2 bells, that bonus doubled. The active skill, Soul Shock, let him ring the bell to immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 512 seconds. Best part? They weren't considered equipment. They didn't take up gear slots. Both bells used just 1 inventory space. Clean and efficient. Just as he was admiring his haul, a message came in. Little Black. She sounded frantic. She needed help. Shadow snapped to attention. Where are you? He typed, concerned. All he could hear was her panicked voice, screaming at someone to stay away. She was in trouble. The leader and his men had her cornered. They taunted her, mocking her resistance. Then one of them sneered, "Why run? Just give in. We'll take good care of you." Disgusting. Backed against the cliff, she refused to let them have the kill. Without a second thought, she jumped. They stood frozen as her body dropped, crashing hard below. Pain exploded through her. Blood pooled fast. Then, her body began to fade into lifespan particles. The leader leaned over the edge, confused. She really did it? He mumbled, "She's got guts." Back in voice chat, Little Black's voice returned, calmer now. She told Qin Feng not to worry. She'd respawn back in town. Luckily, all the party's tradable lifespan was stored on Captain Wang Meng. Qin Feng breathed easier. He told her to wait. He'd bring her the stuff soon. She cheered him on, saying he'd done great. He swept up the rest of the lifespan orbs from the ground. This time, the haul was huge, 315 days of tradable lifespan in total, plus 21 evolution points. With no hesitation, he opened his menu and looked at Greedy Hand. Time to upgrade again. But a system message popped up. Greedy Hand has reached epic grade. Further evolution will require 10x the normal points. The prompt appeared. Spend 210 evolution points to evolve. Qin Feng didn't flinch at the prompt. He expected it. Skills at higher tiers were never cheap to evolve. This was just how the system worked. So, he set it aside for now. Instead, he focused on boosting his attack skills. The stronger his damage output, the tougher the bosses he could take down, and that meant better rewards. He concentrated. Instant Shadow / jumped from Platinum to Diamond. Its range expanded from 21 meters to 27. The invisibility boost stretched from 7 seconds to 9. Instead of 5 slashes, he could now land 7. The skill's total duration increased to 10 seconds. Even the reach of each slash went from 3.1 meters to 4.1. Most importantly, each strike now packed 300 extra damage, up from 200. He burned 10 evolution points, leaving just 3 in reserve. Next, he upgraded his backstab enhancement. It shot straight from normal to gold, skipping bronze and silver entirely. Now, every backstab would deal 30% extra damage instead of 15%. Qin Feng smiled. Instant Shadow / now evolved twice, had doubled in damage. Even when not stealthed, he could deal around 3,000 damage in total. If stealth was active and he landed a backstab, those 7 slashes could spike the damage between 6,000 and 7,000. Satisfied, he opened his system window to review everything. He recalled that a typical gold tier boss only dropped 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, with a rare chance at gold. But thanks to Greedy Hand, his loot had exploded. 11 gold items and skill books, 2 platinum pieces, and 1 platinum skill book. Not bad at all. Even better, 3 of them were perfect for assassin-type classes. Among the haul was something special. The Ghost Chip Dual Blades, Platinum Tier. Assassin-exclusive weapons. Stats? 136 base damage, plus 22 agility, plus 24% attack speed, plus 17 armor penetration. Requirement, level 5. The unique effect? Each normal attack hit twice. Qin Feng equipped them immediately. The double attack perk wasn't game-changing for him. He relied more on skills, but the raw stats were too good to ignore. High base damage, speed, agility. It would speed up his casting and cooldowns. Definitely worth it. Then came the armor. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, gold grade. Plus 25 physical defense. Plus 50 fire resistance. Plus 14 damage block. Plus 419 health points. Requirement, level 5. He blinked in disbelief. Leveling up hadn't boosted his constitution, but this armor alone had raised his health to 769, up from 350. That meant most players wouldn't even be able to scratch his defense now. Smartly, he used the system settings to make his defensive gear invisible, keeping the default assassin appearance. That way, other players wouldn't see his gear unless they opened the game interface. And he wasn't done yet. There was still one final piece left in his loot. As he scanned his inventory, something caught his eye, a skill book. Ghost Shadow Blur, gold tier. Assassin class. It was a passive skill. Boosted dodge rate by 15%, and when a dodge triggered, it granted full damage immunity. Qinfeng grinned. Finally, a real survival skill for assassins. But then he paused. He remembered why this one wasn't so popular. In this game, boosting dodge rate was tough. You'd have to sacrifice other stats just to raise it. And if dodge didn't activate when you needed it most, the result could be fatal. Still, he wasn't like the others. His skills could evolve endlessly. He could stack dodge without weakening the rest of his build. For him, it was pure upside. His body glowed faintly as he moved out of the area, heading back. The rest of the loot? Gear for warriors, priests, and archers. He didn't need it, but he knew someone who might. He planned to sell the gear to Wang Ming, offering a 10% discount. Even if they couldn't pay now, he was certain Wang Ming would take it on credit. He was that kind of guy. But really, this whole breakthrough? It was thanks to Little Black. Without her, he never would have found that level 5 ghost ship. He owed her. As he walked past a tree, movement caught his attention. The enemy leader and his crew. Faces twisted in fear the moment they spotted Shadow. They didn't hesitate. They ran. Just as expected, Qinfeng wasn't letting anyone escape. He activated Shadow Stealth, exhaled slowly, and vanished. Before the group could take another step, he struck. Like a thunderclap, he dropped all the subordinates in one instant. The leader panicked. He turned and sprinted. Too slow. Qinfeng reappeared right in front of him. The man skidded to a stop, eyes wide, nose to nose with death. Tears welled up. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let me go. I've only got less than a year of lifespan left." But Qinfeng stared coldly. "Did you think about your own life when you were out there hunting others?" Without another word, he threw a poison dart. The leader dropped, writhing in agony. Qinfeng turned and walked away. A new status appeared, Killer. He had entered the first layer. If he died now, he'd lose 75% of his current lifespan. Still, he remained calm. With the Ghost Fire Bell, even if he slipped up and died once, he wouldn't lose a thing. Back in Shell Town, all eyes were on him. Whispers spread. People had heard the system alert. He was the one who'd killed the gold tier boss. But he wasn't wearing any gear. Some suspected he'd exploited a bug. Others simply didn't know what to believe. As he strolled through the crowd, a man stepped forward. "Wait, please." Qinfeng paused. The man smiled nervously, holding out a skill book. "We, accidentally bought this assassin skill. Please take it. No hard feelings, okay?" The system scanned it. Skill book, Impale. Common tier, Impale. A single target skill. On hit, it added plus 20 attack and stunned the target for 2 seconds. Cool down, 22 seconds. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. A control skill. He took the book without hesitation, nodding slightly before heading on his way. The man who gave it to him and his group turned back, walking in the opposite direction. But tension lingered. One of the men, seething, muttered to Xian Xiao, "We really had a hand over a skill book to that guy, pathetic." Another nodded. "No one treats us like this." They weren't letting it go. That's when someone suggested rallying everyone they knew. "If we each spit once, we could drown him in it," he sneered. "No need to fear one guy." Xian Xiao's face turned cold. Shadow's leveling way too fast. He's doing it alone, so he must have a secret. His eyes narrowed. "We find him in real life. Kidnap him, get the truth, and make him farm lifespan for us." The others were stunned, but one of them grinned. "Genius." Xian Xiao smirked. "He doesn't sound local. Definitely not from our circle. Probably dirt poor." That sealed it. They'd sent a professional beauty to lure him in. Someone irresistible. A setup. Meanwhile, Qinfeng reunited with Little Black. He smiled and asked her to accept the trade. He had something to give her. Her eyes sparkled, but she gently corrected him. "I'm not Little Black. I'm Big Plum." He handed her a powerful skill sealed in a necklace. The moment she used it, flames erupted from her staff. Her damage soared. Even her mana regeneration had doubled. She was thrilled, thanking him sincerely. Qinfeng waved it off. "Just keep on my promise." Then he asked for the space ring. Still smiling, she pulled it from her inventory and handed it over. "You can keep it," she said, cheeks flushed. Then, with a small laugh, she shared something unexpected. While running through the forest earlier, she'd stumbled on a hidden cave. Looked like the entrance to some ruins. Want to check it out? That caught his attention. First the ghost ship, now a ruin? This girl really was a walking Lucky Charm. And she had no reason to tell him, unless she truly meant to share the benefit. If he hadn't gifted her those 2 gold-grade items, she probably would have kept it to herself. With the new space ring, his inventory hit 27 slots. He asked where Wang Meng was, saying he'd swing by to sell the spare gear first, then check out the ruins. She held out her hand. Captain and the others went to train the new priest. They won't be back for a while. She opened her map, marked the location, and described the spot, behind some bushes, a flat stone slab. While escaping earlier, she had pushed it aside and slipped inside. She'd only taken a few steps inside when the scream started. Terrified, she bolted right back out. If she hadn't, they might have caught her. Hearing that, Qin Feng vanished on the spot. He wasn't waiting. He'd go check the ruins now and trade with Wang Meng later. Little Black blinked in confusion as he disappeared. Qin Feng left Shell Town and made his way into the forest. Originally, he planned to grind until level 10, but that was no longer necessary. With a ruin in play, the rewards beginner towns had 3 main ruin types: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Didn't matter which one it was, inside there'd be mobs. Most were bronze tier, sometimes silver. For him, it was a goldmine of lifespan and evolution points. Following the map marker from Little Black, he soon reached the entrance. No hesitation. He stepped inside. Once again, the 3 ruin types flashed through his mind. Tombs packed with relentless monsters and often capped off with a gold boss. Cursed ruins, full of beings twisted by ancient and evil gods. Some had been human once. And temples, those were complex, their walls covered in murals. Devotees of ancient deities filled the halls. At the very end, special items or rare skill books. As he walked, Qin Feng scanned the walls. Murals. He narrowed his eyes. A temple of faith. And these carvings, they looked familiar. Roars echoed through the corridor as he advanced. The symbols on the walls confirmed it. This was a temple of the ancient god of judgment. The same source as his Eye of Judgment. Elsewhere in the forest, Wang Meng and his party were locked in battle. He raised a shield, bracing against a monster's heavy assault. The impact rattled through his arms. Then, with terrifying speed, the beast lunged again. Its claws slammed into him, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Seeing their captain injured, the archer panicked. "Healer, heal now." Qin Feng's sister froze. Gripping her staff tightly, she stammered through tears. "How do I do that?" The monster moved in again. The swordsman barked a command. "Use your skill now." But she dropped to her knees, shaking. Her staff clattered to the floor. She didn't cast. She cried. The monster didn't wait. With one more devastating attack, it wiped out the entire party. They were all instantly teleported back to Shell Town, furious and humiliated. Not far off, Little Black spotted them returning and waved with a smile. "Back already?" she teased. "Shadow's still out. No point trying to buy gear yet." But the archer, boiling with rage, stepped forward. The archer jabbed a finger at Qin Feng's sister, his voice sharp and angry. "I've never seen anyone this useless. You don't even know how to dodge, let alone use your skills." Xian Xiao's eyes welled up. She started to cry, completely overwhelmed. Little Black quickly stepped in front of her, frowning. "Why are you being so harsh? She's new. It's her first time playing. Dying once is normal." But the archer, eyes blazing, snapped back. "Move aside. I'm going to scold her until she logs off." The swordsman stepped forward and added, "It wasn't just once. We died 3 times in under an hour." That hit Little Black like a shock. Her eyes widened. Then, with a soft smile, she pulled out the necklace Qin Feng had given her. "I'll come with you guys," she said, her tone suddenly confident. "The expert just gave me 2 amazing things. I'm way stronger now. Trust me, this time we won't die." Wang Meng raised his hand to stop the bickering. "That's enough," he said. "She's right. With her on the team, this could work. And who knows, maybe we'll get the chance to meet Shadow again." Xian Xiao stood quietly in the back, her face unreadable. Deep down, she was furious. These guys couldn't handle a basic fight, and now they're blaming her? Still, she forced a smile, bowed her head slightly, and muttered an apology. "I'll try harder." But inside, she was burning. If it weren't for their ties to Shadow, she wouldn't waste another second with any of them. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Qin Feng stepped into a large chamber, and something strange caught his eye. 2 monsters were kneeling before him. A system prompt appeared. Devout followers of the judged, level 10, silver tier. His eyes narrowed. Suspicion flickered across his face. No hesitation. He activated instant shadow slash, his form vanishing. Then he struck, clean fast. But when the dust settled, the damage was underwhelming. Even with stealth and backstab bonuses, they'd barely lost any health. Not surprising. These were level 10 silver bosses, and together, their health pool was even larger than the Golden Ghost ship. But something wasn't right. The monsters knelt again. Even stranger, he was still cloaked in stealth. They shouldn't have been able to see him. Could it be the Eye of Judgment? He wondered. Are they sensing it? Is that why they haven't attacked me? Curious, he asked aloud. Do you know the way? Can you guide me? The monsters lifted their heads and roared. Whatever sanity had been there was gone. Their bodies were twisted, corrupted. They had been holy once, but now, just mindless beasts, obsessed with stealing lifespan. Their glowing eyes locked onto something outside the room. And then, they turned and bolted. Right outside, a group of players had just arrived. The devout followers sensed them and charged. The players' eyes went wide. Silver tier, someone shouted. We can't fight that. Panic set in. They turned to run, just as the monsters reached the doorway. They never stood a chance. The monsters lunged and toxic mist poured out, melting their bodies on contact. One by one, they vanished. Lifespan orbs left behind in their place. It was the team from earlier, the girl who'd bought Ice Spike from him. Gray Rose. Qinfeng hadn't expected them to stumble across the ruin too. But, judging by their gear, none of them were remotely prepared to go deeper. He deactivated Shadow Stealth and stepped forward to collect the lifespan. As he approached, the monsters knelt before him again. He raised an eyebrow. These poor guys had dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. Guess they were richer than I thought. With that handled, Qinfeng returned to the inner chamber and began to investigate. Minutes passed. He searched every corner. No traps, no hidden chests, no clues. Just those two silver tier bosses. That was it. His eyes narrowed in frustration. No loot. No secrets. Just two tanky mobs. Fine. He threw 2 poison darts, nailing the monster straight in the head. No more mercy. A system alert popped up. 4,000 experience points. Level up. Now, at level 9, he earned 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then came the real reward. He activated Greedy Hand. The bodies of the monsters evaporated, and his haul exploded. 32 evolution points. 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. For gold tier items. 10 silver tier items. He reached out and summoned a pendant from the pile. A grin spread across his face. It was gold tier and tailored for assassins. Pendant of the Faithful. Plus 15 agility. Plus 20% cooldown on all skills. Its unique effect? Summon a silver tier devout follower to fight for you. Cooldown. 600 seconds. Qinfeng clenched his fist. This is it. The cooldown reduction alone was a massive buff. His stealth cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to 19. Poison darts? Down to 3.75 seconds. Instant shadow slash now refreshed in just 8 seconds. Grinding just became way more efficient. And since the rest of his gear was locked behind level 8 requirements, no one else could use it anyway. He'd keep the rest for now, and maybe sell later. Just as he turned to leave, the ground trembled beneath him. He stopped and looked back. A small stone pillar was rising from the floor. His eyes lit up. So the mechanism activates after all the monsters are defeated. He examined the pillar. It was a hidden trigger, cleverly disguised. The mechanism word. A platform extended beneath his feet. A panel on the floor slid open, and slowly, the platform began to descend. It was a lift. He stood still as the stone floor lowered him deeper and deeper. The light above faded. The platform sank for what felt like minutes. Finally, it stopped. Qinfeng guessed he had dropped at least 300, maybe 400 meters. It was dark, quiet, cold. His gaze swept the area. He knew this place. He had heard of it before. A maze hidden beneath the temple. Not many players knew, but there was always a chance for a secret labyrinth to spawn under ruins. And in his past life, he'd explored plenty. He also knew exactly what came next. Traps. And lots of them. Exploring the maze wasn't all that risky. As long as there were others to serve as cannon fodder, the danger was minimal. The real issue was the time it took. With steady eyes, he pulled out a pendant. Given his current stats, triggering a trap meant certain death. But thankfully, he had a trump card. This pendant could summon a silver tier devout follower to fight in his place. Stretching out his hand, he activated the pendant's power. A zombie emerged from the ground, ready to serve. Pointing down the maze corridor, he gave a single order, scout ahead. The follower rose and shuffled into the hallway. Arms crossed, Qinfeng watched with satisfaction. Having a scout made navigating the place so much easier. Still, he wasn't careless. There was always the chance of something going wrong. Just to be safe, he decided to upgrade his dodge skill first. Spending 11 evolution points, he boosted Ghost Shadow Blur from Gold Tier to Epic. His passive dodge rate skyrocketed from 15% to 75%. And now, whenever the dodge triggered, it made him immune to all damage. 75% was already an insane number. With just enough points left, he turned his attention to instant shadow slash. Using 13 evolution points, he upgraded it from diamond to epic. The skill's range stretched out to 30 meters, and it now lasted 12 seconds. Instead of 7 slashes, he could now unleash 9, with a cooldown of just 8.8 seconds. The slash width expanded to 5 meters, and damage climbed from 300 to 400. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Evolving from epic to legendary took 10 times the base evolution points. That's where things got interesting. The higher a skill's starting tier, the more cost-effective it was to evolve. For instance, if a skill began at epic tier, evolving it to legendary only required 1 base point. So 1 times 10 is equal to 10 points. That meant if he could get epic skills right from the start, he could push them to legendary, then mythical, ancient, even immortal tier with far fewer points overall. But starting from lower tier skills? That was a different story. A skill that began at normal tier had to be upgraded multiple times just to hit epic. By the time it reached the legendary stage, it would demand hundreds of points. Still, the takeaway was clear. He could now afford to make sure all his skills hit epic tier. With 11 evolution points left, he focused on his starter skill, Shadow Sneak. Spending 8 points, he upgraded it from silver to platinum. Its duration stretched from 16 seconds to 24, and the stealth-breaking attack damage jumped from 120 to 150. The cooldown dropped from 26 seconds to 22. Thanks to his 35% cooldown reduction attribute, the final cooldown came down to 16.3 seconds. Even so, that was still a bit long, and the damage felt underwhelming. He made a mental note. This skill would need to be replaced later. As they moved deeper into the hallway, the devout follower continued to lead the way. The devout follower stepped on a hidden pressure plate, triggering a trap. A massive boulder came crashing down, crushing its body. In an instant, it vanished into light. With the summon gone, Qinfeng had no choice but to wait for the cooldown before calling another one. This maze was treacherous, and the only way forward was slowly, step by cautious step. He could only hope it'd be worth it in the end. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper level, a man with a shield and a hooded woman peeked through a door. He turned to his captain, Grey Rose, and reported that the monsters had all vanished. Grey Rose raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. They entered the room. That's when Grey Rose noticed something else was gone too. The monsters' lifespans had disappeared. Someone had killed them and taken their life energy. But who? The man guessed it could only be one person, Shadow. Only someone at his level could defeat 2 silver tier bosses. Grey Rose nodded. He had a point. At least they wouldn't have to die again. Then she paused, hand on her chin, deep in thought. She remembered. On the way here, they'd seen someone who looked like he was talking to the monsters. Was it Shadow? Did he have a skill that let him control bosses? If that were true, then his power was beyond terrifying. Back on the second floor, Qinfeng's newly summoned follower met the same fate, crushed by another trap. Ahead of him stretched a long path ending at a door. He'd been navigating this maze for 3 hours now. Judging by his past life memories, reaching this point usually cost hundreds of lives. That meant he was close. Using the pendant again, he summoned another devout follower. It moved forward cautiously, with Qinfeng close behind. Once they reached the door, he commanded the follower to open it. The monster tried, pushing with all its strength. But nothing happened. Its body started trembling from the strain. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Why couldn't it open? He stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. As soon as he touched it, the door began to creak open, slowly but surely. Qinfeng stood frozen, stunned by the sudden reaction. Then came the wave, followed by a thick curtain of smoke rolling out from the other side. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This didn't feel right. He stepped through the doorway and into a chamber lined with pillars. In the center stood a chest wrapped tightly in thorn-covered vines. Qinfeng scanned the room. The chest was clearly locked, but beside it stood an NPC, her lower face covered in bandages. The system tried to scan her. Nothing. Qinfeng's eyes widened. No data at all? This was a first. The woman started whispering in some unknown language. Then, without warning, she dropped to her knees. Her body glowed and slowly began to dissolve into light. Qinfeng watched closely, puzzled. Why did she vanish? Then the thorns around the chest began to fade away. But even with the thorns gone, he didn't lower his guard. That woman, he couldn't see her stats, couldn't identify her. And that made her even more dangerous. She had to be connected to the Eye of Judgment. That was the only explanation. The chest began to glow with a golden light. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. It was packed with epic tier loot. But he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. This could still be a trap, or worse, a mimic. Without hesitation, he pointed to the chest and ordered his summon to open it. The follower obeyed. As the chest creaked open, a brilliant light burst out, nearly blinding. Qinfeng's eyes widened. It was a skill book. And not just any book, but a god-tier assassin skill. It held both passive and active abilities and belonged to the epic tier. The name? Bestowal of Mercy. The passive effect was insane. 100% accuracy when targeting weak points and double damage to them. The active skill was even more outrageous, Slit Throat. His next strike would apply a debuff that dealt damage equal to 100% of that attack per second, for 3 whole seconds. It had a 60-second cooldown, but thanks to his skill cooldown reduction, it dropped to 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng examined it closely. The passive doubled the size of every enemy's weak spot, making precision strikes nearly guaranteed. But the active was the real monster. If he landed a 300 damage attack, the Slit Throat effect would deal 300 per second for 3 seconds. That's 900 bonus damage, triple the original hit. He kept reading. Multi-hit moves like Instant Shadow Slash would only trigger Slit Throat on the first hit. Still, this skill was only at the epic tier, which meant evolving it to legendary would cost just 10 evolution points. This was jackpot level loot. His burst damage had just taken a massive leap. With that, Qin Feng turned toward the exit. It was time to head back. All of this had been made possible because of Little Black. He figured he could return the favor by selling her party some leftover gear. Opening the chat, he messaged her, asking her to tell Wang Ming to head back to town. When word got out that Shadow had cleared the ruins, the others quickly made their way back too. As Qin Feng arrived in the starter town, he was stunned. A huge crowd had gathered, players from all over. Everyone wanted to add him as a friend. Some even offered to be his loyal followers, promising to support him however they could. Even the chairman of Jianghai City's Runding Group showed up, formally inviting Shadow to join their corporation. Fans from Firefly Town had traveled just to meet him. Players from distant towns asked to form teams. That's when he realized the teleportation gates between towns had finally been activated, which meant he could now head to Firefly Town, to Song Fei, without delay. Without another word, he vanished. Using his invisibility skill, Qin Feng melted into the shadows, slipping away while the crowd erupted into chaos. Arguing, shouting, blaming each other for scaring him off. He reappeared near Little Black. She noticed him instantly and raised her hand to alert her captain. "The expert Shadow is here," she said. Then, something caught Qin Feng's eye. His sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was there. She greeted him with a soft smile. His mind flooded with questions. How had she managed to join Wang Ming's crew? If anything happened to her, Wang Ming's team could be wiped out. He had to stay sharp. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to be associated with Shadow. His true identity had to stay hidden. Out here in the real world, he couldn't use any of his in-game powers. And with so many eyes on him now, even a kitchen knife could spell the end. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help blushing. Just standing near him, she could feel how strong he was. Compared to him, Wang Ming's party felt utterly worthless. She figured that if he were willing to carry her, she could reach Song Fei in just a few days. Using the system chat, Qin Feng sent a message to the captain. The gear he'd brought was a perfect match for their party's classes, and the skill books would give their combat power a massive boost. He set the price, 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Ming hesitated. That was steep, especially for silver and gold tier players like them. Right now, they couldn't afford it. But Qin Feng simply waved it off. They could pay him later. Grateful, Wang Ming bowed his head. He didn't know how to repay Qin Feng's kindness, but promised that if he ever needed help, all he had to do was ask. The party's swordsman couldn't stop grinning as he equipped a gleaming golden helmet. He couldn't believe he was wearing gold tier gear already. Wang Ming himself equipped a gold tier skill and instantly saw his DPS triple. Tears welled up in his eyes. Shadow even let them buy on credit. It meant he trusted them. Wang Ming checked his inventory, looking for items suited to priests, but found nothing. Qin Xiaoyu looked confused. The party's archer was fuming. She was only around to leech XP, and now she had nothing to show for it. Qin Xiaoyu walked over to Qin Feng and introduced herself as the party's priest. She asked if he had any items for her class. Just then, a system message popped up. Player Little Graceful wants to add you as a friend. Qin Feng's expression turned ice cold. He stared at Qin Xiaoyu for a moment and vanished into thin air. Qin Xiaoyu froze, stunned. "Where did Shadow go?" she asked, her voice uncertain. Wang Ming tried to reassure her. Maybe he just didn't get any priest drops this time. Next time might be different. But the archer wasn't so kind. She said what everyone else was thinking. Shadow had deliberately ignored Qin Xiaoyu for Little Black. Qin Feng really did move like a shadow, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. As he slipped away, he knew exactly what he had in his inventory. A gold-tier pre-staff and a gold-tier pre-skill book. But there was no way he was giving them to Qin Xiaoyu. As he progressed, his bag would only get more packed with high-tier gear. Selling individual pieces one by one was a waste of time. That's why Wang Ming's connection to the authorities was perfect. He could offload gear in bulk through them. He wasn't about to let Qin Xiaoyu jeopardize that partnership. What he needed now was a real priest for Wang Ming's team. someone he could count on. His eyes sharpened. He had to find little Xue, Gu Yixue, the former manager of the Godslayer Guild in his past life. She held a rare class, White Aven Priestess, with a mystical white bird that could heal and buff in battle. She was the only priest he'd ever seen take down epic tier bosses alone. Compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu was nothing. He activated the teleport gate. Time to track down little Xue. Little Xue was from Firefly Town, just like Song Fei. If Qin Feng could track her down, he'd slot her right into Wang Meng's party. Wasting no time, he stepped through the teleport gate and arrived in Firefly Town. The place was nothing like the starter town, livelier, louder, and packed with opportunity. As he walked through the streets, he overheard two players in a rush. A silver tier boss was down to half HP. They couldn't let anyone else steal the kill after all their effort. One of them cursed under his breath, blaming Song Fei. Apparently, that scumbag had brought a whole army of fangirls again. There was no way to fight fairly against him. No one knew how a nobody like Song Fei managed to attract such a blind fanbase. Qin Feng smirked. He'd just gotten here, and already there were signs of Song Fei. He quietly followed the two players, eventually reaching a place called Wailing Valley, a level 5 zone crawling with Emberians and shackles. Not far in, the sounds of battle echoed through the trees. Peeking over a ridge, he saw a mob of players in a chaotic skirmish. They were all going after a massive, twin-headed monster, cloaked in flames. Qin Feng recognized it instantly, a silver-tier boss. But the scene wasn't just about the boss. Players were turning on each other, clashing mid-fight. Then he saw him, Song Fei, in the middle of a formation, surrounded by players, standing smug as ever. Two enraged players confronted him, weapons drawn. One of them had been ambushed by Song Fei before, had his lifespan stolen. He now swore to kill him with his own hands. The second player, a shield user, mocked him. Think hiding behind your mage girls makes you safe? He sneered, revealing he had a god-tier anti-aging skill. But before he could take a single step, crack. One of Song Fei's fangirls caved his head in with a magic staff. Qin Feng watched it unfold, unfazed. He remembered all too well, Song Fei, titled the heaven-defying mage god in his past life, had started off with the mage class. Back then, he tricked dozens of adoring fans into picking the same class, just to strip them of their gear and skills, hoarding it all to boost himself. Of course, an all-mage team wasn't viable, but his fanatics found workarounds. Some dumped points into intelligence to become glass cannons. Others chose agility to serve as disruptors. A few went for health, turning themselves into makeshift tanks. And some even picked strength, swinging staffs like blunt weapons as battle mages. Early in the game, this bizarre setup made Song Fei's team a force of chaos, leeching lifespan from anyone and everyone with little resistance. But Qin Feng remembered how it all ended. Most of those fangirls, gone, burned out and dead within weeks. Back in the valley, Song Fei raised a hand and pointed at the boss. With a soft, fake smile, he sighed, "My heart hurts seeing how hard my fans work. Let's end this fast, so they can finally rest. The world should be full of love, not violence." The twin-headed Emberian started lumbering toward his team. One of his fans, teary-eyed, declared that he was the one who deserved peace. He worked so hard, they couldn't let him suffer anymore. She raised her staff and aimed at the monster. For Song Fei, they all followed her lead, unleashing spells in unison. Their goal wasn't loot or XP. They just wanted their idol to become a king, and they'd follow him to the ends of the game to make it happen. The monster reared back and opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of fire aimed straight at Song Fei. His eyes widened, he was caught off guard. But before the flames could reach him, one of his fangirls rushed forward and took the hit head-on. Her body began to disintegrate, fading into particles of light. Song Fei grabbed her hand and put on a sorrowful expression. With tears in her eyes, the girl swore she'd do anything for him, anything to help him rise to the top. Nearby, a chubby girl clutched her staff tightly and shouted to the others, "Get angry! If we kill this ugly beast, Brother Song Fei will reach number 1. They erupted in cheers. Weapons raised, they vowed to conquer the world and rule the heavens at Song Fei's side. Spells rained down like a storm, lightning strikes hammering the twin-headed monster. Song Fei watched the boss's health fall and smirked. It was finally going to die. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, how had Shadow, a solo player, taken down a gold-tier boss on his own? It had to be a bug. He was only level 7, even with all his fans helping. Meanwhile, Shadow had somehow shot ahead to level 9. But no matter, this kill would push him to level 8. If Shadow stayed stuck, he'd finally surpass him and take the number 1 spot in this curse game. That's when it happened. A shadowy hand clamped over Song Fei's mouth from behind. In one clean motion, Qin Feng decapitated him. Then, without missing a beat, instant shadow slash tore his body apart. Blood gushed from Song Fei's mouth as his fans stood frozen in horror. Before they could even scream, Qin Feng moved like lightning, slicing through the fans and the boss with ruthless precision. A system window popped up. Boss defeated. Plus 1,500 EXP. The silver tier monster collapsed, its body unraveling into raw lifespan energy. Everyone watched, stunned. Shadow had wiped them all out in a single strike. Their attacks had barely scratched the boss, maybe 100 damage at most. But Shadow? His hit had done thousands. 10 times stronger. No, maybe more. As the boss's body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan, Qin Feng dropped his stealth. Players around the valley gasped. It really was him. The sharper ones realized it hadn't been just a strike. It was a devastating AoE attack. Song Fei and his entire cult of fans gone in seconds. All eyes locked on a Shadow. The same player who'd taken down the world's first gold-tier boss. They knew better than to provoke him. One by one, they backed off. Then some began to cheer, claiming he'd avenged them, that he'd rid the server of Song Fei's toxic squad. Qin Feng knew the truth. They weren't cheering, they were terrified. If he'd wanted, he could have turned his blade on them too. In his past life, he wouldn't have hesitated. Elsewhere, in Firefly Town, Song Fei respawned and immediately collapsed in a panic. System notification. You were killed by Shadow. Minus 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Minus 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. He stared in disbelief. Shadow was here, in Firefly Town. Of all the hundreds of starter towns across the game, of all the towns in Jianghai City, Shadow had come to his just to steal the kill. As Song Fei's fans respawned one after another, confusion filled the air. The chubby girl stared blankly. Song Fei had died too? One of the others was furious. Why did Shadow attack us? Another speculated that he just wanted the silver-tier boss for himself. According to them, Shadow was a coward for striking while Song Fei was distracted. That made him evil. Just then, an archer nervously approached Song Fei. Can I join your party? She asked, revealing that she had the eagle eye skill. She could detect invisible enemies. But his fangirls shut her down immediately. He only wants mages, one snapped. The chubby girl chimed in, saying the archer's monster-killing speed was too slow. She'd only hold Song Fei back from climbing the rankings. But Song Fei held up his arms and smiled kindly. Even if you're an archer, you can still be part of the family, he said warmly. Love can fill everything. He gently took the archer's hand. I felt your emotions, he said. Let's level up together. The girl's face turned red as tears streamed down. She was overwhelmed just standing beside him. Then an assassin stepped forward, declaring she could also turn invisible, and vowed to make Shadow pay for what he'd done. A mage joined in, saying she'd just learned a new Yoi spell. She promised she'd free Shadow in place. Song Fei opened his arms again. Our family is full of love, he declared. Any girl who wants to join is welcome. The crowd of fangirls erupted in tears, swearing loyalty to Song Fei all over again. To them, Shadow was dishonorable for ambushing their beloved leader, and they would make him pay. Next time they saw Shadow, they promised they'd let Song Fei deal the final blow. He had to learn what happened to those who crossed Song Fei. Meanwhile, two nearby players watched the scene unfold. They didn't know what Song Fei planned next, but they were still satisfied knowing someone had taken him down. With so many girls guarding him, they had no idea how it had happened. But once they realized it was Shadow, it all made sense. He's insane, one whispered. But those girls? Totally nuts. Back at the battlefield, a smile crept across Song Fei's face. This time, he would make sure everyone saw it when he took down Shadow in front of a crowd. He'd prove that being strong meant nothing if you fought alone, especially for a solo assassin. How could someone like Shadow possibly beat a glorious mage like him? At that very moment, Qin Feng was still at the boss site, picking through the loot. With greedy hand, he scored big, 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver tier items, and 1 golden tier piece. Without hesitation, he spent 10 of his 9 points to evolve Graceful Liberation. The upgrade was huge. The passive weak point correction doubled, going from 100% to 200%. The weak point damage multiplier also doubled. As for the active effect, his next attack would now automatically trigger the slit throat effect. The upgraded slit throat effect was now deadlier than ever, dealing 150% attack damage per second instead of 100%, still over 3 seconds. The cooldown dropped from 3 seconds to just 18.5. Even more impressive, the weak point hit correction had risen to 200%, effectively doubling the size of every enemy's weak spot. If amplified further, half the target's body would count as a weak point. Qin Feng suspected even Shadow Slash might now trigger weak point damage. The skill had started at epic tier with no evolution points, yet now it was legendary. But going forward, the cost was staggering. To evolve a legendary skill to mythical, it would require 200 evolution points, a 100 times increase. Based on that scaling, evolving Greedy Hand, which was still epic, would eventually demand 210 points, and to go from legendary to mythical, 3,400 more. For now, he had just 9 points left. He used 8 of them to upgrade Backstab Enhancement, bumping it from gold to platinum. The passive damage boost rose from 30% to 40%. Between the silver tier boss and the wave of players he'd taken down, he had earned over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. Mission accomplished. It was time to head out. But just as Qin Feng let his guard down, a girl lunged at him from behind. She tried to land a surprise attack, but Qin Feng dodged it with ease. She slashed again. Same result. Stunned by how effortlessly he evaded her, she quickly activated stealth and vanished. Seconds later, Song Fei's fangirls appeared at the top of the cliff, glaring down at him. They shouted threats, swearing to avenge their beloved. Mages raised their staffs. The newly accepted archer aimed her bow. Without hesitation, Qin Feng disappeared into shadow. But the archer wasn't done. She activated Eagle Eye, her special skill that could pierce through stealth. Her arrow morphed into a ghostly eagle, soaring through the sky, until it burst into a shower of glowing feathers. The feathers rained down across the battlefield like shimmering snow. They touched someone cloaked in stealth, the assassin from Song Fei's party. Her body flickered into view as her stealth was forcefully broken. The chubby fangirl clenched her fist, thinking they had successfully flushed out Qin Feng. Hit her with everything you've got, she ordered. With no hesitation, the entire group unleashed their strongest spells in a massive wave of destruction. The assassin's eyes widened in terror. Wait, I'm not, she shouted. But it was too late. A devastating explosion erupted as the spells hit, obliterating her on the spot. No one mourned. The chubby girl just scowled. She wasn't even a mage. She didn't truly love Song Fei, she muttered. This was divine punishment for her betrayal. She turned back to the archer. Launch Eagle Eye again. Find him. The archer nodded and prepared to act. But before she could loose the arrow, Qin Feng struck. He pulled out the ghost fire bell and rang it. The moment it rang, the active effect, Soul Attack, triggered. A pulse swept out across 100 meters, and every enemy within range froze in place. Immobilized for 3 seconds. It cooled down? A brutal 521 seconds. But those 3 seconds? More than enough for Qin Feng to make his move. Just as the archer prepared to use Eagle Eye again, a strange aura wrapped around her and everyone near her. Their bodies froze. Confused, none of them could even blink before Qin Feng emerged from the shadows. Instant slash. He struck like lightning, cutting through every one of them. Their bodies were sliced to pieces before they even had time to scream. Behind a nearby corner, Song Fei cautiously peeked out, eyes narrowing. He didn't understand what had just happened. Everyone was dead, but how? His first thought was Shadow. But no, if Shadow had attacked, he would have revealed himself. Right? Wrong. Qin Feng was already standing behind him, still invisible. His gaze sharp, his voice cold. You're next. Song Fei froze. The second he heard that voice, his whole body trembled. Panic spread across his face. With shaking hands, he activated his magic shield, summoning a glowing barrier around himself. But Qin Feng didn't even blink. He pulled out a poison dart and launched it. The dart passed through the shield like it was made of paper, shattering it instantly and hitting Song Fei square in the forehead. Song Fei screamed. His body began to disintegrate, breaking apart into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng dropped stealth and stepped into view. As the last of Song Fei's body vanished, Qin Feng realized something shocking. He'd been carrying over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But his fangirls? Nothing. Not a single drop of tradable lifespan among them. It clicked. They'd given it all to him. So much time, hundreds of years' worth of lifespan, sacrificed to feed a fraud. All of it now just floating through the air, ready to be absorbed by nearby monsters. Qin Feng shook his head. To some, this was still just a game. But these obsessive fans, they were something else. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his squad respawned again. But this time, Song Fei was furious. His lifespan had dropped to 500 days from over 2,000. He glared at the archer. Why couldn't you find him with Eagle Eye? She nervously explained she had used it, but it only revealed their party's assassin, her sister. The chubby girl chimed in, saying the archer's detection level wasn't high enough. The archer confirmed it. Her Eagle Eye only countered stealth level 1. If the enemy's stealth was higher, she couldn't see them at all. Song Fei clenched his fists. Shadow kept attacking from nowhere and vanishing without a trace. How was he supposed to fight back? Touching his face, he muttered, I haven't even done anything to him. But then another thought hit him. Maybe Shadow's just jealous of my flawless beauty. He shivered. What if Shadow came for him again? His fangirls, weapons raised, quickly made a decision. For everyone's safety, it was time to level up somewhere else. Wherever Song Fei went, they would follow. No matter what. Not long after, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town. He looked around for a while, but something fell off. Song Fei and his fans were gone. He couldn't tell if they had changed towns, or if it just logged out. Deactivating stealth, Qin Feng stepped into the open. Qin Feng spotted a player nearby and approached, asking if he'd seen where Song Fei and his fan club had gone. The man flinched the moment he realized who he was talking to. Nervously, he pointed to a path off to the side. They went that way, he whispered. Then, dropping his voice even lower, he begged, please, kill Song Fei. Then came an odd request. If you do, could you spare my girlfriend? She's a hunter, goes by the name A Fei Bao, Kitty. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. You should probably find a new girlfriend. The man's face went pale. He quickly realized his girlfriend was the one who could detect stealth. Before he could say another word, Qin Feng vanished into the air. But the desperate man called out, please. I worked so hard to find her. Qin Feng now knew the direction they'd gone, but not their destination. Searching town after town would take too long. Suddenly, he heard the man shouting again, calling for Shadow like a lost dog. Just then, a woman walked past him. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. It was her, Gu Yixue. He dropped his stealth and smiled. Hey, beautiful. Think you can help me out? Gu Yixue turned, surprised to see Shadow standing there. Qin Feng pulled out the gold-tier priest staff from his inventory. I heard your class can track targets across wide areas, he said. Help me find Song Fei, and I'll give you the staff for cheap. Her eyes lit up. Opening her system window, she looked at him curiously. How do you know I can do wide area tracking? I've never told anyone. Qin Feng tilted his head. Do you want the staff or not? She hesitated. I don't know if I can afford it. Wait, he said. You don't even have 500 days of tradable lifespan? The original price is 700 or 800. She checked her system window and realized she did have 700 days. Deal. They completed the transaction. A confirmation popped up, and she clutched the golden staff with both hands, nearly drooling. Qin Feng chuckled and gently tapped her cheek. Focus. Let's not lose time. Her cheeks turned red as she nodded and smiled. With her new staff in hand, she began to focus, channeling her ability. An owl familiar appeared and started circling above her. Even though this was their first time meeting, Shadow gave her a strange sense of familiarity. As her owl flapped its wings, Gu Yixue gave him a sideways glance. You're not worried? I'll just take the staff and leave. Qin Feng's expression stayed calm. Don't you hate Song Fei? Her eyes went wide. How did you know that? She couldn't tell if Shadow was someone she knew in real life, but his voice didn't feel unfamiliar. Qin Feng just smiled. Take a guess. She sighed and raised her hand. Too lazy to guess. Just then, her eyes sharpened. The owl flew high over the town and in the distance. Deep in the heart of the canyon, she finally spotted Song Fei and his crew. Her owl had tracked them through the rocky maze and now hovered above their hideout. Wasting no time, she relayed the location to Qin Feng and urged him to hurry. Song Fei might vanish again if he didn't get there fast. The owl had speed, sure, but shadowing them for too long would wear it out. Shadow didn't miss a beat. Don't worry, he said. I'll be there in no time. And just like that, Qin Feng shot off, darting over jagged rocks and rough terrain without missing a step. But then, the owl suddenly stopped. That wasn't normal. Qin Feng halted too. Something was interfering with their trail. Scanning his surroundings, he caught sight of a strange marking carved into a tree. Curious, he reached out to her again. At his request, the owl began to sweep the area. Soon, it spotted 2 more trees, each marked with the same symbol. One 100 meters ahead, another 100 meters to the left. Qin Feng approached them carefully, placing a bit of his energy into each symbol as he touched them. That's when it happened. A surge of light connected all 3 trees. The earth between them lit up, and from the glowing ground, a treasure chest slowly emerged, radiant green light spilling out, golden energy swirling around it. Feng froze. A treasure chest like this, hidden in an ordinary place like Firefly Town? It didn't add up. These ancient divine relics were incredibly rare. When they appeared, chaos usually followed, either beasts, monsters, or unimaginable rewards. From the owl's vantage point, she was just as stunned. That green glow, it could mean 1,000 days of life, or over 10 million in hard currency. Qin Feng gave her a silent nod of respect. Her instincts had nailed it again. In his past life, a single year of lifespan had gone for 1:10,000. By day 2, that price had skyrocketed to 1:50,000 plus. She wasn't done yet, though. Eyes sharp, she began memorizing the symbols. Whatever hidden patterns they held, she'd uncover them. Back at the chest, Qin Feng opened it. Inside was a skill book, pitch black, with a dark aura leaking out from it. The title, Curse of the Blossoms. A high-tier, emerald-level ability. With it, cursed flowers would bloom from fallen enemies, making their tradable lifespan drop instantly to 0. No cooldown, but it had to be used within 15 seconds of the kill. Feng remembered this spell. In his past life, it had been deadly. Every enemy he dropped could be turned into pure profit. If he took out Song Fei and held his ground for a moment after, he wouldn't just win, he'd strip him of everything. A cold grin crept across his face. This time, Song Fei wouldn't get away. Not just defeated, but drained dry. As Qin Feng charged toward his prey, the scene shifted. Somewhere else in the canyon, Song Fei's fan club was deep in battle, hammering away at a boss. While they fought hard, Song Fei hung back, saving his energy to steal the final strike. He was smug, convinced Qin Feng wouldn't chase them this far. After all, he'd already been humiliated twice, once in front of a silver-rank boss. That should have been enough. But Song Fei was wrong. Just as the boss began to falter, the heavier girl in the group noticed something. Another squad, closing in on the fight. Nearby, a second boss had appeared, but Song Fei, ever slick, spun the situation to his advantage. He told his fans the other group fighting the boss were followers of a rival idol, out to ruin his image. That was all it took. His fans' expressions twisted with fury. No one was going to one-up their precious Song Fei. Without hesitation, they rushed the other group. The newcomers, thinking help had arrived, welcomed them, only to be blindsided. Before anyone could greet them, the heavy-set girl from Song Fei's side brought her staff crashing down, knocking out their team leader in a single strike. The rest of the squad froze, confused, but Song Fei's crew didn't stop. They attacked, shouting nonsense about idols, destiny, and betrayal. One of the stunned victims tried to ask what was going on, but a spell silenced him instantly. Then things got weird. Song Fei's fans began chanting bizarre poems, praising him like he was some kind of divine being. And once the enemy team was wiped out, they stood aside, proudly making way for their golden idol to claim the final blow on the boss. Song Fei, never dropping the act, stepped forward with a fake smile. He praised his fans, calling them heroes, making up stories about a near ambush. He piled on the compliments, and the fangirls just blushed and giggled, eating it up like candy. It was all a performance, and they were loving it. But the show was about to end. Just as Song Fei raised his weapon for the finishing hit, a shadow appeared at the canyon's edge. A chill ran down his spine. Something was off. He turned. Too late. Feng's blade sliced through the air like judgment itself, and in one fluid strike, Song Fei's head was gone. His body hit the dirt before anyone could react. This time, Shadow didn't just walk away. He knelt beside the corpse and activated Curse of the Blossoms. A deep red flower burst from Song Fei's chest, its petals twitching unnaturally as they drained away every bit of his tradable lifespan. The fangirls watched, frozen. None of them could make sense of what they were seeing. Then everything faded. Song Fei reappeared at Firefly Town's portal, dazed and irritated. He couldn't figure out, why was Shadow always chasing him? In his twisted logic, he chalked it up to jealousy. Maybe Shadow couldn't stand how popular he was. Or maybe, just maybe, one of the fangirls had once liked Shadow instead. He convinced himself that Shadow's obsession with Firefly Town was part of some bizarre revenge plot. But then a system alert popped up, and everything changed. His tradable lifespan was plummeting. Fast. At first, he thought it was a penalty for dying too much. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. One by one, his fans began arriving at the portal. The heavy mage girl ran up to him, breathless, describing the eerie red flower that had grown from his body, sucking away something vital. That's when it hit him. The cursed flower. The vanishing lifespan. It was all Shadow's doing. Some terrifying new power he'd unlocked. The shock turned to panic. Without wasting another second, Song Fei gave the order. Everyone log off now. If they stayed online and kept losing to Shadow, they wouldn't just lose battles, they'd lose everything. With tradable lifespan dropping to 0, it wasn't just a game anymore. This meant real death. Still putting on the role of leader, Song Fei rallied his fanbase, calling them his family. He promised he'd step into the real world to recover their lost time and come back stronger, armed with powerful new gear, but using the lifespan they'd stashed away. And just like that, the girls were right back under his spell, excitedly imagining a glorious comeback to crush Shadow for good. As Song Fei logged out, anger twisted his face. He wasn't ready to accept defeat. Not after grinding for 2.5 years to reach the top. In his eyes, no random player was going to take him down, not when money could solve everything. All he needed was time. Back at the battlefield, the red flowers told the story, each one sprouting from a fallen player, quietly draining away their tradable lifespan. Song Fei's loyal fans had unknowingly handed everything they earned to Shadow. And thanks to that ambush, his killer rank shot up to level 4. At that rank, the penalty for dying meant losing a crushing 96.8% of tradable lifespan. But Shadow didn't care. He gained nearly 1,000 days in one sweep, all because of Song Fei and his blindly loyal followers. They'd done the hard part, fighting the monsters, and Shadow had simply swooped in and claimed the rewards. Still, nothing lasted forever. The crimson flowers started to wilt, their energy fading. Shadow realized what had happened. The players had all logged out, trying to avoid losing even more. High above, the white owl flew in silence. Xiao Shui had watched it all unfold through its eyes, and even she was stunned. Seeing the top player move like that, it was something else entirely. When Shadow asked her if Song Fei had truly logged off, she confirmed it. The entire group had vanished from the game. "Keep watching," Shadow said quietly. "Let me know the second he's back." Xiao Shui blinked. "Wait, I thought I was done." "Not quite," Shadow replied, a faint grin in his voice. "I just picked up a golden tier pre-skill, Sword of Divine Judgment." That got her attention. Instantly curious, Xiao Shui perked up. She wanted that skill. Shadow made her an offer, 500 days of lifespan in exchange. But then he added, "I'll cut that in half if you agree to one thing." Xiao Shui's eyes narrowed. "I'm not trading my dignity." Shadow quickly waved it off. No, it's not that. I want you to join my team as our main healer." Her tense expression broke into a laugh. "You should have just said that." "Sure, I'm in. But if your team sucks, that's on you." "They're solid," Shadow replied. "You'll see." He reached out to reconnect with his crew. Meanwhile, across the game world, in a completely different zone, Wang Ming was celebrating a win. He'd just taken down a poisonous monster and was riding high on the experience boost. Feeling good, he called out for a heal and something to counter the poison effect, but hesitated. Still unsure about her priest class, she froze, unsure of what to do. Wang tried to jog her memory, reminding her that priests had a toxin cleanse. But before she could properly respond, she misclicked. The spell hit a tree instead of Wang. Seconds later, his HP hit 0. He collapsed on the ground, the poison claiming him. All that effort, wasted. Frustration hung in the air. The team stared in disbelief at Feng's sister, still standing blankly near the teleportation stone. After everything that just happened, no one could understand how she'd been that useless. Later, their team leader faced a tough call. They couldn't go on like this. Not with a healer who didn't know how to heal. But finding a capable hidden class priest now? Nearly impossible. The good ones were already taken. Meanwhile, Xiao was completely unaware of the storm around her. Lost in her own world, she was busy daydreaming, seeing herself as some chosen goddess destined to dominate this new realm. Her quick leveling? Proof, she thought, of her rising greatness. In her mind, she'd soon stand beside her brother Song Fei in all his glory. Then, out of nowhere, exciting news arrived, straight from Shadow. Wang Ming's heart leapt. A hidden class healer had agreed to join them. Not just any healer either, a whitebird priest, strong in multiple roles. This was exactly what they needed. The moment Shadow confirmed her location, Firefly Town, the leader didn't hesitate. Sure, it wasn't the best place for leveling, but it didn't matter. They had to regroup. Wang agreed instantly and started prepping for the trip. But first, he had to deal with Xiao. He broke it to her gently, saying they were heading to a higher-level zone and Shell Town was just too crowded. He made it sound like her low level was the only issue, careful not to crush her pride. Before she could say anything, the team was already gone, clearly relieved to ditch a priest who couldn't heal. But Xiao didn't take it the way they expected. Not even close. She took their departure as a blessing, convinced they weren't worthy of her greatness. With her inflated sense of destiny still intact, she made a bold new plan. Find Shadow and make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Ming arrived in Firefly Town and quickly linked up with Shadow and Xiao Shui. He handed over the lifespan he'd gained from their last battle, ready to lock in the new team. As they started coordinating, Wang brought up someone new, an ally named Anyu. The second Shadow heard the name, he froze. That name wasn't random. And then she appeared. With a bright wave and an easy smile, Anyu strolled over, instantly catching the attention of both men. Shadow was stunned. The woman standing before him wasn't just any player. She was the Anyu, also known by her other title, Justice Execution. She was the only player with the Dragon Swordsman hidden class. In Shadow's past life, she'd been one of the top 20 players in the entire world. More than that, she played a key role in the official forces of the country. A national figure, respected and feared in equal measure. And here she was, arriving early, radiant, and looking directly at him with clear admiration. Xiao Shui introduced herself with a warm smile, even joking that Shadow might be a time traveler or a reincarnated champion. No one rose in power this fast without a secret. Shadow said nothing. His mind drifted to darker memories of the time when their paths had crossed under much different and much more dire circumstances. Back then, she hadn't been part of Wang's team. That made her appearance, now, all the more shocking. She likely already had a large amount of tradable lifespan stockpiled, probably from her work with government factions. And with a class like Dragon Swordsman, known for its insane resilience and power, she was the perfect candidate to hold it. Shadow could see why the authorities had chosen her, and he respected it. Anyu didn't waste words either. She looked right at him and said. Anyu's tone was sweet, but her words were firm. She asked if Shadow had any gear to sell. Her group was interested in buying. With a light smile, she reminded him of the weight she carried. Responsibility for an entire city. Shadow saw no reason to turn her down. Opposing her now would do more harm than good, and both of them knew it. He agreed without hesitation, pointing out it would be foolish to pass up such a mutually beneficial deal. Despite her cheerful, unthreatening demeanor, Qinfeng knew better. There was much more to Anyu than what she showed on the surface. Meanwhile, Songfei's fans had logged off, and reality came crashing down. An official system announcement had dropped like a bomb. Lifespan in the game was real, and if it hit 0, it meant actual death. They were stunned. The archer was the first to explode. She had donated every last day of her tradable lifespan to Songfei. Others were barely hanging on, with just a few days left. The assassin, who'd taken out multiple players, was horrified. Each kill had earned her assassin stats, but dying one more time would now cost her double the lifespan. No one could believe how punishing 3 deaths could be. Lifespan gone just like that. The chubby girl, still trying to process it, began scrolling through her messages. Her face turned pale with sweat as she did the math. As a tank mage, she'd always been on the front lines, charging in a battle, racking up kills and deaths. Now, she only had 1 day of lifespan left. If that number dropped to 0, it would be the end, permanent death, even outside the game. Then, a message caught her eye. Brother Songfei was buying lifespan. Her eyes lit up. Of course he would help her. Quickly, she changed clothes, even considering wearing her full Brother Songfei support outfit, from head to toe. She was convinced this was her big break. She even thought about his latest product release, the Songfei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. Wrapped in merchandise, buzzing with hope, she rushed out the door, off to find Songfei. Her destination, the concert hall. Not far from there, in another part of the city, Qinfeng's sister had also logged out. But now, even in the real world, she wasn't sure what was real anymore. She checked her phone and smiled. Lifespan was now selling for 15,000 per day. With the 200 days she still had, she could become a millionaire overnight. But her smile vanished. News hit her like a punch. Shadow had killed Songfei. Not once, but 3 times. She broke down. Tears of rage and sorrow streamed down her face. She remembered the warnings. If your lifespan hit 0 in the game, you'd really die. Even with over 100 years of non-tradable life remaining, those 3 deaths had drained her to just 12 years. Then her thoughts circled back to Songfei. Why had Shadow gone after him? She dove into the group chats, desperate for answers. The rumors were true. Despite being surrounded by dozens of players, Shadow had taken Songfei out 3 times. To her, Shadow wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Back in the chat, the chubby girl sprang into action. She sent out a desperate call. Brother Songfei needs help. She begged anyone nearby in Jianghai City to meet her and sell their tradable lifespan. She even dropped his location, the Jiang Plaza. And she added one more thing to seal the deal. The current exchange rate, 1 lifespan day equals 10,000. To her, it was the perfect opportunity. She couldn't believe it. The Jiang Plaza was just around the corner, and Brother Songfei was there. Qinfeng's sister quickly got dressed, her mind racing. She couldn't just sit back and watch his lifespan vanish. Thanks to Shadow and everything that had happened, she'd managed to save up over 200 days of tradable lifespan. Just enough to help. Without wasting a second, she rushed out. She was going to save Brother Songfei. Meanwhile, in the game, Shadow moved like a storm through the wilderness, cutting down monsters with ease. Then came the ding. A system window popped up. Level 10 reached. His attributes increased by 2, and he received 5 free attribute points. But that was just the start. As the first player to hit level 10 in the Jianghai City area, he earned 7 reputation points. First in the Great Xia Kingdom, another 14. And globally, the first player worldwide to reach level 10, a bonus of 21 reputation points. One more system message followed. The teleportation gate to the continent of forgotten gods would unlock once 7 players reached level 10 in the Jianghai City area. At that moment, every town across the server received the same system announcement. Shadow had hit level 10. Players everywhere were floored. As expected, it was him again. First to slay a gold tier monster. Now the first in the world to hit level 10. Shadow's dominance was on full display. Some players vented in chat, jealous and stunned. Seriously? He's from Xia? How the hell is he moving this fast? Others compared progress in frustration. My Hidden Smith class is still stuck at level 8. And still, no one knew if, out of 1.5 billion players across Tanganu, anyone could catch up to him. Back at the shore, Shadow stood still for a moment, then opened his status screen. He spent his 5 attribute points and consumed all 13 of his evolution points, bringing the total to 0. The result? His base skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum to Emerald. Its passive bonus increased from 40% to 50%. A massive jump. Even so, his tradable lifespan, just over 7,000 days, felt like it wasn't enough. He knew that to activate the teleportation gate out of Starter Town, 7 players needed to hit level 10. And right now, the next closest were only level 7. It would take time. With that, he decided to log out and handle something in the real world. His body vanished into the sand, and seconds later, his eyes opened in the real world. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to transfer your skills to reality? Without hesitation, Qin Feng accepted. The system asked which skill he wanted to extract. He didn't pick a single move. He chose his entire class. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan were consumed. Extraction complete. The Shadow class had been transferred to the real world. Its passive ability activated instantly. His body surged with power. Strength +3. Constitution +3. Agility +8. Spirit +5. Then, he took it one step further. He extracted level X2, and the system responded. Level X2 successfully extracted. To level up further in the real world, Qin Feng consumed another 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Immediately, his real-world level rose to level 3, and with it, a fresh wave of stat boosts. Strength +4. Constitution +4. Agility +4. Spirit +4. Then came another system report. He had used 900 days to extract a new skill, Shadow Step, ranked Platinum tier. And another 2,262 days had gone into extracting Venomous Dagger, a deadly silver tier skill. Still, Qin Feng was satisfied. He had 1,292 days of tradable lifespan left. For now, no other skills could be extracted, but this trade had been worth it. He had only paid the cost for a low-tier ability, but had managed to pull a Platinum tier skill in return. His fist clenched tight. The thought of Song Fei still burned in his mind. Now, his base stats were more than double that of the average person. His agility had hit 32 points, pushing beyond normal human limits. With unlimited invisibility and a dagger laced with poison that could hit targets up to 14 meters away, he had more than enough to finish the job. He pulled out his phone and paused. Song Fei was aggressively buying lifespan. It was clear he planned to dive back into the game, maybe even come after him. Feng's eyes narrowed. Song Fei was at the Jiang Plaza, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, he could get there in just over 10 minutes. Then his phone buzzed again. A message from Hu Qibin, the powerful, arrogant supervisor from the company. She was furious. Apparently, the company's top young lady had taken an interest in him, and she couldn't believe he wasn't answering calls. To her, this was his golden opportunity. Why wasn't he cooperating? Feng didn't even hesitate. Blocked. As he kept walking, he tossed the phone aside and let his body melt into invisibility. Let them come looking, he thought. Soon enough, they'd all understand what Forsaken Gods truly was. Hours later, at a Jiang Plaza, the concert was already in full swing. The crowd? Packed with girls. Among them was none other than Qin Feng's sister. On stage, Song Fei sat relaxed beside a smiling blonde woman. She leaned in and joked that she'd heard he'd been killed 3 times by Shadow. But she told him not to worry. Her people were already investigating Shadow's real-world identity. With interest, Song Fei asked how it was going. She smiled. Her people were already en route to Firefly Town, working to establish contact. The plan was simple. Offer Shadow an amount he couldn't refuse. The moment he stepped out to collect the reward, they'd catch him. And when they did, she'd make sure Song Fei had a chance to vent his frustration properly. Song Fei smiled wide. Let me know when it happens, he said. Then he casually asked if she'd heard what Jiang Corporation had been doing, using the same tactic to manipulate players into working for free. Hu Qibin laughed. According to her, the players were pathetic, weak, barely able to gather any lifespan. Working with Song Fei was far better. So many girls gave him their lifespan willingly, some even ready to die for him. Song Fei's laugh turned cold. Then, from the crowd, a man's voice rang out, furious and sharp. Stop! Stop recklessly selling your lifespan. Stop selling your lifespan. The man in the crowd shouted, his voice sharp and clear, cutting through the cheers. He turned towards Song Fei, eyes blazing. You know what this means? He said. Lifespan is tied to life and death. And yet you're out here manipulating people, buying up their time like it's nothing. You're risking lives for your own gain. And we're not letting it slide. We're reporting this. But Song Fei just smiled. There was always one, someone who thought they were the hero. He stood up slowly and faced the crowd, calm and composed. His voice rang out over the plaza. I've seen the concerns, the discussions happening lately. And I understand. My actions, my purchases of lifespan, may have used certain public resources. It might have caused disruptions. And, for that, I offer my deepest apologies. A hush fell, but before he could say more, his fans shouted out in protest. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Still smiling, Song Fei continued with gentle sincerity. I'm truly thankful for your love and support. But more than anything, I want to remind everyone, true love should be rational. It should be uplifting. We need to support our idols in a way that brings light, not harm. Tears welled in his eyes as he pressed on. We all know how this game is affecting the nation. I've been working closely with the authorities, doing my best in the game. That's why I've spent my personal funds to buy lifespan, to stay in the fight, to become the kind of idol worth looking up to. He paused, his voice heavy with emotion. I just wanted to give something back to you all. I wanted you to find hope, not just in the game, but in real life. Peace, safety, a better tomorrow. But I never imagined it would cause so much trouble for everyone. The crowd grew emotional. Fans began sobbing. He bowed deeply. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I've caused. Truly, that broke them. They yelled at the man who'd spoken up, calling him heartless, a savage. We're giving him our lifespan because we want to. Don't you dare insult our love. Then the chubby girl stepped onto the stage, defiant. Don't listen to those ridiculous rumors, she shouted. Only brainless pigs believe that lifespan in-game affects you in real life. What proof do they even have? She placed a hand over her chest and declared proudly, I'm the one who only has a day of lifespan left. And look at me, I'm fine. Even if the rumors were true, if you don't have the courage to die for Brother Song Fei, then you don't deserve to say you love him. Her words lit a fire in the crowd. A wave of devotion surged. More fans stepped forward, ready to give up the last of their lifespan. All for him. Song Fei's face lit up with gratitude. He reached out a hand toward her. Being loved by someone like you, he said gently, it's an honor. She broke down, crying as she swore she would die for him. And then, it happened. Something whistled through the air. Thud. It struck Song Fei in the head. Silence fell like a hammer. Blood spilled from his mouth. His hair began to fall, scattering like autumn leaves in the wind. Song Fei's body collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder. Her eyes went wide with terror. She stumbled backward, landing hard on the ground, her voice breaking into a scream. Panic gripped her. She had no idea what had just happened. Then the truth hit. Song Fei was dead. All around, his fans erupted in chaos. Screams echoed through the plaza. Some tried to run. Others froze, staring in disbelief. It was like the entire world cracked in that moment. The guards rushed to protect Hu Chi-bin, pulling her away from the stage. But even she couldn't hold it together. Tears streamed down her face as she shouted. I saw it. When he died in the game, he was surrounded by a ring of lifespan. Her voice shook. We have to leave now. Whoever did this wasn't normal. The realization dawned, slow and horrifying. The person who killed Song Fei had used a game skill. And if that were true, if skills from the game could be used in the real world, then everything was about to change. She replayed it in her mind. The sudden kill, the vanishing act, the way the lifespan was absorbed. There was only one person who could have pulled that off. Shadow. But before she could say another word, before she could run or scream or warn anyone, thwip, a dart struck her head. She dropped instantly, dead. The guards froze, stunned and powerless. And somewhere in the panicked crowd, watching it all unfold, was Qin Feng. Dusk had fallen when the news broke. A shocking report announced the death of superstar Zhu Fei at the Jian Plaza. But that wasn't all. His most devoted fans, overwhelmed by grief, gave up the last of their lifespans, collapsing beside his lifeless body. Police investigations soon uncovered the chilling truth. Zhu Fei's death wasn't natural. It was caused by supernatural abilities. Meanwhile, tears streaked down the faces of Qin Feng's sister and her friend. Fear gripped them. Just yesterday, they were cheering at Zhu Fei's concert. And now he was gone. Her friend, sharp and observant, pieced it together quickly. The throwing knives, the invisibility. These weren't coincidences. These were skills from that curse game. Could have been Shadow. She had heard the rumors. Shadow had killed Zhu Fei 3 times in-game. Could the same have happened in the real world? Xiao couldn't wrap her head around it. Game abilities appearing in reality? Impossible, or so she thought. Still, she kept replaying it in her mind. The way Shadow had killed him in the game. And now this? The signs matched. Throwing knives. Stealth. Assassin techniques. It could only be him. Her brother, killed by Shadow. In that moment, something inside her broke. If Shadow had figured out how to bring game skills into the real world, then so would she. She would get close to him, no matter what it took. From that moment on, she had only one goal, to grow stronger. Strong enough to take him down. The taxi came to a halt. As they stepped out, her friend looked at her concerned. You okay? Zaya didn't answer. Her eyes burned with fury. All she wanted was revenge, to make Shadow pay for Zhu Fei's death. While all this unfolded, our boy, he was casually slurping noodles in a small restaurant. Even in a game world where players couldn't die, their bodies still needed food. Hunger was real. Just then his phone buzzed. A message popped up. It was from Yang Zioya. She warned him. Fatty, who was livid. He blocked Qin Feng's phone and WeChat. If he didn't show up soon, he'd be fired. No salary for the month. Yang Zioya was someone he respected. A bit soft-hearted and often bullied, but kind. In his past life, she'd even been part of his Godslian guild. Qin Feng messaged her back, telling her not to worry about him or the job. Instead, she should focus on leveling up in the game. She replied, puzzled. Wait, have you played this game before? I heard it's crazy hard. People are literally burning through their lifespans. He explained simply. No matter what class she picked, the key early on was to boost agility. Just focus on that. She nodded, unsure but willing to trust him. Still, she brought up another concern. She'd heard the lifespan rewards in the game were insanely expensive. Then, curiously, she asked about his own progress. How much have you earned so far? Qin Feng smirked and replied, not much. Already spent most of it. He wasn't worried about Fatty Who. That guy was just a pawn. The real issue? His boss, Qian Shishir, the president's daughter, the one who actually ran the company where he used to work. And this girl? She wasn't someone to be taken lightly. All day, Qian Shishir had done nothing but chase men. First, she was spotted entering a hotel with 6 older foreign guys. Then, she was seen cruising in a flashy sports car with 3 African men, just for the thrill. And now, she was suddenly taking an interest in him. Qian Shishir was obsessed with anything foreign. After the game launched, she ditched Asia and headed to North America. There, she founded one of the top 3 guilds in the region, Alice's Wonderland. In his past life, she had stood directly against Daxia, constantly making things difficult for the Godslian Guild. She was a problem then, and she'd be an even bigger one now if he let her go. If he didn't stop her before she left the country, things could spiral. Once she made it back to North America, she'd be nearly untouchable. But if she were to die now, Alice's Wonderland might never exist. Rumor had it that all the core founders of Alice's guild were tied to Qian Shishir in one way or another. Without her, that connection would fall apart. His phone buzzed again. It was a call from Zayu. She sounded surprised he was even answering. Wasn't he supposed to be dead in the game? But now that she knew he was still alive, she told him straight. She had enough money to buy a house. He didn't need to worry about her anymore. He decided to keep playing along. Anything else you want to say? Her reply was cold. Don't contact me again. I won't look for you either. And don't even think about finding out where I live. With that, she cut him off completely. He ended the call, smiling. Honestly, he felt relieved. Time to head back and grind some more. It wouldn't be long before someone hit level 10. And when that happened, the truth about transferring game skills into reality would explode. From then on, peace would be a thing of the past. Elsewhere, Zayu and her friend logged into the game again. Her friend hesitated. Wasn't that a little harsh? Cutting your brother off like that? Maybe try making peace. But Zayu didn't waver. She revealed the truth. She had sold her lifespan to the Xian group for a full 2 million. Her friend stared at her, stunned. Zayu added that she'd bought a house, and they would live together from now on. She also mentioned that she'd soon be meeting Shadow. When that time came, Qin Feng would be completely irrelevant. Right then, a player passed by and caught her attention. With a grin, he handed her a book, the assassin skill book she'd been after. He reminded her of the promise she'd made. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Once everything's done, I'll grant your little wishes. But in her mind, she scoffed. Idiot. The moment she met Shadow, she wouldn't even spare a glance at trash like him. Still, he had his uses. She contacted Wang Ming and told him she had a control-type assassin skill book. If Shadow wanted it, she was willing to hand it over. A sly grin spread across her face. Flatterers like Zhang Wei might be pathetic, but even they could come in handy, especially when they had something this good in their hands. She believed this skill book would be the red thread that tied her to Shadow. Her plan was simple. Stay close to him. Quiet. Supportive. She'd be the one to heal his wounds, fight by his side, help him rise in level and power. She wanted him to feel her presence, truly notice her, trust her, see her as someone irreplaceable. His other half. But once she was strong enough, once he was no longer useful, she would end it with her own hands. She'd kill him, rip out his eyes, all in the name of her brother, Zhu Fei. But things didn't go as expected. Wang Ming got back to her with Shadow's answer. Shadow said the skill was trash. He didn't want it. She could sell it if she wanted. Just like that, dismissed. Elsewhere, Shadow had logged into the game. Almost immediately, he heard the clash of battle. This wasn't your usual fight. It sounded serious. He followed the sounds and spotted a player struggling with a massive boss. The guy, shield in hand, was trying to fend off a multi-armed creature. But escape was futile. Moments later, the beast shredded him into pieces. Shadow recognized the monster right away. Golden Arachnid. Level 8. Gold tier. Worse. It had anti-stealth level 2. That meant his invisibility would be useless here. The monster could see right through it. The arachnid let out a terrifying roar. Qin Feng didn't flinch. He burst from hiding and launched a direct attack, Shadow Slash, landing several strikes in rapid succession. Thousands of points in damage. His current buff gave him double damage when striking from outside the target's vision. But since the arachnid could see through stealth, that bonus didn't apply. His damage took a hit. Luckily, Graceful Liberation kicked in. Its legendary effect boosted weak point hits, specifically to the head and heart, by 200%. Of the 9 hits he landed, 3 struck true, triggering triple weak point damage. It made up for the loss in overall damage. A clutch move, and he silently thanked Xiao Hai. She had helped him find the Faith Temple. That skill was paying off now. A nearby mage watched, stunned. One single skill, and the Golden Arachnid's health bar dropped by 1/16. Then, Qin Feng threw a venomous throwing knife. It landed right in the monster's skull, dealing 1,783 damage. But he could feel it. This silver tier skill was already falling behind. If he wanted to keep up, he had to evolve. He needed a higher tier of invisibility, a new class advancement. Just then, the arachnid turned on him, lunging to strike. The mage froze in panic. But not him. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, not with fear, but certainty. The monster attacked. He weaved through its strikes effortlessly, dodging with pinpoint precision. The mage and her friend were speechless. It wasn't just his speed, it was his awareness. His reactions. It was like he knew the arachnid's every move. Truth was he did. He had fought this boss more times than he could count. In his past life, he'd teamed up with Qin Xiaoyou, who could barely protect herself, let alone heal him. So he had adapted, learned to survive on pure skill alone. A true warrior wasn't just about defense. It took movement, timing, evasion. That's how he made it to the top 100 in the world. And now, he was only getting started. Armed with nothing more than a basic warrior class, he launched another barrage of slashes at the boss. In no time, the Golden Arachnid's health dropped below half, then vanished. He activated stealth, disappearing from sight. Compared to bosses like the Golden Ghost ship, whose attacks were impossible to dodge, this one felt almost easy. The mage watching nearby was stunned, especially when the boss turned to flee. But Qin Feng wasn't about to let it get away. He dashed forward, drew his dagger, and slit the creature's throat clean. A system notification flashed in front of him. Level 8 gold tier boss defeated. Plus 6,400 EXP. Plus 7 evolution points. Plus 497 days of tradable lifespan. Then, he activated Greedy Feng, stacking an additional 21 evolution points and another 497 days of lifespan. Nearly 2,000 days of tradable time and 28 evolution points in total from a single fight. But the surprises weren't over. A second window popped up. He had earned a skill book, Blacklight Shield, an assassin-exclusive ability. Its active effect? For 8 seconds, it converted all dodge rate into a damage reduction shield. Cooldown, 60 seconds. For every 20% dodge rate, he gained 1 layer of shielding. Once the timer ended or the shield broke, the dodge rate returned to normal. He was stunned. A skill like this was a game-changer. Paired with Phantom Blur, his epic tier skill that granted 75% dodge, Blacklight Shield could stack 3 full layers of damage reduction. With this, he could take on powerful bosses without even getting scratched. Without hesitation, he spent 6 evolution points to upgrade the skill. Platinum, epic tier. The results were immediate. Duration extended to 14 seconds, up from 8. Conversion rate improved. Now every 10% dodge added a shield layer. His new total? 7 layers of damage reduction. That alone gave him the power to explore high-level zones well before anyone else. Still holding 22 evolution points, he turned to his venomous throwing knife. It needed more bite. He poured in 16 points, and the silver tier weapon evolved into emerald tier. Upgrades included max range, 17 meters. Damage over time, no longer reliant on weak points. Continuous effect, 5 seconds, non-stackable. On-hit damage, 120%, 240% of attack. Poison damage, 50%, 80% of attack per second. The result? Its damage had more than doubled. With only a 5-second cooldown, it was now just as deadly as Shadow Slash, if not more so. And the upgrades didn't stop there. He equipped 2 new assassin-class gear pieces. Agile Ring, Platinum tier, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Requires level 8. Heavy red leather gloves, gold tier, plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 all elemental resistances, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 HP. Requires level 6. With both equipped, his cooldown speed skyrocketed to 55%. What used to take time now came almost instantly. Shadow Slash used to have a 12-second cooldown. Now, just 7.7 seconds. On top of that, his stats had jumped. Plus 51 constitution, plus 106 physical defense, plus 1,517 HP. He could now take 3 full hits from the golden arachnid without dying. Add Blacklight Shield to that. His survivability had soared. The mage and a few others came over, still in awe. They praised him for taking down the boss like it was nothing. No one could believe he'd done it solo. Then, the mage asked if he had any gear or skills for mages she was interested in buying. He told her he did. A gold-tier skill book for mages, Frostball Bounce, a powerful area attack. It launched ice balls that could bounce up to 10 times. One-time use price? 800 days of tradable lifespan. She hesitated. Isn't that steep? I saw someone sell a level 5 gold skill for just 400 days earlier. But he looked her dead in the eye. This is level 7. Over 40% more damage than level 5. 800 days isn't expensive, it's fair. She didn't argue further. Deal made. The system confirmed the trade. As the transaction completed, he activated stealth again. Right now, there was no early game boss that could even threaten him. Time to move. He returned to town and posted a message, looking to gather intel on the locations of silver and gold tier bosses. The more bosses he hunted, the faster he could level up. Then, a message from Wang Meng. Zayu, the priestess from your old squad. Want to send you a skill book. That caught his attention. A skill book from Zayu? And it was bronze tier? He was curious, but cautious. Everyone was already whispering that he was the one who killed Jufei. And now she suddenly wanted to send him a skill? Was she trying to get close to him? Spy on him? Or maybe take revenge? He didn't trust it. He told Wang Meng to reject it. Tell her the skill's trash. I don't need it. She can sell it for cash. Then he turned to Wang Meng again. Come meet me in town. I've got something to sell you. And bring some lifespan. Wang Meng gave him a serious look. But instead of agreeing, he asked a direct question. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you asking if I killed someone? Then he admitted it. Yeah, I did it. For him, Wang Meng was a friend. So he was honest. During the time of Zhu Fei's death, Shadow had been disconnected from the game. But the motive? The timing? It all lined up. If Wang Meng was asking this now, it meant the authorities were already closing in. They had pieced most of it together. Qin Feng looked him in the eye and asked, Are you trying to arrest me? He knew the truth. Within the next 2 hours, more players would hit level 10. Once that happened, the ability to bring game powers into the real world wouldn't be a secret anymore. He was ready. It would be the perfect moment to see exactly how the Daxia government would respond. Shadow returned to Firefly Town, the familiar streets casting a strange, soothing calm over him. Waiting for him were Wang Meng and the rest of the crew. But the air was thick, still tainted by his recent clash with Song Fei. You didn't dance around it. She locked eyes with him and asked flatly, So, are you saying you killed Song Fei? Shadow gave a short smile, sharp, knowing, layered with meaning only he understood. Then he nodded. No hesitation. He owned it. You're the prime suspect now. Anyu said, her tone more observational than accusatory. She knew. They all did. The truth about Song Fei and Jiangli wasn't hidden anymore. Everyone in that circle understood what those two were really about. Twisting the system for their own gain, corrupt to the core. The Jiang Industries, the force behind all, had long turned players into pawns. Slavery masked as work. Death dressed as duty. Survival meant doing what had to be done. Shadow remembered his past life. Back then, he followed the rules. Play nice. Trusted the system. It got him nowhere. But now, this time he acted first. Song Fei, Jiangli, gone, before they could make their move. How this would shift the game's balance was anyone's guess. Fate was a tangled web, and he just ripped out a key thread. Rebirth gave him another shot. The question now was, could he rewrite the outcome? But bigger questions could wait. He had gear, platinum tier, weapons, armor, skill books. Stuff he didn't need anymore. The Shanghai city officials, though, they'd kill for it. Always hungry for power, always short on supply. With a few taps in the system window, Shadow started unloading it all. Premium loot for top dollar. The team stared, stunned. Their eyes widened as each item appeared. Wait, did you take down a platinum-grade boss? Someone asked, practically gasping. Shadow gave a small shrug, smiling like it was no big deal. No global alert, so I guess I got lucky. Shao, you can back me up, he added casually. The mage nodded. She'd seen the emerald tier chest, watched the magic pour out of it. Nothing surprised her anymore. Then there was Little Black, trying to keep cool, but clearly agitated as the spotlight shifted to Shadow again. He'd already mocked her earlier by calling her Sue. Now he doubled down. You, he said offhandedly, not even looking at her. Little Black bristled. Call me that again, and you'll regret it. Shadow just smirked. Wang Ming exhaled deeply, sensing where this might go. They'd barely survived a silver-tier boss. Meanwhile, Shadow was pulling platinum and emerald loot like it was pocket change. Breaking the tension, Shadow made his offer. Platinum-grade Archer skill book, 25,500 days. Berserker weapon, 1,500. Mage skill book, 3,000. For the full gold set, equipment and skill books, 8,000 days, Shadow said smoothly, like he'd done this countless times before. When he finished tallying everything, including the leftover platinum gear, the grand total hit 16,000 days. Wang Ming blinked, trying to process the number. He turned to Waiyu, voice hushed with disbelief. Just pay whatever he's asking. You're not even going to bargain? He asked. Wanyu gave a calm smile. No need. It's a fair price. Then she added, I'll throw in what Xiao and Wang Ming still owe me. And that was it. Deal closed. No hesitation. Trade complete in moments. Shadow was impressed. Now that's the kind of woman I respect, he said. Direct, decisive, just the way I like it. But even as he complimented her, his mind was already racing through numbers. Once a trade reached 10,000 days, the system converted it into years. That meant this deal was roughly 60 years, or 22,000 days, worth of value. At the current exchange rate, that translated to nearly 400 million in cash. Even for the elite authorities of Shanghai City, that was a heavy cost. But the payoff? More than worth it. With these items, they could fast-track their growth, dominate in the game, and build real-world influence. The stronger they became, the less resistance they'd face. They could even gain the upper hand in global power plays. Still, not everything was smooth. And Shadow's contact within the official ranks brought bad news. The Jiang Industries had started detaining players. A rescue mission was forming, and they wanted Shadow in. He paused, weighing the situation. Was this genuine? Or a veiled attempt to rope him in, or cover up his killing of Song Fei? I'm not going, he said finally firm. But I'll be honest with you. Your suspicions are spot on. I used game skills. I killed them. Both of them. No one else could have pulled it off. The weight of his words hit like a hammer. Everyone fell silent. The message was clear. Once players hit level 10, they could use their lifespan to extract skills, bringing them from the game into reality. That's why the Jiang had been hoarding lifespan. Once their agents crossed that threshold, the rescue team wouldn't just face danger. They'd face living weapons. The stakes had just skyrocketed. But, and understood. She always did. Without another word, Shadow faded into darkness, literally, melding into shadow form and vanishing on the spot. En's expression hardened. She turned to Wang Ming, all business. From now on, we split, she ordered. Our 6-person party is too strong. We're crushing weak monsters too fast, no experience gains. If each of us leads our own squad, we'll level up much faster. Wang Ming nodded. It made sense. Everyone needs to hit level 10, and added. Then take a break. Log off. I'll need you to report intel. Just as they were preparing to head out, 2 players nearby in Firefly Town turned their eyes toward them. Shadow had set up his usual stall, but today, something was different. He wasn't selling. He was buying. A system window blinked to life for all nearby players to see. Shadow is purchasing silver boss coordinates, 30 days, gold boss coordinates, 100 days. That caught attention fast. One player, unable to hold back his excitement, strutted over to Shadow. His voice practically buzzed with energy. My lady says if you help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million, plus shares in Dodge Industries. He leaned in, eyes darting around, voice dropping to a whisper. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Nearby players stirred, whispering among themselves. None had heard of any such deal before. What they didn't know was that the lady from Jiang Industries was already dead, eliminated by Shadow. In real life. She's gone, one player whispered stunned. But she was so useful. The man's face darkened, rage simmering behind his forced smile. His mind replayed the betrayal. That woman had tried to trap Shadow, capture him offline, and force him into illegal labor. But Shadow turned the tables, ending it in a single, fatal moment. She never stood a chance. And it wasn't just her. Jiang Lai, her accomplice, was dead too. The man remembered all too well. Jiang Lai had offered him 10 million to help power level her. When Shadow declined, the woman spun another web. She promised him 5 million, lured him in, and the moment he showed up to collect, darkness. He woke up shackled in a basement, tortured daily, forced to grind lifespan and lure others into the same trap. She used him, controlled him, and now, she was gone. A low laugh escaped him, bitter and hollow. She got what she deserved, he muttered. Died like she lived. Ruthless. He had mocked Shadow before, called him a fool. Now, he was the fool. Shadow's eyes locked on him, sharp and unreadable. But in that instant, he saw everything. This man had helped trap people, played a bigger role in the corruption than he let on. Panic crept into the man's voice. I was forced into it. I didn't have a choice. Shadow didn't even blink. You're trash, he said, his voice cold and final. Let the officers deal with you. He motioned. Seconds later, the city guard stepped in and dragged the man away. Before the moment could settle, two other players stepped forward, eager to make their own trades. We've got silver boss coordinates. 30 days each, one of them said, holding out the info. But before the deal could be made, a sudden shift rippled through the crowd. Someone new had entered the city, and all eyes turned. Ace of Spades, K, and Sure, a name that carried weight both in the game and in reality. A known member of the kin group, ruthless, dangerous. Whispers spread like wildfire. Stay clear of her. She's killed players before. She drains lifespan. Be careful. Shunny, better known as Ace of Spades, stepped into the game with her crew in tow. Her smile was sharp, chilling. She looked around with disdain, unimpressed by the virtual world. It's easy, she said, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Buy your way to the top. Load up on gear. Grab the skills. Then target anyone who's sitting on lifespan. Her mood soured as she thought about her delayed flight. She should have been living it up in North America with Max Fackle by now. Instead, she was stuck here, in this game. Her glare swept over the city, then narrowed in on two players who trembled under her gaze. She looked at the two trembling players like they were insects, small, pitiful things from Dacia. Their weakness disgusted her. Tony, one of her crew, followed her gaze and smirked, full of swagger. Nice eye, he said, his voice oozing arrogance. These Dacia guys, they don't compare to what we've got. Wait till you see us in the real world. Kay and Sure, better known as Ace of Spades, felt her cheeks flush at the thought. Tony's confidence was infectious, and the idea that his men were leagues above these nobodies, it made her smile, her excitement slipping through despite herself. Then she caught wind of the latest news. Songfei's player was dead. She fought him once, barely. He disappeared in under a minute. To her, he'd been a joke, a low-tier obstacle that barely registered. But now, he was dead, and more importantly, Shadow had killed him. A player from Dacia, now sitting at the top of the world rankings. If Shadow could take down someone like Songfei, then wiping out regular players would be nothing for him. The realization made her grin like she'd just uncovered a hidden gem. Eyes sparkling, she gathered her team. I'm stepping out to make a call, she said casually, though her mind was already racing. Reach out to Shadow. He doesn't care about money, fine, but offer him 3,000 days of lifespan. That'll get his attention. She couldn't help but laugh to herself. She could already hear the rejection in his voice, and, honestly, she was looking forward to it, because that rejection meant war. Soon, Shadow would be out of the picture. She would take control, and the world, both in-game and out, would learn her name. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, a player had just downed a monster. Its body dissolved into data, converted straight into tradable lifespan. Xiaoyu, the healer, stepped in to patch him up. The man groaned, half limp. Next time, ease up on the healing, all right? I was 2 steps from meeting my great-grandmother. Xiaoyu shot him a sideways glance and smirked. You're still breathing, aren't you? He blinked, confused. I wasn't complaining. Just saying. She cut him off, not missing a beat. My hunger bar's at 90%. I'm logging off. Get yourself some food, too. He watched her vanish with a frustrated scowl. Great, he muttered under his breath. All that attitude, thanks to Shadow. His fist clenched. She used to call him boss. Used to look up to him. But ever since Shadow showed up, it was like he didn't exist. He swore to himself right then. He'd make her regret turning away. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu opened her eyes in the real world. She was back in her new home, her stomach growling. She reached for her phone to order food, then stopped, stunned. Every delivery app was offline. What is this? Has the whole world lost it over this game? She muttered bitterly. He always handled everything, kept her fed, made life easy. Now, nothing. I don't need him, she told herself, jaw tightening. I'll be fine on my own. Her hand curled into a fist. Without him, I'll do even better. I'll show them all. A small crab scuttled from a cave near the shoreline, desperate to escape. It didn't make it far. Shadow's blade flashed, clean, efficient. The crab dropped instantly, dissolving into mist. Another one down, he muttered, a trace of boredom laced with satisfaction. In just over an hour, he'd taken out 4 silver tier bosses. Each one had granted him 16 evolution points. His pace was relentless, his performance nearly flawless. As the crab's remains melted into tradable lifespan, Shadow allowed himself a smug grin. Average silver boss gives about 3,500 days, he mused. Not bad. With every kill, his gear got stronger. Now, every piece was gold tier or better. His cooldowns had improved drastically. Skills that once took 12 seconds were down to 6.8. Shadow Slash, his signature move, had nearly doubled in speed. But still no platinum bosses near the outskirts of the safe zone. Gold tier was the ceiling here. To go further, he'd need a profession upgrade. And more importantly, a higher stealth level. Platinum bosses had at least level 2 anti-stealth. With only level 1, he didn't stand a chance. He was still more than 20,000 XP away from level 3 stealth. And time was ticking. "I've got to move faster," he muttered, already formulating his next plan. "Let's head back to town. 105 years worth of tradable lifespan. Enough to make serious moves. Time to offload some loot and get ahead." Back in town, a player flagged him down, eyes wide with hope. "Next time you've got equipment to sell, could I get first dibs?" Shadow didn't respond right away. With nearly 40,000 days of lifespan stacked up, selling gear was tempting, but he had plans for that. He needed it for extracting skills. Still, he gave a faint smile. Let them wonder. Before he could respond, a figure stepped from the shadows, a man lurking behind a pillar. His eyes locked on Shadow, and his face lit up in recognition. "It's him," the man whispered to himself, a crooked smile spreading. Shadow didn't stop. He moved like a ghost, unseen by most, untouchable. But the man wasn't letting this chance slip. He stepped forward with a purposeful stride, something sinister glinting in his eyes. "I've got a job for you," he said quietly, slipping a contract into Shadow's hand. "Real-world hit. Name's Foam. The payout's worth your time." Shadow didn't even look at the paper. He kept walking, unreadable. The man grew tense, stepping in front of him. "Wait, just hear me out. It's nothing big. Just a regular guy. Easy work." He dropped his voice. "You took out Song Fei, right? This'll be nothing for you. I'll pay well. Don't turn down free money." Shadow's gaze finally snapped to him. "Cold. Cutting. Did I provoke you?" His voice was low and lethal. "Do you want to die right here?" The question wasn't a bluff. It was a warning. The man paled, but forced a grin. "No one's dying. Yet. Just think about it." Then he dangled the bait. 3,000 tradable days. That's the reward. Shadow let out a dry chuckle. 3,000 days. About 50 million in cash. Now that was a serious offer. His eyes narrowed, calculating. He had no idea who this man really worked for. He didn't recognize him, not in-game, and definitely not in real life. But someone powerful was behind this. He tried to recall anyone from his past life who might have been tied to something like this, but nothing came to mind. No old grudges. No familiar enemies. This felt less like revenge, and more like a mission for hire. Whoever wanted Fong dead clearly had deep pockets and zero hesitation about throwing serious currency at a kill. Shadow's thoughts drifted back to his first life. The late-game betrayals, the broken alliances, the faces that had reappeared after years buried. But this guy, the one standing in front of him now, he wasn't part of any of that. Just a courier. A pawn. Still, the man's expression lit up, mistaking Shadow's silence for interest. But Shadow wasn't buying it, not completely. This wasn't just a hit job. There was a message behind it. This has to be Chien, he thought. She had the means, the motivation, and the ego. But if she'd really wanted Fong dead, she wouldn't have waited until the game launched. No. This wasn't about Fong at all. This was about him. She wanted to get close. Fong was just the excuse. A smirk crept onto Shadow's face. "Still salty? I turned her down, huh? Haven't even gone looking for her, and she's already hunting me." Finally, he broke his silence. "I'll take the job," he said smoothly. "But I want half up front, and I'll choose when to strike." The man flinched. "Wait, I need to check with my superiors." Shadow raised a hand, cutting him off. "Do what you need, but I don't move a step until I'm paid." A tense pause. Then the man spun around and made the call. A few minutes later, he returned, reluctant, but holding out a confirmation. 1,500 tradable days. Shadow took it without hesitation. Call it interest, he thought, his grin sharpened. Then he leaned in, voice like a blade. "Tell your superiors I'll be paying them a visit soon." That shook the man. Visibly nervous now, he handed over the target's info. Shadow scanned the details, surprised by the precision. Whoever wanted Fong dead had done their homework. So this guy's not a ghost after all, he thought. He pocketed the file and turned to leave. "I'll be in touch," he said coldly, vanishing into the crowd. The man stared after him, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "Isn't he supposed to be working for Miss Chien too?" he muttered. But before he could lose himself in thoughts, a new voice called out. "Hey, wait." Shadow stopped and turned. A woman approached with a sly smile playing on her lips. "Heard you're hunting boss coordinates," she said. "I've got one. Gold tier. Interested?" He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's the price?" 100 days of lifespan, she replied. "You pay after we find the boss." He thought over. Gold tier bosses were rare. Worth a gamble. "I'm in," he said, a faint smile forming. She motioned for him to follow. "It's north of the city. The boss is called the Plague." That caught his attention. "You've seen it." She hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "Yeah, but I don't think you can handle it solo. It has area-wide poison effects. You'll want a healer." Shadow chuckled. His smile widened. "No healer needed," he said, because he already knew. Shadow already knew the Plague wasn't just any gold-tier boss. It dealt poison damage over time, deadly, persistent, but nothing he hadn't faced before. He needed to go all in, unload everything in his arsenal, and it quickly. This fight? It was doable. Still, something about it nagged at him. This wasn't just another hunt. This felt bigger, a thread that would unravel into something far more dangerous. Shadows of enemies he hadn't even realized he had yet. But that would have to wait. For now, the plague was all that mattered. The woman led him through a narrow, twisting path, her steps quickening as they neared the entrance to the cave. The cliffs loomed above like silent guardians, the thick trees around them casting long, creeping shadows. She glanced over at him, her voice barely more than a whisper, urgent, tight. My team cleared the smaller mobs, but the boss, it was too much. A real monster's waiting down there. Her eyes narrowed as the cave came into view. Shadow's pace never slowed. His presence was like the terrain around them, sharp, unyielding, dangerous. He was already calculating every angle, every counter. Dripping water echoed faintly through the tunnel as they descended. The air grew colder, damp, and heavy with the scent of earth and rot. At the cliff's edge, the woman stopped. She raised her hand and pointed downward. There, that's where it's waiting. Shadow stepped up beside her, and what he saw could have been pulled from a nightmare. A swirling mist of toxic green hovered over the ground like it was alive. At the center stood a massive tree-like creature, its bark warped into grotesque, jagged shapes. A fiery red glow pulsed from deep within its core, like a heart-pumping venom. Shadow didn't flinch. His eyes locked on the boss. He studied it, memorizing every twisted branch, every movement of the fog. Then, without a word, he completed a life trade, offering 100 days of lifespan. The woman blinked, caught off guard, but she said nothing. Shadow was already shifting into battle mode. Cool, calculated. The poison would be intense, but his ghost shadow ability had a 75% dodge rate. That would be enough. He stepped forward, but her voice stopped him cold. Wait, there was tension now, real urgency. There's something you need to know, she said, her voice tight. This place, it's a setup. The moment you engage the boss, they'll come for you. Players with advanced tracking gear. You'll be surrounded. Shadow's gaze sharpened, but his tone stayed calm. That's supposed to scare me? He asked. Smooth. I see. I'm not some hero you ambush for glory. She hesitated. It's not just a random ambush. My role was to stall you. Keep you here long enough. They don't just want to kill you. They want your identity. They want to use it. That made him stop. He stared at her, the pieces falling into place. You're being used, he said quietly, voice cold enough to freeze stone. Who's behind this? She met his stare, and for a moment, her mask slipped, regret and fear flashing across her features. It's Dongfang Xuan. His in-game ID is Yen. He's the one who wants you dead. Shadow felt something click. A name from the past. Dongfang Xuan. He remembered now. The man who once tried to steal a golden ghost boss from him in another life. The same one who, he remembered that fake apology, so polished, so hollow. It had come wrapped in smug arrogance. And just like that, Shadow's memory flared, the bitterness vivid. Dongfang Xuan. Shadow let out a dry, humorless laugh. That guy, just a nuisance. Was a nuisance. The woman's voice turned urgent, nearly pleading. He's brought 3 full teams, 18 players. Please, Shadow, if anyone can stop him, it's you. I'm risking everything by helping you. Shadow didn't flinch. His smirk was sharp cold. 18 players, he echoed, almost amused. If Dongfang thinks I'm worth remembering, he's already made his first mistake. He turned his back on her and faced the cave once more. You keep doing your part, he said without looking. Let Dongfang's team come. I'll handle them when they show. The woman stood frozen, anxiety flooding her chest. She remembered. She'd seen this before. Dongfang, confident and ruthless, marching in with 18 strong, only to have them wiped out. All of them, in under a minute. His shadow walking straight into death. The cave filled with a sickly green haze. The plague's poisonous aura leaked out like a flood, thick and suffocating. It stole the very breath from the air. She remembered what happened to the others, how none of them could drop the boss below half health. The constant damage, the suffocating pressure, no one had lasted long. But Shadow? He moved like death itself. His escape skill activated, and in a flash he was airborne, gliding effortlessly through the boss's attacks. Silent, lethal. The boss's weak point, a glowing red core, flared open. Shadow didn't hesitate. Weak point burst. Throat slash. His blade struck like lightning. Massive damage numbers exploded on screen, erupting like a storm of fireworks. A blur of motion. Every strike brutal. Every step calculated. In mere seconds, he dropped the boss's health by a third. The woman gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth. Did he just... She couldn't finish the thought. 80,000 plus damage in one strike. Was this guy even human? The boss reeled, its roar echoing through the cavern. But Shadow was already 2 steps ahead. He stepped back, fluid and controlled, letting the cooldown timer reset on his escape skill. Normally, it would take 25 seconds. With his 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds. He smiled, cold and calm. The boss isn't the real fight. Dongfang's crew is, and they were walking straight into his trap. Deeper inside the tunnels, Dongfang's squads had finally arrived. Their boots thudded heavily against stone, their movements echoing off the cavern walls. Dongfang barked out orders, his tone sharp and ruthless. Energy radiated off him like a blade unsheathed. Move in. Take the boss down. Show no mercy. Anyone who gets in your way, eliminate them. His team surged forward like a pack of wolves, hungry and eager. He yelled again. No hesitation. Anyone blocks you, deal with them. But just as they pushed forward, one of his men stopped. Eyes wide, jaw clenched. He saw her, standing firm with a golden shield raised in front of her. You, he shouted, pointing in disbelief. You're siding with him now? His voice cracked between betrayal and anger. It was all the confirmation he needed. Their decoy, the one meant to stall Shadow, had switched sides. And now, she was standing in their way. She was meant to stall their advance, buy Dongfang enough time to launch his real attack. But as the enemy forces charged, Shadow couldn't help but wonder. Could she really hold off over 10 attackers by herself? Her eyes burned with resolve. She gripped the massive golden shield tighter, planting her feet and bracing for impact. The enemy slammed into her, hard, but the shield didn't budge. Blooming curse. A defensive flare ignited as her skill activated. The golden aura flared, halting the attacker's cold. A few feet away, Shadow watched with a razor-sharp gaze. The energy of the battle was peaking, the tension coiling in the air like a drawn bowstring. He wasn't about to let them overpower her. With barely a whisper, he moved. Shadow slash. Blue energy erupted from his hands, dozens of blades howling through the air like a storm of steel. The barrage ripped through Dongfang's men mid-charge, slicing them apart before they even knew what hit them. Shadow landed silently, calm and deadly. Their bodies hit the ground seconds later, stunned, broken, defeated. Then, without hesitation, he activated his next move. Blooming curse. The air turned crimson. Glowing red petals burst from the ground like a blooming garden of death. With each pulse, enemies dissolved, erased from existence. The girl stood frozen, wide-eyed, the full weight of his power crashing down on her. One move, just one move, and everything was gone. Now she understood. This is why they fear him. A chill ran down her spine as the last remnants of Dongfang's team vanished into red mist. She realized, had she stayed loyal to Dongfang, she'd be lying in pieces like the rest. Trying to hold onto her courage, she stepped forward, her voice wavering but quick. If you add me, I'll give you Dongfang's real-world location. Every detail. All of it. Shadow didn't even blink. Sure, he said coolly, giving the nod without looking at her. Then, as if emboldened by the moment, she leaned in a bit more, her tone shifting. Flirtatious, almost too smooth. If you ever need anything, I'll be permanently free. For you. Shadow finally looked at her, his gaze cold, dissecting. I see, he said dryly. You're from that kind of line of work. His voice carried no emotion, just an edge. That explains the shameless behavior. He didn't linger. Without another word, he turned and leapt back down into the boss chamber. She stood at the edge, breath catching in her throat. Admiration warred with unease. She had no idea what she'd just stepped into. Below, the monstrous, tree-like creature with its glowing red core loomed, waiting. Shadow didn't wait. He struck. Everything he had. All at once. The final blow landed like judgment. The boss erupted in a burst of energy, its twisted form disintegrating before it could even react. System message, Blade of Plague obtained. A rush of rewards followed. Experience points, evolution stats, and 555 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood among the glowing loot, a smirk forming. That lifespan alone, more than I've earned from dozens of players. He shook his head, scoffing at the wasted efforts of others. They're busy stirring up trouble when they should have been leveling up. He glanced at the orb in his hand. They deserve to die, he muttered under his breath. Then, her voice cut in from above. Shadow, are you still there? His eyes narrowed. That glare sharp, piercing. She hesitated. She waved from above, calling down to him. I'm leaving now. Shadow didn't respond. He was focused, absorbing the glowing orbs of energy that floated around him like drifting embers. His hand pulsed with power as he drew in the spoils of victory. His eyes caught something unusual, something rare, a skilled book for assassins. His pulse spiked. It's been forever since I've seen one of these, he muttered, half in disbelief. The cover shimmered, platinum grade. The skill, Dark Moment. A move that unleashed a wave of darkness from the blade, blinding enemies within range. Shadow's lips curled into a smile. Perfect. He didn't waste a second. He selected the skill, and in an instant, golden energy wrapped around his body, hot electric. If I can rob them of vision, even if they aren't caught off guard, it still triggers double damage. He mused, gears already turning. With this new ability, high-tier bosses could be shredded in seconds. Then he reached for his newest weapon, Blade of Plague. Platinum tier. Its passive effect added poison damage, dealing an additional 50% power 3 seconds after contact. Shadow studied the stats, admiring its lethal potential. A new skill, a new weapon, and rising confidence. He turned away from the dungeon with calm steps and a sharp focus. Another victory in the bag. His evolution points had hit 98, just 2 more, and his rare dagger would ascend to legendary status. Outside the dungeon, Shadow paused. His eyes locked onto the horizon. The desert stretched endlessly ahead, bathed in the dying light of the sun. Just a little more experience, he said softly. Then I can advance my class. In the scorching heat of the desert, Shadow moved. 2 desert creatures, awkward, clumsy things, scurried across the sand, oblivious to the storm coming their way. With a confident smirk, he struck. A wide area swept through the air, his energy dancing like a painter's brush on canvas. The startled monsters let out ridiculous shrieks, scattering in every direction like panicked ants. Energy trails flashed across the sky as they tried to escape, only to be struck down one after another by Shadow's relentless precision. The last one hit the ground with a crashing thud. Shadow stood still, catching his breath. Finally, he whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. That's enough. Then it began. A golden vortex swirled around him, pulling air and energy into a focused spiral. The desert held its breath. Light enveloped him, brilliant, blinding, divine. System message, job advancement complete. You have ascended from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Power surged through him like a lightning strike. His stats updated instantly. Strength, 3-9. Constitution, 3-9. Agility, 8-24. Spirit, 5-15. His entire form glowed, wrapped in radiant gold. A sense of invincibility washed over him. A new world had opened. Tier 1 unlocked passive traits that enhanced his stealth and active abilities that allowed him to strike while invisible. His stealth duration increased dramatically. And now, critical hits had a whole new meaning. Multipliers now triggered under certain conditions, and Shadow's eyes gleamed as he took in the full scale of his transformation. As long as I manage my cooldowns, he murmured, a grin tugging at his lips, I can stay hidden permanently. This stealth? Near unstoppable. His body had fully advanced, and with every movement, he felt sharper, deadlier. Attacks launched from outside an enemy's field of vision now dealt triple damage instead of double. Triple damage, he thought, impressed. No wonder this hidden class is ranked the strongest. Then it happened. A system-wide announcement echoed across Shanghai City. System notification. Over 10 players have reached level 10 within the last 10 minutes. Qualified players will now be transported to the Divine Spirit Ruins. Shadow looked up, eyes narrowing. Time to move. He pulled up the leaderboard, scanning quickly. Dark Shadow, his alias, sat at the very top. Beneath him were names he recognized. Players from his past life. Global elites, professionals who had once ruled the rankings. But not anymore. This time, he had changed the game, and with it the fate of the world. As night fell across the city, the real-world authorities were already making their move. In front of a high-security building, a long line of arrested individuals, members of the notorious Jiang Industrial Crime Group, were being let out in cuffs. Heads down, faces blank with shame. One officer stood at attention, saluting as he gave his report. Most of the group's core members are in custody, but 3 key suspects remain in-game, unconscious in the real world, unreachable for now. The superior officer didn't hesitate. Notify the team. We need to force them offline. If we can catch them logging out, we can arrest them on the spot. A brainstorm followed quickly. Players couldn't be attacked in safe zones, but their real bodies? Still vulnerable. And real bodies needed food. Once those players logged out to eat, they'd be exposed. That was their moment to strike. Shadows made this easier, one officer added. He not only exposed the Jiang's operations, he showed us how dangerous these game abilities can be in the real world. They exchanged grim looks. Explosions had already begun to rock other cities. Unrest was spreading fast. Powers from the game bleeding into reality. Another officer spoke firmly. Our teams reached level 10, thanks to the gear and skill books Shadow provided. He's more than an asset now. He's vital. The commander nodded. Do whatever it takes to keep Shadow on our side. Shadow arrives. He stepped into town just as the warm hum of evening settled in. Peaceful. Almost too peaceful. The quiet didn't match the chaos he'd just come from. A familiar voice rang out, cutting through the stillness. There he is, the defender of justice himself. The girl approached with a big, over-the-top smile. You don't need to be humble, Shadow. The authorities have already gone public with what you've done. He said nothing. His eyes scanned the area, calm but alert. Inside, he understood what this meant. The announcement wasn't just praise, it was leverage. Cooperation with the government would be smoother now, at least for a while. The girl's smile faltered just slightly. Dongfang, he hasn't logged out. I've been keeping an eye on him. Shadow gave a small nod, acknowledging her update. No need for words. He already knew what came next. Shadow moved with purpose, his next stop locked in, Divine Spirit Ruins. He walked toward the teleportation altar at the town center, boots striking the stone path with steady rhythm. The air buzzed with energy around the portal. Players came and went, vanishing to far-off places. Yet one portal stood untouched, the one leading to the ruins. It was sealed off to most. As he stepped onto the glowing platform, a wave of energy pulsed beneath him. His eyes narrowed. A system alert blinked into view. Destination confirmed, teleporting to Divine Spirit Ruins. He gave a quiet smirk. The starter zones were just the warm-up, he muttered. Now the real game begins. A burst of searing light exploded around the platform, crackling with fierce energy. Conversations nearby stopped mid-sentence. Players turned in confusion. No one had seen anyone step onto the altar. Then one player, with a basic stealth detection skill, scanned the area, visibly unsettled. Wait, was that Shadow? He blurted, more to himself than anyone. Whispers spread like wildfire. His stealth, it's beyond level 2. No way, he's invisible even here? It became clear. Shadow wasn't a rumor. He was the real deal. A player beyond their reach, a ghost in the game. All they could do was watch. A glowing portal flared open across a ruined skyline, and from it, Shadow stepped into view. The city before him stretched out in silence, scarred and abandoned. The sun bled orange across the shattered rooftops. He recognized it instantly. Shanghai's city, or at least what remained of it. Every player's first visit to the Divine Spirit Ruins began here, in a warped version of their own city, twisted and decayed. Why the cities mirrored the real world, no one knew. Not even him. Something shifted in the air. He wasn't alone. His senses sharpened. Steps slowed. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was loaded. The scent of rot clung to the streets. Then, like a blade slicing through the quiet, a high-pitched screech tore the air. A beast lunged from a rooftop, claws aimed right for his head. Fast, feral, and heavy with killing intent. But Shadow didn't hesitate. He tilted slightly, vanishing just as the claws came down like thunder. The impact shook the pavement, but he was already gone. His body flickered in and out, the ghost shadow blur activating perfectly. The monster's eyes darted, trying to track what wasn't there. Without a word, Shadow struck. Instant shadow slash flared to life, a sharp arc of blue energy slicing through the air. It hit hard and true, splitting the beast in two. The creature collapsed, a broken mass of limbs and gore. But there was no time to breathe. The ground shook violently beneath him. Shadow turned, just in time to see massive tentacles erupt from the earth. The ground erupted beneath him. Tentacles lashed out in all directions. Shadow reacted instantly, flipping back through the air just as one of them sliced past where he'd been standing. A pulse of red energy surged around him. Graceful escape kicked in, launching him clear of the trap in the nick of time. Landing smoothly, he didn't hesitate. Another instant shadow slash ripped through the air, this one faster and sharper. The writhing limbs were cut down mid-strike, shredded by pure precision. One after another, the mutated beasts were dismantled before they could even react. His breathing stayed steady, his movements calculated. No more safe zones here, he thought, eyes scanning every dark alley and broken wall. Everything here wants you dead. But if I can find a solid hideout, I can flip the odds. His memory kicked in, sharp as ever. Northwest Quadrant. That's where his former guild had once built their base. In his past life, it had been the strongest holdout in the Shanghai ruins. Hidden, defensible, and rich with tactical options. If he could take it back, he wouldn't just survive, he'd take control. Elsewhere in the ruins, a statue towered above the debris, majestic and untouched, even as the world around it crumbled. A group of adventurers arrived, staring up at it in awe. One girl leaned in, whispering, "Is this the land of divine flames?" Doesn't look like it. Her eyes swept the area, doubtful. Another player's face lit up with sudden recognition. "Wait, look over there." She pointed to the distance. A lone skyscraper, battered but still upright, stood like a beacon. "That's Jianghang City," she said, the name heavy with meaning. Gasps rippled through the group as realization sank in. The ruined buildings weren't just random. They were standing in what used to be a real city. "If this is Jianghang City," the girl murmured, eyes darting across the horizon, then shadows already here. Her voice trembled with excitement, but her companion, older and more seasoned, gave her a knowing look. Don't get too excited. If he is, you won't see him. Shadow doesn't show himself unless he wants to. Before they could say more, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A violent rumble. Two monstrous creatures burst from the earth, towering red beasts covered in jagged scales, eyes blazing with hunger. The air shuddered as their screeches tore through the silence. Incoming. Wang Ming's voice cut through the chaos like steel. Get ready. The mage girl acted fast, staff raised as she chanted spell. A barrier formed around the warrior just in time. One of the monsters lunged, its massive jaws slamming into the shield. The shockwave from the impact rocked the group. Damage indicators flashed violently across the HUD. These things hit harder than the silver-ranked bosses near the starter towns. The mage warned, narrowing her eyes. The archer didn't wait. She drew and fired in one fluid motion. Her arrow glowed with energy as it streaked through the air, piercing the monster square in the chest. With a crackling pulse, energy bands wrapped around the beast, locking it mid-leap. It thrashed in place, struggling, but it was stuck. Now the mage shouted, "Hit it with everything you've got." With a flick of her staff, she summoned two enormous fireballs, prophetic fireball, burning with raw magic. Above her head, the mage directed the twin fireballs with a sharp sweep of her staff. They shot forward, crashing into the immobilized beast. Flames erupted on impact, engulfing the monster in a raging inferno. It shrieked once, then crumpled to the ground, its body scorched and motionless. As the smoke cleared, the team stood in silence, their heavy breaths slowly easing into relief. The leader gave a quick nod, then turned to Xiaoyu. Get your scout in the air. Xiaoyu lifted her staff, summoning her owl with a whisper. The creature soared into the sky, circling high above the ruins. Moments later, it returned. Its sharp eyes had seen more than they'd hoped. Monsters everywhere, Xiaoyu reported grimly. There's no safe zone in sight. A chill passed through the group. One player muttered, feels less like a game now, and more like survival. The girl still searching the horizon spun toward Xiaoyu. Can your owl find Shadow? Her voice trembled with urgency. If he's nearby, we'll be safe. Xiaoyu nodded and sent the owl forward once more. But when it came back, her expression tightened. No sign of him. He's not anywhere close. Just as they were trying to regroup, something caught their eye. A glowing trail of dropped loot leading northwest, like breadcrumbs left behind. That's him, one of them said quickly. He didn't pick it up, probably out of inventory space. They exchanged glances. No words were needed. Together, they followed the glowing trail, hoping it would lead them straight to Shadow. But the deeper they went, the more twisted the ruins became, and the more aggressive the monsters. Dark shapes lunged at them from broken buildings. Stay sharp, someone shouted. Don't split up. Then through the chaos they saw it. A lone figure. In the distance, blue slashes lit up the air, cutting through enemies like paper. Shadow. He moved with impossible speed, his blades cleaving cleanly through wave after wave. The monsters disintegrated before they could even touch him. No ultimates, no flashy boosts, just raw damage, reaching up to 30,000 per strike. For weak monsters, this zone was a gold mine, and he was tearing through it like a reaper. Shadow didn't pause. His feet hit a broken crosswalk, and he stopped just long enough to scan the horizon. This is it, he said quietly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. My old base. It came back to him instantly. Beneath this part of the city lay something massive, an underground fortress. Hidden, forgotten, a base he'd once called home. A sprawling palace built deep below Shanghai's ruins. Thousands of rooms, dozens of war zones, endless winding corridors. The largest hideout the city had ever seen, home of his old guild god. Back then, it had been guarded by waves of mechanical monsters and a boss whose power scaled with the palace's size. It took 3 elite squads, all maxed out at level 15 and fully geared just to clear it once. They'd nearly failed, but they won. And now, Shadow was back to claim it again. He descended into the hidden chamber, his mind clear and focus absolute. This time will be different. The soul purification zone loomed ahead. The darkness stretched out in every direction. From the shadows, enemies began to stir. Shadow didn't blink. He was ready. His gaze lifted, voice calm but resolute. I can handle this alone. The words hung in the air like a vow, and a system prompt appeared, echoing his intent. Control of the area will be granted upon defeating the Guardian. The atmosphere shifted. A heavy pressure settled over the chamber as glowing figures emerged from the shadows. Guardians, ancient beings of raw elemental power. Their eyes pulsed with a cold, otherworldly light. Shadow didn't flinch. He knew what they were. Elemental spirits, each one radiating a different hue. Red, Blue. Yellow. Level 12. Gold rank. Powerful, but not unstoppable. With no hesitation, he activated Darkest Moment. A wave of dark energy surged outward, blanketing the battlefield. The effect was instant. The elemental spirits staggered, disoriented as chaos erupted around them. He struck. Shadow slash rained down from above, an explosive cascade of blades slicing through the air. The stunned guardians had no time to react. Each swing of his weapon lit up the room with blue arcs of energy, cutting down the spirits one by one. Then he vanished, his form melting into shadows, before reappearing mid-strike. He was relentless, efficient. Every slash carved through the elemental spirits like a ghostly executioner. Their glowing bodies faltered. They tried to recover, but it was already over. His attacks hit even harder against stun targets. Shadow's momentum was too much. One after another, they fell, until the last of the 15 guardians crumbled in silence. Breathing steady, he looked out across the massive underground hall. Chambers stretched out into darkness. Thousands of rooms, endless corridors, and within them, monsters, traps, secrets. The challenge ahead was enormous. But he was ready. He approached a raised platform, preparing to move into the next phase. But before he could take another step, the air shimmered. A glowing figure appeared before him, the true protector of this hidden zone. Then, without warning, a blue teleportation circle flared beneath his feet. Light swallowed the space. The world around him twisted, and when it reformed, he was standing on a ruined city street, the sky painted in the golden glow of sunset. The scent of decay and rust hung heavy. Broken buildings lined the street, rubble everywhere. Then he recognized it. From behind him, a stunned voice whispered, This is New York." A girl stood beside him, eyes scanning the devastation. But it's not just ruined, it's twisted like a nightmare version. The Statue of Liberty, it's gone. The city felt familiar but wrong, distorted. A boy behind them looked up, mouth falling open. "This is Mountain City," he said, voice filled with awe. "We're standing in the ruins of our home region." Confusion thickened. Their minds raced. Was this teleportation random? Or was there a pattern? They didn't have time to answer. A piercing screech tore through the air. Two hulking beasts stepped into view, necks long and sinewy, jaws snapping with feral hunger. They froze. Only for a second. Run! The ground trembled as the creatures charged, the earth itself shaking under their weight. Without thinking, the duo bolted, panic driving their every step. Behind them, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, shaking the ruins around what remained of the Statue of Liberty. Dust and fire tore through the skyline as the world collapsed behind them, every second a fight to stay alive. Meanwhile, deep within the Shanghai ruins, glowing orbs hovered just above the surface of murky water, casting soft light over the dark terrain. In a nearby crater, Wang Ming crouched low, eyes sweeping the shadows. The area was eerily quiet, too quiet. "No monsters," someone whispered behind him, relief thick in their voice. "Let's take a breather." Wang Ming gave a subtle nod, eyes never leaving the edge of the crater. "We hold here. No moving forward until everyone hits level 10. We're not ready yet." The group huddled close, catching their breath. Around them stretched a silent wasteland, evidence of a battle far beyond their current level. One girl scanned the carnage, her voice soft with realization. "Shadow." He cleared this whole area. They looked around again, the weight of that fact settling in. "We definitely overestimated ourselves," she added. The mage girl gave a slow nod. "If he hadn't wiped those monsters, we'd be done for. I don't even know where we'd have respawned." Wang Ming's response came steady and practical. "No rushing. We wait. Level 10 first." Above them, the scouting owl circled slowly. Golden motes drifted from its wings as it glided between ruined towers. The girl glanced up, then back down at the empty streets. "Strange," she murmured. "He vanished, not even a trace." Something glinted in the rubble. Loot, left behind from the slaughtered monsters. Temptation tugged at her. Wang Ming followed her gaze and gave a quiet nod. "I'll contact him. If he still wants the drops, we'll hold off." Far from them, Shadow stood at the center of a vast ruin. Glowing golden energy pulsed around him, crackling across the stone floor. All minor monsters cleared. A system prompt flickered in front of him. Over 40 large halls and hundreds of rooms cleared. More than 400 monsters eliminated. 4 bronze tier bosses, 2 silver tier bosses defeated. Experience gained. Massive. Evolution points, 205. A slow smile spread across Shadow's face. What a day. He stood silently, surveying the aftermath, power humming in his veins. The ruins felt empty, conquered. The mission he'd started was nearing its next milestone. 5 more points, he muttered. Then I unlock the next evolution. The thought fueled him, his focus razor-sharp. Just then, a message came through from an ally. "We found some loot near where you cleared those monsters." Shadow's thoughts flicked briefly to Wang Ming and the others. They'd reached the outskirts. He replied quickly, "I'll reach out later." He wasn't done yet. He had gear to unload, equipment looted during the earlier chaos, and now, with his inventory almost full, it was time to sell. But first, the mission. "Send your coordinates. I'll head there soon." Without another word, Shadow turned back to the glowing chamber. The ground beneath him crackled with blue electricity, pulsing with dangerous energy. He narrowed his eyes. A surge of power lit up his body. His form blurred as he launched forward, streaking across the electrified floor, swift, precise, unstoppable. "The Guardian's here," he said calmly. Blue lightning surged around him, crackling across the stone floor as energy gathered in the center of the hall. A violent electric vortex spun to life. Then, with a deafening burst, the boss emerged. Purifier fail. Level 15. Elite Guardian. The highest tier Guardian of the ruins. Defeating it meant total control over the domain. The air thickened with raw tension as the entity fully materialized, wrapped in a storm of flickering arcs. Shadow's eyes narrowed. He remembered this one. "Yeah, I know you well." Back in his past life, this boss had nearly broken him. 750,000 HP. 3 brutal attack phases. Deadly lightning storms. Even with full legendary gold tier gear, he had struggled. "But not today. I don't even need to dodge your single target skills anymore," Shadow muttered, lips curving into a cold grin. With a flick of his wrist, Shadow slash activated. Blades infused with lightning erupted in a whirlwind, spinning around the boss like a storm of razors. They struck from all angles, relentless, unforgiving. Purifier fail tried to react, but it was already too late. The electrified slashes tore through its defenses, leaving glowing wounds across its form. One powerful arc cut straight through its chest, blasting dark energy outward. The blow sent the Guardian flying back as lightning exploded around the room. Cracks spidered through its body. Its form flickered, barely holding together. Then the counterattack began. Bolts of lightning rained from above, each one searing, fast, and lethal. Shadow's eyes locked onto them, tracking every strike. He knew one hit could end everything, but he didn't flinch. 75% evasion rate. That gave him room to breathe, but elite bosses like this one still had high accuracy. A 50% hit chance against him. Didn't matter. His agility stat? 182. Sprint speed? Over 40 meters per second. He weaved through the barrage, body a blur of motion. This wasn't luck, it was calculation, precision, raw speed. No more relying on shields. No more hoping for cooldowns to save him. He read the pattern in the chaos, analyzing, adjusting, executing. Then he struck again. With a burst of energy, Shadow surged forward. His blade lit up as he chained skill after skill, unleashing a combo that landed with devastating force. A critical hit landed clean. 250,000 HP gone in an instant. He grinned, sharp and focused. You won't even get a chance to fight back. But the fight wasn't over. The boss shifted, entering phase 2. Shadow's memories came rushing back. This part was the most dangerous. The purifier would now generate floating electric spheres and constant lightning bursts. Leave the spheres alone, and it would go berserk, amplifying its power beyond control. He remembered what had happened last time. Our entire team got wiped. She refused to continue the raid. Afterward, couldn't handle the pressure. The memory stung. The choice to exclude her in the second run had been necessary, and it worked. But left a scar. Shaking off, he moved. With sharp, fluid motion, he unleashed poison, throwing needles. Thin projectiles coated in a lethal toxin. They flew straight for one of the electric spheres. Each hit landed with a hiss. The ore cracked. The boss flinched, lightning flaring wildly around its body. Shadow didn't pause. He remembered the rule. Each destroyed sphere chips away at the boss's HP. A perfect way to deal damage without risking a direct clash. 1 down, 2 left, Shadow murmured, eyes locked on the second orb. The first one shattered, and the boss's health bar dipped noticeably. Momentum was building, and fast. As he launched toward the next target, the purifier fail shifted again, entering its final phase. With a deafening surge, the boss unleashed wide, circular shockwaves of electricity. They rippled outward in all directions, crawling across the floor like living arcs. Shadow didn't flinch. He watched it unfold with chilling calm. Back then, we needed 4 dedicated healers just to survive this phase, he thought, recalling how his entire guild once had to equip specialized lightning resistance gear just to stand a chance. Not this time. His voice cut through the hum of static. I don't need complicated setups anymore. This is mine. The boss roared, charging its most devastating ability, light pulsing in its core, energy flaring wildly. The moment crackled with power, but Shadow was already moving. Levitate. A golden sphere ignited around him, lifting his body into the air with radiant grace. From above, the chaos below seemed distant, controlled. Time slowed. His eyes scanned the field with razor focus. The boss unleashed its final move, but Shadow was out of reach. Elevated, untouched, the electric shock wave tore through the ground in vain, never touching its target. The purifier roared again, this time with frustration. It had nothing left. Shadow hovered, eyes sharp, calm, unshaken. It's over. The storm faded. Silence followed. Shadow descended slowly, his gaze full of fire, already looking ahead, because the next battle was coming. And he was ready. Qinfeng stood tall, calm, and composed. The air around him buzzed with energy as he activated graceful release. A black light flared, shielding his eyes, now sharp with fresh resolve. Everything else faded away, his focus locked onto the platinum tier boss ahead. Without wasting a second, he unleashed Shadow Slash. His weapon danced through the air, slicing with deadly precision. A barrage of glowing blue blades tore forward. In a blink, the boss's head was gone, severed cleanly. The massive creature collapsed, its body thudding to the ground, lifeless. Qinfeng landed softly. A system notification popped up. You have killed the Soul Cleanser, Platinum Tier boss. More messages followed. He'd hit level 11. All 4 main attributes increased by 4 points, plus 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and a staggering 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. It was the world's first Platinum Tier boss kill. 10 reputation points earned. All around him, glowing lifespan orbs littered the ground, a silent testament to his victory. But the real prize was even greater. He had claimed control over the sanctified grounds, a hideout with massive implications. This wasn't just a game-safe zone. It was a powerful asset that could be brought into reality. When a game merged with the real world, traditional weapons had started failing. Nuclear bombs became junk. Planes and tanks? Soon to be relics. The future wasn't about bullets anymore. It was about what players could extract from a game. Qinfeng's thoughts turned serious. A hideout, once brought into the real world, would generate a magical defense barrier. Total safety. And the sanctified grounds? It was more than just a base. It was a future stronghold. A lifeline. He turned to leave, memories surfacing. In my last life, my guild used the same place as their HQ. Back then, it was filled with good times, but also betrayal and endless backstabbing. His gaze hardened. Not this time. I'm doing this alone. No more leaning on anyone. Then, the sharp sound of rain echoed outside. Suddenly, a violent screech cut through the storm. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu's friend was under attack. She dodged desperately as a monster's massive axe came crashing down. Get out of the way, she screamed, her movements frantic. Too slow. The axe hit. One brutal swing and she was down. Back in town, Xiaoyu got the system alert. Her friend was dead. 14 years of non-tradable lifespan gone. 2 days of tradable lifespan lost. The news hit like a punch. Her chest tightened. Her friend's voice burst through the earpiece, angry and bitter. What the hell was that? Why didn't you dodge? Xiaoyu's hands trembled. Her voice snapped back. Who are you yelling at? You're the tank, not me. It was your job to hold him off. How was I supposed to dodge its skills when you couldn't even hold the boss's attention properly? Xiaoyu snapped. Their voices clashed, the argument escalating fast. Frustrated, her teammates stormed off, abandoning the party in a fury. Panic set in. With him gone, Xiaoyu stood exposed, vulnerable to the boss's next attack. The result was swift. Another death, another chunk of lifespan lost. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shanghai, a new message echoed across the land. System announcement. Player Shadow from Shanghai City has achieved the world's first Platinum Tier boss kill. 10 reputation points earned. The news hit like a lightning bolt. Players across the region lit up with chatter. No way. He soloed a Platinum boss, someone gasped. I haven't even seen a gold tier yet, murmured another. The name Shadow spread like wildfire, becoming a whispered legend. Speculation exploded. Who was this mysterious player? How'd he pull it off? Watching it all unfold, Xiaoyu felt a growing unease. Why are so many players still struggling with silver tier bosses? She wondered. Platinum bosses were supposed to be unbeatable, yet Shadow had done alone. Back at Shadow's base, Qinfeng was already busy collecting the glowing lifespan orbs left behind. With his fresh level up to 11, it was time to distribute his attribute points. He didn't hesitate. Agility was his priority. His fingers flew across the system interface, locking in his stats. Every point added sharpened his edge. Combined with his infinite invisibility, a thought struck him. With this setup, I could take down bosses without even getting touched. The idea thrilled him. But what came next was even better. A system notification flashed up, 20 evolution points earned for defeating a platinum tier boss. His heart skipped. That was enough to evolve Greedy Hand again. Joy surged through him. With another evolution, the skill would boost his loot count from 3 to 5. Even better, he'd gain 100 more storage slots. No hesitation. He spent 210 evolution points, leaving just 15 behind. System notification. Greedy Hand has evolved from epic to legendary. The upgrade was massive. The legendary version offered a staggering 500% chance for bonus loot drops. And every extra drop, it now had a guaranteed upgrade by 1 tier. It didn't stop there. A new passive kicked in, 100 slots of greedy space. More room for more loot, all the time. Grinning, Qin Feng activated his new legendary skill. 5 extra drops materialized, just as expected. Among them, the system awarded him another 100 evolution points, bringing his remaining total to 115. He scanned the loot window. 2 pieces of assassin gear and an assassin skill book gleamed back at him. Perfect, but his current level wasn't high enough to equip them yet. No problem. He sent them straight to storage in the Sanctified Grounds warehouse, saved for later. Then he summoned a devout. Qin Feng summoned a believer, instructing them to gather and neatly stack all the loot from the palace. The follower moved quickly, collecting every valuable item scattered around. As the believer worked, Qin Feng turned his attention to the 115 evolution points he still had to spend. He wasn't going to let a single one go to waste. First up, Shadow Stealth. He evolved it 3 times, pushing it to epic. The upgrade was immediate. Stealth duration jumped from 36 to 60 seconds. Even better, attacks coming out of stealth now dealt 300% to 500% more damage. Cooldown dropped too, from 22 seconds to just 15. Next was Backstab Enhancement. Using 34 evolution points, he upgraded it twice, reaching epic. The damage boost from back attacks soared from 50% to 75%. Devastating. Then came Darkest Moment. With just 6 points, he advanced it all the way through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond to Epic. Now, it unleashed a blast of dark light that blinded enemies within a 50-meter radius. The effect lasted a base of 16 seconds, shorter if the target had a high spirit stat. Finally, he turned to Bloom Curse, dropping 33 points to evolve it to Legendary. And the new effect? Terrifying. He could now cast Bloom Curse on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of death. It would absorb 50% of their remaining non-tradable lifespan, along with any scattered light orbs, and make the body vanish completely. His eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. The skill could now directly consume non-tradable lifespan orbs, perfect for rage zones and heil areas, where that type of lifespan burned away quickly. Essential for survival. Just then, a message popped up from Snowy. She congratulated him on the platinum boss kill and added news. The Eastern Sage just logged off. His clan's gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel to convert lifespan into combat power. Qin Feng thanked her. No need, she replied coolly. It's my job. Then her tone shifted, serious. You have to beat Eastern Sage. If you don't, I'm done for. Don't worry, Qin Feng said, calm and focused. His mind was already on the next move. He finished storing the loot, grateful for the extra 100 storage slots. Space was no longer an issue. Once everything was packed away, he headed off to find Wang Ming. Time to sell what they didn't need. As he walked through the ruins, someone familiar stepped into view. Shadow had returned. Excitement rippled through the group. Little Black and the others lit up with joy. Xiaoyu was the first to run toward him, her steps quick with anticipation. But just before she reached him, Qin Feng raised his hand, firm but calm. His voice turned businesslike. Same as always. I set the price. If you don't like it, feel free to walk. He scanned the loot, calculating quickly. Over 30 pieces here are just basic bronze and common junk, he muttered. So, I'll give you a discount. 950 days of lifespan for the lot. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. She smiled, nodding. That sounds fair to us. Deal, Xiaoyu nodded. They had already calculated their earlier loot, worth around 1,000 days of lifespan. To make things easier, she offered, let's just call it 2,000 days for everything. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing slightly. Hold on, he said, voice steady but pointed. This haul includes silver, gold, and even platinum tier items. The real value is closer to 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Xiaoyu froze. Her fingers flew across the system interface as she reviewed the list. Her eyes widened. Platinum gear, she whispered, stunned. I only have 1 gold tier item myself. Who would even think of selling this stuff? Her voice trembled with excitement. This changes everything for Jianghai City. This will speed up everything. Qin Feng simply shrugged. Just helping each other out, he said casually, brushing off the praise. But Little Black wasn't so quick to accept it. She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. How do you even have that much inventory space? She asked, voice edged with curiosity. Wait, are you Doraemon? Qin Feng chuckled softly. A subtle smirk crossed his face. I'm not Doraemon, he replied calm, a little amused. Your inventories are probably full already. There's a portal under the statue in the city ruins. Teleports back to the starting town. First use costs 500 lifespan days. After that, it's free. He turned to leave, then added over his shoulder. Think about it. Xiaoyu watched him walk away, smiling knowingly. Told you, she said, her voice playful. Shadow has to be a reborn player. No one else would know about that portal. Wang Ming, a bit lost in the moment, scratched his head. Captain, maybe don't spook him like that. You're gonna scare the guy, he said, trying to ease the mood. Xiaoyu blushed faintly. What do you think would happen if I tried flirting with Shadow? She asked with a mischievous grin. But Qin Feng was already focused on the next move. The system chimed in with a familiar prompt. Would you like to consume tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world? He didn't hesitate. Yes. The system confirmed 27,000 days of lifespan consumed. Level synchronization and class advancement synchronization complete. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. The divide between game and reality had vanished. This was power in its purest form. He dove in. First, 1,946 days to bring Shadow Mel to level 10, unleashing its full strength. Then, 900 days to push Backstab Enhancement to Epic. Another 1,000 into Greedy Hand, maximizing loot drops. 3,200 more for Shadow Flash Slash. 5,366 into Ghost Blur, enhancing his evasiveness and speed. A massive 16,999 for Curse of Blooming, adding raw devastation. And 11,313 into Blacklight Shield, fortifying his defense. When it was over, he had 7,480 tradable lifespan days left. But he wasn't done. Next, equipment. 3,600 days went into the Boots of Concealment, Gold Tier. Then 3,394 days on the Pendant of the Devout. More than just flashy, the pendant reduced cooldowns and even summoned a Silver Tier follower. A nearly invincible force in the real world. That's the real game changer, Qin Feng thought, his mind already spinning with plans. After all his extractions, he was left with just 486 days of tradable lifespan. But in exchange, his real-world strength was now nearly on par with his in-game power. He could feel it coursing through him, raw energy and control. This is what it's all about, he thought, then melted into the shadows. Moments later, Qin Feng opened his eyes in the real world. Familiar surroundings greeted him, grounding him with renewed purpose. But a thought flickered. Kyan probably knows where I live now. A hint of unease crept in. For now, it was smarter to disappear, lay low until things cooled down. He knew extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification would cost over 1,300 years of lifespan. Too steep right now. First, he needed a temporary base, just until he gathered more resources. His eyes sharpened. He activated Greedy Hand. One by one, every item in the room vanished, sucked into the void. Weapons, gear, random items, all gone. Stored away like magic in his personal inventory. A cheat code come to life. He grinned. This is beyond broken. Like unlocking God-tier inventory in my favorite RPG. In a flash, he leapt to the window, phone in hand, scanning the map. Dongfan's clan was about 15 kilometers away, at the Jiangnan Hotel. Piece of cake, he muttered. 10 minutes. That's all I need. Then he was gone. Cloaked in invisibility, he moved like a sci-fi assassin. No sound, no trail, just pure precision. His route was direct. No stumbles, no distractions. The city passed by in a blur. Before long, he was there, right outside the Jiangnan Hotel. Inside, tension was rising. The Dongfang family gathered, the atmosphere buzzing with ambition. This is our moment, one man said, raising his glass. The game's skills and lifespan affect the real world. Thanks to Siener's foresight, our clan is about to rise to the top. Siener sat back, eyes gleaming with pride. Everything's going perfectly, he said, a little too smug. The family's elder nodded with approval. I'm proud. We've bought up a ton of exchangeable lifespan, all to push our top members to level 10. The goal? Control, both in the game and out. But Siener had no time for talk of legacies. He didn't care about dynasties or the family name. His thoughts were far darker. The old man's barely clinging to life, yet he still wants to play king, he scoffed silently. But once I get my hands on Shadow's secrets, it's over. He already had a plan. Trap Shadow, expose his abilities, then milk him for every ounce of lifespan. Once I'm at the top of the rankings, he fantasized, they'll all follow me. Dongfang will be mine. The old man turned to him, smiling. How's the plan with Shadow? Sienna gave a cold grin. Don't worry. I've already found someone who can uncover his identity. We'll have answers soon. He leaned in, voice low and dangerous. The grandfather says the shadow guy must be captured alive. He tells them to make the shadow serve the Dong Fong family, and that's the only way he can truly be of value. Xian just agrees with his grandfather. Outside their room, our hero has already cleared out the guards, while inside, they're busy chanting "Long live the Dong family," not knowing what's coming for them. Our boy thinks he didn't expect the people in the family to still be armed. The Shadow's stealth mode and Black Shield can dodge all attacks, but he hasn't brought any defensive gear into the real world either. If he gets hit in the heart or head, it's game over. Right then, he summons a devout follower monster with just a flick of his hand. He reminds himself to stay conscious. His devout follower has sharp claws for close combat and green flames for long-range attacks. He commanded to get in there and kill them all, leaving no survivors. As a silver-tier boss, this monster has insane durability, even against firearms. It can tank a lot. Just as it's about to bust through the door inside the room, a guy and a girl are drinking. They spot the monster and panic. The summoned monster roars as the security team pulls their guns. Xian yells at them, saying this thing's a monster from some godforsaken game. Shoot it now. On his command, they open fire as the monster charges in. It instantly takes out a guard, green flame, through a distance. Then it pierces its hand straight through another guy's chest, then goes for another one. Xian watches it, killing everyone and sweating bullets. Next up is the Grand Master himself. He cries out for help as the monster pounces upon him, but Xian bolts in the opposite direction while the monster starts devouring his grandfather right there. The guy in a black suit runs outside, thinking he has to escape, and if he can make it into the game, he'll be safe. If he manages to hit level 10, he can extract that power into the real world and come back unstoppable. But then, right in front of him, there's our hero, surrounded by black energy. He's confused for a second as our boy stands inverted, but before he can react, our hero charges in and slices his neck clean off in the blink of an eye. Even after dying, the guy's body runs a few steps before collapsing, his head rolling on the floor, and his soul probably still wondering what just happened. Then our hero casts the curse of the blooming flower, and the whole ground fills with creatures that start devouring the corpse and cleaning the area. He stands on the floor, wrapped in thick red energy, while an interface appears, showing he just absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Our hero says this is a massive harvest. Xander's body dissolved into a flurry of blooming flowers, and Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. This time, the blooming curse had truly lived up to its name. It wiped away every trace. No blood, no body, just flowers. More importantly, it drained every last second of Xander's remaining life. His lifespan, once non-tradable, had now been absorbed. An astonishing 2,327 years added to Qin Feng's own. With this buffer, stepping into rage zones wouldn't be nearly as nerve-wracking anymore. Just then, panic broke out. Someone shouted an alarm, yelling for the police. There had been gunshots and screams coming from one of the private rooms. Qin Feng's expression shifted. He remembered clearly. That room belonged to the Dongfang family. Moments later, a group of police officers stormed toward the scene. Based on the reports, they were bracing for casualties. But when they threw the door open, they were stunned. Not a single corpse in sight. It was baffling. The room was a wreck, clearly signs of a violent struggle, yet there was no one there. One officer looked around in confusion. "Did anyone see anyone leave the building?" he asked. But no one had. It was as if the entire Dongfang family had vanished into thin air. With no leads, they had no choice but to call on the investigation unit. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already slipped away from the hotel. His next destination, Qian Corporation. But he knew their headquarters had relocated to North America before the game descended. Only the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishir, remained trapped in Demon City. He needed to eliminate her before she escaped the country. The distance from Jianghai City to Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers. On foot, it would take hours, and that was time he couldn't afford to waste. Deciding he needed rest, Qin Feng began preparing to log out. His plan was to return to the game once recharged. Back in that forsaken game world, Qin Feng appeared in the ruins, quickly spotting a few silver and gold tier bosses still lingering nearby. Time to farm. Just then, Captain contacted him, voice buzzing with excitement. "We got huge news," she said. Xiao Hei found a tomb entrance, but there's a gold tier vengeful spirit guarding it. We couldn't take it down. Surprised, Qin Feng asked how they even stumbled upon a tomb. Captain explained they were heading back to the starting city when they took a small detour to avoid some weak monsters. Somewhere along the way, they realized Xiao He was missing. After some searching, they found him at the bottom of a pit. He'd accidentally fallen into a special tomb zone, one where Team Chad's tech didn't work. They jumped in after him, only to be chased by a level 12 gold boss. Fortunately, they managed to outrun it and escape back to Shelltown. "If you want in," Captain offered, "I've got the coordinates." Qin Feng chuckled. Talk about luck, finding a tomb just by stepping in the wrong spot. It didn't get more random than that. Still, it was the kind of luck he could use. Tombs like faith temples and curse ruins were chaotic, unpredictable, and extremely rare. Qin Feng asked Captain to send the coordinates, and she did right away. Turns out the tomb was hidden near the ruins of Shelltown. He thanked her and added, "If I find anything I don't need, I'll sell it to you guys, no problem." He couldn't help but admire how sharp Captain and you were. As he reached the location, his attention landed on a massive well. He paused. Was this really the entrance? It looked too obvious. Hard to believe someone could just stumble in by accident. Then again, Xiao He had done exactly that. No second guessing. Qin Feng jumped straight in. The system immediately greeted him. "You've entered the Tomb of Resentment. Long-range communication is now disabled." He landed at the bottom and started walking down a shadowy corridor. That's when it emerged. A towering monster, the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold rank boss. Qin Feng stood still, studying the creature in silence. He'd never come across this boss in his past life, but just by looking at it, he could tell it hit hard, covered a wide area, and dealt heavy physical damage. Now he understood why Inu and the others had run. The gear and skill books he'd sold them didn't do much to boost defense. If someone like Wang Meng, a Holy Shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, took a direct hit, he'd probably lose over half his health in one shot. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. One clean strike from that axe would be fatal. He activated Bless and followed it with instant Shadow Slash, darting in and slicing off the monster's arms in one clean combo. The boss had sky-high defense, and instant Shadow Slash only dealt 80% of its usual damage, but that wasn't the goal. He was setting it up for the real finisher. Blessed Release, Throat Slit. The monster's severed arm twitched and shot toward him. He reacted fast. Boom! An explosion rocked the corridor. Qin Feng barely managed to leap back in time. His heart pounded. A corpse explosion. He'd gotten sloppy. If Ghost Blur hadn't triggered when it did, he'd be dead already. The boss's remains crumbled, then transformed into pure lifespan energy. Qin Feng recalled something similar from his past life. His team had once killed an unknown boss, and someone had rushed in too eagerly to loot it. The corpse exploded, taking him out instantly. Entire squads have been wiped like that before, usually by platinum-level bosses and above. He hadn't expected a gold-rank boss to go out the same way. Using Greedy Hand, he scooped USP the loot. A flood of system notifications hit him. "You have slain the resentful ghost, gold-tier boss. Rewards, plus 10 days of tradable lifespan, plus 20 evolution points. Bonus from Greedy Hand, plus 63 days tradable lifespan. Platinum tier, resentful leather armor obtained. Platinum tier skill book acquired. Night ring blades." He raised an eyebrow. Gear and a skill he could actually use? The system described it in detail. Dark Night ring blade, a platinum tier assassin weapon. The skill was exactly what Qin Feng had been hoping for. Dark Night ring blade, a move that infused the blade with dark elemental energy, striking every enemy within a 5-meter radius and adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Its cooldown was normally 10 seconds, but his buffs had already pushed it down to 5.7 seconds. The required level? Just 11. Perfect. This was exactly the kind of elemental burst the assassin class needed. The shadow class relied more on spirit than strength, meaning his magic damage far outstripped his physical output. No wonder skills like this one fit him so well. He glanced at his stats. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15, He nodded to himself. Time to go all in. Without hesitation, he poured 6 evolution points into the skill, reducing his total to 36. In a flash, Dark Knight Ring Blade evolved, first to Emerald, then Diamond, and finally landed at Epic Tier. The result? Its range shot up from 5 meters to 12, and the Dark Elemental bonus leaped from 500 to 1,300 points. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. He understood exactly what this meant. While the boost to raw damage wasn't overwhelming, the expanded radius made it devastating for clearing mobs. Shadow Slash had a strong impact, but it only slashed forward in a narrow 5-meter line. Dark Knight Ring Blade, however, hit everything in the area around him. For Swarm Control, it was a monster of skill. The system pinged again, displaying the stats of the armor he'd looted. Resentful Leather Armor, Platinum Tier, plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 to all elemental resistances, plus 42 damage block, plus 777 HP. Level requirement, 11. Special effect, Resentment, gain plus 30 base attack after being hit. Qin Feng eyed the stats. The resentment effect wasn't game-changing, but the armor's defense, resistances, and block rate were top tier. It was more than enough to replace his old golden Ghostfire leather armor, LV5. He packed up the rest of the loot, 20 items in total. Selling everything would net him over 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. Now that he had access to the tomb, he was hoping to strike it big. A rare material would be great, but a mount? That would be even better. Elsewhere, things weren't going so smoothly. A goblin, swinging wildly, sliced straight through Qin Xiaoyu and her teammate, killing them instantly. They respawned back in town, but one of the men was absolutely livid. He lost it, screaming, furious. He stormed over to Qin Xiaoyu, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted in her face. "You're useless. You've grown taller, but your brain's still the size of a pea." He was fuming, blaming her for the entire team's wipeout. "It's always you. Every damn time it's your screw-ups that get us killed. I've only got 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left because of you." Then, with one brutal motion, he threw her to the ground. "If you dare come near me at school," he warned, voice low and dangerous, "I'll make sure you regret it." Someone approached to help her, just as the furious man disconnected from the game. Her friend turned to her, concern in her voice. "Come with me to my parents' village," she said. "They've got a support group for people like us, those who can't keep up with this crazy game. It's mostly for the elderly, but they'll help anyone struggling." But Qin Xiaoyu's hands were clenched. Anger bubbled up inside her. "No," she snapped. Then she logged off without another word, rejecting the offer outright. "Go by yourself, Yin Yin." She jolted awake in her bed, still seething. Grabbing her phone, she messaged Henin. "Can you help me level up?" Henin replied with a smile. "Sure, but it'll cost you. One night with me. I want to see what the school's goddess is like in bed." Her face twisted in disgust. "You disgusting creep," she spat. "Who do you think you are?" But then, as if flipping a switch, she changed her tone. A soft smile crept onto her lips. "Actually, I've always liked you too," she said sweetly. "The only reason I didn't accept your confession before was because my brother Qin Feng wouldn't let me. But now that we're no longer close, we could finally be together." Henin didn't fall for it for a second. "You're really something," he laughed. "Trying to guilt-trip me now? Please. If you've already ditched your own brother, who knows what you do to me?" Then he cut her off coldly. "Don't ever contact me again." Still, she didn't stop. She started messaging everyone she could think of. First up was Sharp Young Master. She invited him over, hoping for some company, and maybe a bit of help leveling up, but he instantly saw through her. "Oh, it's you," he scoffed. "I'm platinum level now. Got plenty of women. Don't need you." And he told her to get lost. Next, she messaged Brother Zoma, claiming she was bored and waiting for him in Shelltown. His reply was no better. "Everyone knows how you tricked Zhang Wei," he said. "Try that on me, and I'll test out my new skill on your face." Her chest tightened. She was getting nowhere. She cursed them all under her breath. Men, useless when it really counts. In her frustration, she stared blankly ahead, a sinking feeling settling in. Only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left. She didn't know what to do. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt completely alone. That's what she thought of Qin Feng. He wouldn't ignore her. He never had. If anyone could help her, it was him. She had to go see him, even if it meant swallowing her pride. Night had already fallen by the time she reached his apartment. As she stood outside the door, she imagined how it would go. She'd step inside, say a few heartfelt words, maybe even apologize. He'd forgive her like always. But the thought made her pause. Why should she apologize? She hadn't done anything wrong. No, she told herself. This wasn't about pride. She just had to play it smart. She raised her hand to knock, rehearsing it in her mind. Act humble, get him to help her level up, and once she was back on her feet, she'd cut ties with him for good. A faint smile played on her lips. Just a little longer, Qin Feng. Once I get what I need, we're done. This was the plan, and Sayo thought she was an absolute genius for coming up with it. Feeling confident, she knocked on the door. Qin Feng, open up. She knocked again, louder this time. Come on, I know you're in there. Are you asleep or what? Then her voice softened. I'm back. Please, open the door. Her knocking turned desperate. Please let me in. When there was still no response, frustration took over. She kicked the door open and froze. The apartment was completely empty. No bed, no table, no clothes, nothing. She stepped inside in disbelief. Where is he? Pulling out her phone, she tried calling Qin Feng. No answer. He was gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the grudge tomb, Qin Feng was tearing through monsters without mercy. One after another, they fell before him. He soon reached what looked like the final chamber. Along the way, he'd taken down over 200 minor monsters, plus several bronze and silver tier bosses. Now, he was nearly level 12. In front of him stood a single, ancient coffin. He summoned a devout follower to aid him and prepared to open it, hoping that the final boss would be platinum tier. But the moment he pushed the lid, something went wrong. Dark energy surged from the coffin, flooding the room. It poured into his follower's eyes and mouth. And just like that, the system declared, your devout follower has been annihilated. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Death miasma, a gold tier boss. He cursed under his breath. This was one of the worst ones. It had no physical body, making it completely immune to physical attacks. He remembered this thing from his past life. Someone had released it near a base, and the chaos it caused was horrific. Civilians had died in droves, and anyone possessed by it had almost no chance of survival, unless they had a teammate who could dispel it or access to rare invincibility-type skills. No hesitation. Qin Feng activated Dark Knight Ringblade. Shadows whipped around his body, swirling fast. And then, he saw it. The true form of the boss, hidden deep inside the miasma. Without wasting a second, he struck with his dagger. The system window flashed. You have slain the gold tier boss, Death Miasma. Qin Feng let out a breath. This boss was listed as gold tier, but its strength was clearly above platinum. The fact that it dropped only gold-grade loot was disappointing, but at least the magic-type damage of his new skill had worked. The boss's form dissolved into a glowing lifespan orb. He used greedy hand to claim the loot. He sighed. After all the effort it had taken to clear this tomb, he really hoped something valuable would drop. Then he saw it. Rare item obtained. Mount Bell. Qin Feng's eyes widened. It was real. He'd actually got a mount drop. So the rumors about Lin Lu's koi-like luck weren't exaggerated after all. This wasn't luck, it was destiny. According to the system, the Mount Bell, Ghost Nightwolf could summon a level 11 Ghost Mount. Not only could it assist in battle, but it could also be ridden, perfect for fast travel. The only requirement was to be at least level 11, and Qin Feng knew exactly what this was. The Ghost Nightwolf, one of the fastest and most effective early game mounts anyone could get. The Ghost Nightwolf was no ordinary mount. At level 11 in gold grade, its stats were impressive. Strength, 148. Constitution, 155. Spirit, 135. Agility, 191. It wasn't just fast, it was powerful. Better yet, it leveled alongside its owner, getting stronger over time. But there was a catch. If its Mount Bell was ever traded, the wolf's progress would reset back to 0. Its abilities, though, were what really made it shine. Dash boosted mounted movement speed by a whopping 245%. Nightwalk. At night, it stayed in permanent level 1 stealth. Attacking broke the effect, but dealt plus 120 revealed damage, with a 60-second cooldown before re-entering stealth. Pounce. A triple strike leap on a single target, each hit adding plus 267 physical damage, with a 12-second cooldown. Wolf Howl buffed all allied units with plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 elemental resistance for 180 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Qin Feng realized this wasn't just a mount, it was a combat companion. And with stealth on top of that, it was a massive win. Night had fallen as he rode the ghost Night Wolf out of the tomb ruins. His next goal was clear. Hit level 15, gather enough lifespan, and extract the mount for real-world use. Then, he'd log out and head straight to Magic City to eliminate Qian Shi, wiping out any chance of future threats. As he rode through the quiet night, he passed by the towering Jianghai Coliseum, a massive structure with 2 underground floors, forming a tangled, monster-infested labyrinth. Perfect for grinding levels. With light jumps, the ghost Night Wolf scaled the outer wall of the Coliseum. Powerful monsters stared up at them from within. Then, without warning, the wolf leapt high into the air. Qin Feng and his beast dropped from the sky, descending directly into the monster horde. His eyes flashed with focus. Shadow instant slash. And just like that, he began massacring everything in sight. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ruins, Anyu swung her sword, cutting down a nearby monster. The creature's body dissolved, transforming into lifespan energy. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her teammate, Man Naliang, son of a department head from Jianghai City, began clapping. "That's what I'm talking about, Captain," he said. "Your damage is next level." He praised the raw power of the hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, and made it clear he had his eyes set on her. Anyu shook her head. "That was just a level 8 gold boss, and it still took us more than 10 minutes to kill. I really don't get how Shadow soloed a platinum boss." Ma Naliang brushed it off. "Please, Shadow's just a stealthy assassin. He probably just ran circles and whittled the boss down over time. That kind of fighting style won't ever lead to greatness." Still, he felt smug. Anyu didn't have any major background, and with his political family ties, winning her over would be simple. At least, that's what he believed. Anyu tilted her head. If slowly chipping away at a boss is so mediocre, wouldn't that make you, an archer, even more suited for it? Ma Naliang stumbled back, falling flat on his rear. I'm not like that," he stammered, scrambling to defend himself. "I'm an upright person. I wouldn't stoop to that." Trying to regain composure, he added, "Besides, I heard Shadow's a real piece of work in the real world. Guy's got a nasty reputation, cold-blooded. Ruthless." Ma Naliang crossed his arms smugly and said he had a plan. He knew a hunter from the Metropolitan Police, someone with level 3 anti-stealth skills. If they worked together, they could expose Shadow's real identity in the real world and then force him under control. "Someone like him can't be trusted unless he's under us," Ma Naliang said coldly. "Otherwise, we'll just keep seeing more disasters like what happened with Song Fei and Zhang Li. I'm tired of cleaning up his messes." But Anyu and Wang Ming glanced at each other and burst into laughter. "You really don't get it, do you?" Anyu said, wiping a tear from her eye. "This isn't about Shadow asking for favors," Wang Ming added. "We're the ones cleaning up his aftermath. That's the only way to keep him from turning on us." They reminded him of the facts. The first global solo kill of a gold-tier boss. The first solo platinum kill. Both by Shadow. Ma Naliang's face twisted with fury. "He's just a fragile assassin," he spat. "As long as we can match his stealth level, he's nothing." He scowled at the two of them. "You nobodies have a nerve to lecture me?" Then he turned to Anyu, his voice sharp. "Watch closely. I'll destroy his reputation and bring him down myself. When that happens, you'll be on your knees, begging me to forgive you." Wang Ming tried to steer the conversation back to the present. "What did the boss drop anyway?" Anyu thought for a second. A gold-tier priest item, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. She touched her chin, her thoughts drifting. Come to think of it, Shadow sold us gold tier gear before. Even platinum. Makes you wonder, how many bosses has he actually killed? Or maybe he's just insanely good at finding treasure chests. Wang Ming's expression turned serious. That's what worries me, he admitted. You remember the Zhongyun restaurant incident? The whole Dongfang family slaughter during a private meeting. He looked at Anyu. What if Shadow was behind that too? Are we seriously supposed to keep covering for him? Wang Ming's voice dropped lower. We don't even know what kind of person he really is. What if he's an actual killer in real life? Anyu nodded slowly. She knew the case. The higher-ups were investigating it heavily, and rumors were swirling about Shadow's possible involvement. But then she smiled, calm and confident. Even if he did do it, she said, I'd still back him. Wang Ming blinked. What? I know the top brass won't clean up his messes anymore, she continued. But I will. Personally. Why? Wang Ming asked, still puzzled. She looked him straight in the eye. The real question is, who wouldn't support Shadow? Just then, one of their subordinates appeared. He looked rattled. We found something ahead, he reported. It looks like an arena, but all the monsters are already dead. His tone turned serious. There are bodies everywhere. I don't know who is strong enough to wipe out the entire place. Anyu's eyes lit up with interest. Let's go check it out. Wang Ming looked at her, even more confused than before, but followed her anyway. They arrived at the Jianghai Coliseum, and what they saw stopped them in their tracks. Lifespan energy scattered across the battlefield. The remains of a massacre. They stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of loot scattered across the Coliseum floor. There must have been hundreds of monsters here. The question hit them all at once. Who could have wiped out this entire area? Captain Anyu had no doubts. Shadow's been here, she said confidently. Ma Naoyang raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Easy, she replied. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. We're right behind him, and even we couldn't pull this off. If we can't do it, that only leaves him. Ma Naoyang scoffed, clearly irritated. I've got invisibility too. I could do the same thing. It'd just take more time. Anyu smiled, not even bothering to argue. Instead, she opened up communication with Shadow. Given how many monsters he'd wiped out, she figured he must have picked up a pile of gear and skill books he didn't need. Want to sell us the extras? She asked casually. Then it happened. Ma Naoyang's eyes shot wide open. A shadow loomed behind him. Qin Feng, mounted on the ghost Nightwolf. Startled, Ma Naoyang dropped to the ground in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Anyu, on the other hand, lit up with excitement. Where did you get that mount? Qin Feng answered calmly. Thanks to the coordinates Little Black gave me. Little Black turned red instantly. Why you don't have to mention that. Qin Feng didn't press. Instead, he made an offer to Anyu. All these items on the ground, they're yours. One package. Same deal as always. She nodded. Understood. And as usual, if I'm not happy with the deal, I'm free to walk away. Shadow's terms were always clear and fair. But Ma Naoyang? He was boiling inside. His face twisted with rage as he watched Qin Feng ride off, calm and untouchable. The humiliation burned deep. He clenched his fists, swearing silently that one day, they'd all pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued through the ruins on his mount. The system chart showed he'd just hit level 13. Trailing behind him at level 10 were Justice Enforcement, Wang Ming, and even Black Goblin Big Lies. He now had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points in the bank. And the loot? Solid. Among the drops was a gold-tier skill book, Silent Concealment. This ability let him enter stealth without moving. As long as he stayed still and didn't attack, he remained permanently invisible. If he attacked from this state, it added plus 300 detection penetration damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, and the skill required level 13 to use. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a stealth enhancer. This was game-changing. If used correctly and combined with invincibility states from the game, he could vanish entirely, even in the real world. No more hesitating. He spent 11 evolution points to upgrade it. From gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic. The effect was immediate. Stealth attack bonus increased from plus 300 to plus 800. Cooldown dropped from 120 to 60 seconds. But he wasn't done. Next up, Venomous Dart. He poured 34 evolution points into it, and it began to evolve from Emerald to Venomous Dart evolved to Epic, and the upgrades were undeniable. Its range expanded to 20 meters, its hit damage rose to 400, and it now inflicted a Venom status that dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds. The effect didn't stack, but it didn't need to. Next came the heavy investment. 200 evolution points to take Graceful Release from Legendary to Mythic. The result? Plus 300% bonus to weakness attacks. Weakness multiplier doubled. Remained at level 5. Throat slash effect. Dealt 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced to 15 seconds, and with his buffs, it was down to just 9.7 seconds. Qinfeng grinned. This was the power of Mythic tier skills. Every strike, unless against special monsters, was now a direct weak point hit. He then took out a necklace and studied it carefully. The Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade assassin accessory, granted. Plus 45 physical attack, plus 20 strength, plus 20 constitution. Required level 13. Its special effect? It boosted stealth level by 1. Combining all his gear and skill bonuses, Qinfeng had now reached stealth level 4, practically undetectable at this stage of the game. And then there was the Shadow Veil, a gold-tier assassin item. Plus 5 constitution, plus 5 spirit, plus 32% evasion rate. With everything stacked, his total evasion now sat at a staggering 83%. That's what happened. A small explosion echoed nearby. Qinfeng paused. Something was coming. From the rubble, a towering figure emerged. A giant boss, its arms made of chains, hands replaced by razor-sharp blades. He narrowed his eyes. The Steel Saintess. Qinfeng couldn't believe it. Who the hell unleashed her? He remembered her from his past life. She'd once appeared right here in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players had tried to take her down. The result? Over 4,000 deaths. She wasn't just a random boss. She was the guardian of Church Sanctuary, the second largest refuge in the ruins of Jianghai. Originally, Qinfeng had planned to deal with Qian Shishir first before challenging her. But now that she was here, he wasn't going to let the opportunity slip. He jumped, and his ghost Night Wolf leapt onto the nearest building. From above, he watched as chaos erupted below. The boss spun her bladed arms, tearing through players like paper. One fell, then another. Panic set in. Before anyone could organize, she lunged forward again, butchering them mercilessly. Qinfeng frowned. They're overestimating themselves, he muttered. One player, mounted on a tiger, charged in to fight her. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. Dong Wuing, also known as Chun Wuming, a player with a hidden class, Paladin, a face from the past. Qinfeng had fought him for 9 years in his previous life, yet neither had ever claimed a decisive victory. Chun Wuming was cunning and slippery, always escaping with some underhanded trick when defeat was near. He also remembered something else. In that past life, it was Chun Wuming's guild, Knight's Sanctuary, that finally brought down the Steel Saintess. They say, West God, East Sanctuary, because the two guilds control the western and eastern zones of the Jianghai City ruins. The Guild Knight's Sanctuary, founded by Chun Wuming, had a brutal recruitment system. Every new member had to sign an ironclad contract. While it offered protection, it came at a steep cost, up to 50% of their lifespan taxed directly. Most of these recruits ended up as virtual slaves, forced to grind and serve the elite members at the top. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of setup he could use to his advantage. This time, he muttered, Chun Wuming isn't escaping. The Steel Saintess boss started whirling her massive chain-blade arms, locked in a frenzy. While her focus was elsewhere, Qinfeng cloaked himself in invisibility and closed in. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent. In one fluid motion, he unleashed Dark Knight Ringblade, and in an instant, the nearby players dropped dead. Now cloaked in a glowing red aura, Qin Feng spun through the battlefield, cutting down players like blades of grass. Shen Wuming watched in horror. When he realized who it was, he shouted, "Shadow, why are you attacking us? We've never even had a conflict." Qin Feng appeared right behind him. His tone was cold, his eyes ruthless. "Because I don't eat beef." Shen Wuming's eyes went wide with disbelief. He didn't even have time to react. Instant shadow slash. It was over. Qin Feng extended a hand and activated Blooming Curse. Not long after, all the players were respawning back in their hometown, stunned and angry. Shen Wuming was furious. What the hell does not eating beef have to do with anything? One of his subordinates was pale with panic. His lifespan had dropped to 0. Shen Wuming gritted his teeth. This had to be another one of Shadow's hidden skills. "We regroup," he ordered. "Level up, recover lifespan." Then we hit back. In that same group was Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with tears. Why is Shadow attacking me directly?" she whispered. Her lifespan was nearly gone. Back at the battlefield, the system flashed a message for Qin Feng. "Blooming Curse has absorbed. +4 days tradable lifespan and +1 year non-tradable lifespan from Xiaoyu." Qin Feng smirked. So, she joined Knight's Sanctuary too, clearly out of desperation. No surprise there. Becoming a black-labeled slave in Chen Wuming's guild? To him, it was exactly what she deserved. At that moment, the Steel Saintess turned on him. A smoke screen burst out as she launched an attack, but once it cleared, Qin Feng stood untouched, thanks to Ghostly Blur. He knew her patterns well. In Phase 1, she relied mostly on spinning chainsword attacks, either direct strikes or wide-range AoEs. As her arms tensed and began spinning again, Qin Feng made his move. He leapt high into the air, then dove toward her, activating a deadly combo. Blessed Release. Plague Blade. The first hit triggered Throat Slash, causing a critical burst of bleeding damage over time. 3 seconds later, Plague Blade exploded, unleashing a wave of toxin damage. Qin Feng landed cleanly and watched the numbers stack up. Thousands of points in damage. And the fight was just beginning. A clean slash to the throat. In an instant, the Steel Saintess's HP dropped to below half. Her eyes glowed with rage. But Qin Feng remained perfectly calm. He knew what came next. This boss was infamous not for her first phase, but for what awakened after. Phase 2. Once her HP fell below 50%, the demon sealed inside her awakened, and that changed everything. From that moment on, all damage taken would be reflected back to the attacker, split evenly. On top of that, a strange legend surrounded her second form. They said a portal existed inside the demon's stomach, and anyone swallowed by her would be teleported to some unknown place, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. But in Qin Feng's past life, no one ever confirmed that story. He chalked it up to gamer folklore, probably players confusing it with mechanics from other titles. A group of players observed the battle from a distance. They were stunned. Shadow's brutal. One of them muttered, "That boss was summoned by Knight's Sanctuary, and he just wiped them all like it was nothing." And then with one skill, bam, half her HP gone. Straight into Phase 2. Up on the cliffs, Qin Feng, now cloaked in invisibility, watched them silently. His gaze sharpened. He knew the Steel Saintess had a specific weakness in her second phase. During her attack animations, the damage reflection temporarily deactivated. If timed perfectly, he could land hits without getting punished. But there was a major problem. All of his key skills, Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, Poison Dagger, inflicted damage over time, which meant even if he timed the hit, the lingering damage would still be reflected. And at his current level, just one hit of that feedback would kill him instantly. He narrowed his eyes toward the players still chatting on the ridge. He had an idea. Down below, one of the curious players stepped forward. "Move aside. I want a better look." His name was Anyu. The others seemed energized by his presence. His subordinate explained that they'd been watching the fight for a while. They'd already memorized the boss's attack patterns. Apparently, she only had a few core moves. Grinning, a girl beside him raised her hands. After the boss drops below half HP, she pauses briefly. Her body changes slightly. Looks like she gains new skills. And just when she entered that second phase, she added, shadow vanished. Anyu clenched his jaw. No way. He was fighting her solo. His expression darkened, eyes glowing with frustration. Shao, activate Red Eye. Find him. The girl nodded and began channeling her skill. A small spirit rabbit materialized and hopped toward the boss unnoticed. She scanned the area and frowned. I can't detect him, she said. If he's still here, I can't see him. Level 3 anti-stealth. And still nothing? Anyu's face stiffened. That could only mean one thing. Shadow had a level 4 stealth skill. And if that were true, then he really had left. Still, he wasn't taking chances. Keep watching, he ordered Shao. If he comes back, I want to know immediately. She nodded firmly. Anyu leapt down from the building, landing with a heavy thud. His blades drawn, confidence brimming. A smile crept onto his face. The other players stared, whispering to each other in disbelief. He's crazy, one of them muttered. Going after a platinum-tier boss solo? But none of them had expected it, but someone recognized him. He'd seen that guy back in the starter town, effortlessly taking down a gold-tier boss without even getting scratched. It all made sense now. His class? Soul Warrior. A rare one with a crazy ability. 100% dodge chance while rolling. And that wasn't all. He was none other than the legendary player known as Safety First. Word was, he used to be a top-ranked global streamer in Souls-like games, famous for lightning-fast reflexes. The boss locked eyes on him. Her blade-like arms slashed forward, but Anquin didn't flinch. He slid low, skimming across the ground, slipping past the blow with razor-thin timing. She wasn't done yet. Energy arms burst from her body, aiming to crush him, but again, he rolled away just in time. She lunged again. Another roll. Another perfect dodge. His squad could hardly believe what they were watching. The way he moved, so precise, so calm, it was unreal. They started praising him right there, marveling at how he never got greedy for an extra hit, never slipped up. His discipline was unmatched. One of them smiled and said it. He was next level, dodging every single attack without missing a beat. Even more shocking, they noticed something strange, flashes of slash effects lighting up around the boss every time he rolled. Could this class really be that broken? A black-haired woman finally explained it. Every dodge wasn't just defense, it was offense. The Soul Warrior's passive let each successful roll trigger a counterattack, dealing real damage. That's why her health kept dropping, even though he hadn't swung a blade yet. Then Shirao too grinned. She said the perfect dodges were just the beginning. What truly made Anquin terrifying was what came after. His offense wasn't just strong, it was brutal. Each strike was timed to perfection, his combos flowing seamlessly. It wasn't just about surviving the fight, it was about ending it fast. The boss, now frustrated, was frantically trying to land a hit. Xiaodu's eyes lit up. She revealed another secret. If a dodge landed perfectly, Anquin's next attack would ignore half the boss's defense. That's when Anquin turned to face her, blue energy crackling across his body. His team immediately recognized the glow. It meant he was about to drop a massive hit. 4-digit damage, easy. His eyes gleamed as he dashed forward. In a blur of motion, he struck. One move, split into 3 shadowy slashes, ripped through the boss like shooting stars. He weaved between her defenses with flawless precision, landing devastating cuts. Her HP bar, it plummeted, half gone in seconds. Cheers erupted from his team. Before they knew it, the boss was already down to just 1/3 of her health. Anquin turned his back on her, confident. A smile tugged at his lips. And that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a savage strike came crashing down on him. Massive slashes tearing through his HP, wiping out over 34,000 in a flash. He dropped instantly. His squad froze. What just happened? They were sure he dodged. No attack should have landed. Even stranger, when they attacked right after, the boss didn't lose any HP at all, even though her health had just been sliced in half. Something wasn't right. Not far away, the real story started to unfold because there stood our guy, watching it all silently. Anquin's lifespan, orbs dropped. and Qing Feng silently thanked him. The Soul Warrior's flashy antics had forced the boss to burn through many of her key skills. Qing Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. While all that chaos unfolded, he never stopped attacking. And now, finally, the boss's health had dropped to a third. Sure, Anquin's performance had looked impressive, but in the end, his showboating got him killed. His class had its limits. The Soul Warrior couldn't attack while rolling, and every hit he landed came with punishing reflected damage. It was a curse in disguise. Against someone like the Steel Maiden, that kind of trade-off was fatal. Now, the boss began turning away, and Qing Feng immediately understood what was happening. With her HP so low, she was trying to retreat to the church sanctuary. If she made it there, she'd fully heal, wiping out all their hard-earned progress. His gaze swept over Anquin's team. They looked shaken. His death had rattled them. Qing Feng could tell they weren't going to attack again, and unless someone forced the boss to fight, her damage reflection would stay active. It was time to act. Qing Feng stepped forward, blocking her path. He wasn't about to let her escape. The other players looked stunned. To them, Anquin had been a clown. The real threat? Shadow. It was terrifying to think those brutal cuts the boss had taken earlier, that hadn't been Anquin. That had been him. Xiao was in disbelief. Her level 3 anti-invisibility skill hadn't picked him up at all. That could only mean one thing. Shadow's stealth was level 4 or higher. Then, one player's eyes locked onto something. Anquin's lifespan orb still lay on the ground. Temptation took over. He licked his lips, plotting a way to grab the loot. But Qing Feng had already activated a skill. Blacklight Shield. Golden light flared around him, forming a 10-layer shield, each layer able to block one instance of damage. The moment he triggered it, the boss zeroed in on him. Her arms morphed back into blades, and she lunged. Qing Feng was ready. He launched instant Shadow Slash, delivering rapid, cutting strikes. While the boss attacked, he counted the layers left on his shield. 7 remained. He remembered, out of those 9 slashes, the last 3 had landed just after her attack ended, during her damage reflection window. If it hadn't been for the shield, he'd have been wiped out. Now, the boss began to gather energy at her core. Then she leapt into the air and unleashed waves of purple flame. Qing Feng immediately pulled back. His shield was gone. Every layer burned away in seconds. She stared him down, eyes glowing with menace. Even with a dodge rate above 80%, that flamethrower had chewed through all his defenses in an instant. A half-second slower, it would have been game over. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. One player trying to sneak in and snatch Anquin's loot. Big mistake. Without hesitation, Qing Feng flicked a poison dart. It struck the thief straight in the forehead. Instantly eliminated. He made it crystal clear. No one was taking that loot but him. Then the system message appeared. You have obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable. Qing Feng had claimed the lifespan dropped by safety first. On top of that, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable from clean hands and feet. He raised an eyebrow. Safety first had been sitting on a massive reserve. That likely meant he'd never died before. Interesting. Qing Feng decided then. He wouldn't use Blossom Curse on him just yet. The boss let out a furious roar, but Qing Feng stayed composed. He knew how this would go. He'd have to rely on Blacklight Shield and his basic Shadow Slash to chip her down safely. She struck with raw force, but Qing Feng sidestepped cleanly. Her blade slammed into the ground instead. It wasn't the fastest strategy, but it kept him alive. While the duel raged on, Xiao kept her eyes locked on the fight. She was stunned. Shadow's ferocity was on another level. Only now, watching his movements up close, does she finally understand how he got those first kills. His power was undeniable. That happened. His eyes lit up with resolve. This was it. Time for the final blow. Qing Feng darted forward, his blades flashing. He carved through the Steel Maiden like it was nothing. The system message echoed in his ears. Boss defeated. Steel Maiden. Plus 48,000 EXP. Plus 120 evolution points. Church Sanctuary key acquired. The crowd stood frozen. Shadow had soloed her. Completely. No backup. No hesitation. That's why he was number one. Without a word, Ching Feng activated Greedy Hand and scooped up the loot. The reward? A rare Emerald Tier Assassin leather armor. Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. Plus 95 physical defense. Plus 120 to all elemental resistances. Plus 77 damage reduction. Plus 77 constitution. But what stood out was its special passive, Black Flame's gift. Each time he hit or got hit, it applied a stack of Black Flame, up to 5. Each stack chipped away at the enemy's defense and resistances by 7%. Even bosses weren't fully immune, though the effect was weaker on Emerald Tier or higher. Ching Feng couldn't help but grin. This single armor piece gave him more defense than most full sets, and it came with a killer debuff too. It was miles better than the loot dropped by the Soul Purifier earlier. He wasn't done yet. He had also scored the Emerald Tier skill Assassin's Instinct. It let him partially detect hidden enemies and granted a +2 bonus to his anti-invisibility level. Without hesitating, Ching Feng upgraded the skill. It cost him 33 evolution points, leaving him with 97. The result? Assassin's Instinct leveled up from Emerald to Diamond, then Epic, and finally, Legendary. His anti-invisibility bonus climbed from +2 to +5. And with the Legendary boost, he gained a new effect, the ability to pinpoint weak spots with extreme precision, increasing critical damage by a massive 50%. An anti-invisibility skill, now legendary. Level 5 stealth detection, a 50% boost to crits. Combined with the passive graceful deliverance, it brought his total crit multiplier to 350%. At this point, he could hit weak points even with his eyes closed. Still sitting on 97 evolution points, Ching Feng moved on to his next upgrade. He targeted Ghostly Blur, evolving it to Legendary. The cost? 80 points, leaving him with just 17. The upgrade was worth it. Ghostly Blur was now something else entirely. The Ghostly Blur upgrade boosted Ching Feng's evasion rate from 75% to 85%. And more importantly, it granted full immunity to damage every time the evasion triggered. Right then, Captain Anu and her group showed up. She greeted him with a friendly grin and asked if he'd scored anything good from the boss. Ching Feng blinked, slightly confused by her cheerful tone. Anu smiled knowingly. She admitted she hadn't checked the leaderboard before and definitely didn't expect him to hit level 13 in a single night. Insane, she said. Absolutely insane. Wang Ming chimed in, still catching his breath. We've been grinding nonstop since last night, and we're not even halfway through level 11. Captain Yu smacked him on the back of the head. Stop complaining. Men always level faster anyway. Ching Feng wasn't sure what to make of the conversation, but he brushed it off. He casually mentioned that he had picked up some loot. In total, he'd appraised it all at 45,000 days of lifespan in a single package. Without hesitation, Anu transferred the lifespan to him. A system alert confirmed the trade had gone through. Then Ching Feng's tone shifted. He had something else to offer. With a serious look, he asked if she knew about hideouts. Captain Anu's eyes lit up. She smiled and said they'd already heard rumors. Apparently, in the ruins of Jianghai City, there were no safe zones. But player groups could claim hideouts as operational bases, places to store resources and activate magic barriers when enemy waves surged. Ching Feng assumed she was referring to the smaller hideout dropped by the Golden Tier boss. But she shook her head. Jianghai's officials hadn't secured any hideouts yet. She added that in Modu, the government had already taken over a medium-sized hideout, and that's how word had started to spread. That's when Ching Feng pulled it out, a gleaming golden key from his inventory. He laid it out plainly. This was a sanctuary hideout key, dropped by the Steel Maiden herself. The hideout covered over 800 square meters. He told them they'd talk numbers after they returned to base. Depending on the offer, he'd consider selling. Captain Anu and Wang Ming stood frozen. They knew exactly what that meant. The bigger the hideout, the stronger its defense and infrastructure. At that size, every member of Jianghai's official forces could have their own private space. She extended her hand with a mix of curiosity and urgency. How much do you want for it? Qing Feng stayed calm. He said he'd wait to see what the officials could put on the table. He already knew, in his past life, a hideout like this had sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could pull that off now, combined with what he already had, it would be enough to extract all his gear, skills, and levels into the real world. Captain Anu's expression turned serious. She accepted his terms and promised to report to her superiors immediately. But she had one more thing to ask. They'd just received urgent news. 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Dark Moon Town. The casualty count was already rising. If Shadow was willing to step in and take them down, she said they'd pay him 10 years of lifespan for the job. Hearing the request, Qing Feng shrugged. 7 gold-tier bosses? Didn't sound like a big deal. Even if they were grouped up, the official forces should be able to handle them with enough time. Which meant there had to be a catch. He raised an eyebrow and said as much. Captain Anu gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Exactly. She explained that they had managed to isolate and defeat one of the bosses. But the moment it died, it came back. And worse, all 7 bosses suddenly had their stats spike off the charts. In the next instant, her entire squad was wiped out. Qing Feng's eyes narrowed. That sounded familiar. He recalled a special type of group-based boss that could resurrect. And more importantly, synchronize power among each other. That could only mean one thing. They might be puppets controlled by the cursed slate, one of the infamous ancient god slates. If that was true, then this wasn't just a simple mission. It was something he couldn't afford to ignore. I'm going, he said. Send the coordinates. Anu wished him luck as he turned to leave. He had to admit, Inu was the genuine type. Most would try to lowball him on rewards, but not her. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could easily fetch 40 or 50 years of lifespan. On top of that, she was offering him an extra 10 just for showing up. That was more than fair. Mounted on his ghost Nightwolf, Qing Feng began racing through the ruins. As he passed a worn-down statue, his eyes suddenly locked onto a scene below. A group of players was surrounding and attacking someone. His expression shifted. It was Xiaoyu. A woman from the group smirked and slapped her hard across the face. Trying to seduce the guild leader already? You just joined. Xiaoyu's face was already swollen with bruises. She began to cry. The woman glared and hissed. This is a warning. Get close to him again, and I'll tear that pretty little face apart. The beating continued. From his vantage point, Qing Feng watched in silence. He understood right away. Xiaoyu had been pulled into the kind of petty, poisonous drama that often festered inside big guilds. She'd joined the Knight's Sanctuary, and now she was paying the price. In his past life, he'd always cleaned up these messes for her. This time was no different. He dropped down from the rooftop. Xiaoyu sobbed, begging them to stop. It hurts. Please, I think I'm going to die. The women ignored her. We should kill you. Who knows how many men you've seduced already? Qing Feng turned and walked toward the massive statue in the city center. He remembered something few did. Beneath that monument was a secret chamber, one that allowed teleportation back to the starter town. A hidden shortcut known to only a handful of players. The moment he stepped inside, a magic circle lit up. He knew the cost. Nothing came free. First teleport, 500 days of lifespan. Second, 1,000. Third, 2,000. Each time the price doubled. Over time, the starter town itself would evolve. Monsters would become bosses, secret loot would emerge. And now, with the appearance of the ancient god slate, this was a prime opportunity he couldn't pass up. A system prompt flashed before him. Teleport to the abandoned land of the gods, Dark Moon Town. He paused. Dark Moon Town, a place that never existed in his previous life. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The system deducted 500 days of lifespan, and in a flash, Qing Feng was teleported to Dark Moon Town. To his surprise, the place wasn't as bleak as he'd imagined. The town was bustling, with elderly folks everywhere, chatting and laughing like it was a community center instead of a war zone. That caught him off guard. Not far ahead, he noticed a small group of players assisting an older woman to her feet. She looked relieved to be back in the safe zone. One of the players reminded her that, just as promised, they'd helped her reach level 3. In return, she'd received 72 days of lifespan. Now it was time to hand over the tradable portion. The old woman's mood shifted fast. She snapped at them, asking why they were demanding payment if this was supposed to be a charity. She was furious. With a calm smile, one of the players tried to explain. We didn't ask for money. When we partied up, part of the lifespan dropped by the monsters was automatically shared with you. Another added, all we want is the agreed portion, just the part that came from those kills. But the woman wasn't having it. What agreement? I never signed anything. You're seriously trying to scam an old woman like me? The players stayed patient, insisting that they only asked for the portion earned together. Without forming a party, she wouldn't have gotten the XP or the lifespan they shared. She stepped back, waving her arms and yelling, "Don't touch me. Someone help. The Manga River Guild is harassing an old lady." Then it happened. Someone suddenly slammed her to the ground. Everyone turned, stunned. It was Feng. No hesitation. No warning. He grabbed her by the neck, eyes cold and sharp, and in one swift motion, slit her throat with his dagger. Silence. Even the players stood frozen. Her lifespan orbs dropped to the ground. Feng looked at them. There you go. Her lifespan's on the ground. Take it. Still in shock, the players finally snapped out of it and began to cheer. Who? Who was that? Which expert just helped us? Feng was already walking away, just lending a hand. They picked up the 72 days of lifespan and thanked him over and over. But for Feng, it was a nuisance that PvP was restricted in town zones. He frowned, annoyed. His thoughts drifted to the Manga River Guild. They were based here in Dark Moon Town. He remembered, originally founded to help the elderly survive in the abandoned land of the gods, they operated as a charity. Eventually, they gained official backing and massive support. Now, in terms of membership alone, Manga River was the largest guild in all of Heikia. Feng's eyes narrowed with interest. In a world collapsing into chaos, it was exactly groups like these, naive, well-meaning, and vast, that could change everything. Meanwhile, deep in the night, somewhere in the forest, a battle was unfolding. A massive mud creature roared, thrashing wildly. Two mages were fighting back. Mother, use lightning strike now. On it, she replied, beginning to charge her spell. The staff pulsed with energy, and a thunderbolt ripped down from the sky, slamming into the mud monster with a deafening crack. Seeing the opening, the party's swordsman dashed in and sliced the creature clean in half. Its body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. He exhaled in relief. They'd won. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. You guys are amazing. The player called Mother responded with a calm nod. If you just follow good tutorials, even small fry like us can take down monsters. The group began moving through the forest again. The boy glanced over at Yin. Hey, is it true your friend Xiaoyu joined Knight's Sanctuary? I heard their entry fees are insane. Yin nodded. Yeah, I invited her to join Manga River with us instead. She spoke earnestly, explaining that Manga River was a charity guild, a place where people like them, who weren't exactly game pros, helped each other. Veterans even volunteered to guide newcomers. But Xiaoyu had refused. The other player chimed in. She's already level 10, right? Probably got power leveled by Knight's Sanctuary. She'd also heard that anyone who signed with them got locked into a 3-year contract. Basically slaves for the whole term, she muttered. The boy frowned. So they just used her, raised her level just to turn her into a tool. He sighed. For people without skills, it's better to just grind slowly. Kill low-tier mobs, back off when you see a boss, and don't attract attention. Yin nodded quietly. She knew Xiaoyu thought she was special. Maybe she was, thanks to her hidden class, but that didn't mean she was safe. Then, without warning, arrows rained down from above. They were invisible until the last second. Too late. The man in front gasped as the arrows tore through his body, dropping his HP by 1,200. He collapsed instantly, dissolving into lifespan orbs. Yin's heart dropped. Dad! Her mother screamed, rushing to his side, but there was nothing left to save. From the treetops, the archer smirked. One shot. Clean kill. The masked men with him laughed coldly. Seriously? Experts in Manga River? What a joke. They're just trash. Who'd waste their time babysitting old people? Scum like that should just uninstall. They walked toward Yin Yin and her mother, slow and confident. The archer grinned. All right, hand over all your lifespan. Now, Yin Yin froze. She remembered the system rules. Player killing was forbidden. Murderers would be flagged and hunted by bounty squads. But these guys clearly didn't care. The archer pointed straight at her, smiling wide. 3 seconds, then we take it by force. Mother gave in immediately, reaching into her inventory. Yin Yin stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Don't! Send an SOS through the guild channel. Now. I'll hold them off. The archer's expression twisted. Kill the old one. Keep the kid alive. Might be fun. The masked thugs lunged forward. But just then, out of the shadows, a massive wolf appeared. Its jaws clamped down with a crunch. Yin Yin stood frozen, unsure what had just happened. The archer's face twisted in confusion, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Before he could react, before he could even take his next breath, his head was severed in a single, clean strike. Qing Feng had arrived. While his wolf tore through the remaining masked attackers, Qing Feng stood over the fallen archer, staring silently at the lifeless head. It didn't take long for him to realize the truth. This guy had been Shadow. Back in town, the archer and his men respawned. Their rage boiled over. One glance at their HUDs, and the fury turned to shock. They didn't just die, they'd lost everything. Every single bit of lifespan gone, and somehow, a massive portion of it had dropped and was now marked tradable. How? Even with killer status, that shouldn't have happened. Nothing made sense. They bolted toward the forest, desperate to kill monsters and recover what they could. If this continued, they were finished. But just as they neared the tree line, a strange energy swept over the area. In the next second, a massive sword made entirely of light slammed down from above, locking them in place. They couldn't move. Footsteps approached. 2 priests stepped out from the trees. The man in front was holding a skill book, calm and firm. We're official bounty hunters, he announced. Under system law, you're under arrest. He demanded their real-world IDs. The second priest stepped forward with a glare. Resist, and we'll drain your lifespan to 0 on the spot. Back in the forest, flowers began blooming from the archer's corpse. Yin Yin's eyes widened. She felt overwhelmed with relief. She turned to Qing Feng. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up, we would have died. He didn't reply right away. His gaze dropped to the ground. Chu Yen, she's something else. Brave, kind-hearted, strong, so unlike Qin Xiaoyu. How had the two even become friends? But it didn't matter now. Their paths had already split. And just like that, Qing Feng vanished. No sound, no trace. Yin Yin and her mother looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Her mother asked. Yin Yin stared at the orb of lifespan on the ground, wondering quietly, is this Dad? She had no answer. Her mother scanned the area. Where are the others? And how did Shadow just disappear like that? I don't know, Yin Yin said softly. All I know is he's the #1 shadow boss in the world. Meanwhile, deep in another part of the forest, a group of players huddled near a glowing ruin. One of them glanced at the time. Captain Anu said Shadow would be here any minute. It's been almost half an hour. Think he chicken out? Someone asked. Another shook their head. No way. But still, these bosses revive over and over. Even Shadow can't win against that. As they talked, an unseen figure passed silently between them, completely invisible. It was Qing Feng. He was already on the move. He knew exactly what he was walking into. The ancient god slate, an item that could apply both a blessing and a curse to your equipment. With luck, it could even change class mechanics entirely. He'd once seen the 7th-ranked player in the world use 7 slates to summon the spirit of an ancient god and take down a legendary tier boss in one strike. Sometimes these bosses didn't just hide. They vanished completely, ultra-high stealth, deadly quiet. Whole teams would drop before they even realized they were being hunted. The group-type bosses spawned by the ancient god slate came with dangerous, unpredictable mechanics, each one armed with unique skills. As Qing Feng scanned the battlefield, he spotted several monsters standing still, eyes gleaming with eerie malice. He knew better than to underestimate them. Sometimes, these bosses remained hidden, completely invisible, cloaked in absurd levels of stealth. Players died before they even realized a fight had begun. Other times, the visible boss was nothing more than a puppet, while the real one, a summoner-type sorcerer, lurked somewhere in the shadows. In those cases, the fake boss would just keep respawning endlessly. According to official reports, killing even one boss caused all of them to revive, with a stackable berserk boost. Each time they came back, they got stronger. But what if he killed all of them at once? Would they still come back? It was a risk worth taking. To test the waters, Qing Feng equipped the follower's pendant and summoned a devout follower. Without hesitation, the follower charged into battle and landed a clean hit, dealing over 1,400 damage. That was enough to get their attention. One of the bosses turned with glowing eyes, snarling. Moments later, the follower's body exploded into nothing. The others didn't even blink. Qing Feng narrowed his eyes. All of them were level 10. No damage reflection. Stat-wise, they were only about twice as strong as normal gold-tier bosses. Manageable, but definitely not normal. He made his move. Shadow Ringblade. Crimson energy began swirling across the area, carving a path toward the enemies. Then came the poison darts, fast and precise, embedding directly into their throats. The bosses dropped one by one, but something fell off. No loot. Their corpses began to vanish, and then the ground trembled. The bosses were merging, combining into something far more dangerous. A massive form began to take shape. Qing Feng stepped back, eyes locked on the evolving monstrosity. He guessed right. Killing them all together had triggered the next phase. A giant boss now stood before him, its body covered in symbols. It let out a thunderous roar and charged. Qing Feng dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. His eyes focused on the glowing markings across its skin. He recognized them. Ancient God script. One by one, he read the characters. Disaster, Sky, Ancient Tuwu God. It clicked. Rearranging the characters revealed its true name. Yuthos, the Calamity Ancient God. As the monster loomed closer, Qing Feng hesitated. He didn't know how to deal with this. Then a thought struck him. What if the symbols had to be targeted in sequence? He'd poured countless hours into studying ancient God script for this exact kind of moment. It couldn't be coincidence. Without wasting time, he slipped beneath the giant's legs and struck at the symbol on its lower limb, then the one on its arm, then the chest. Suddenly, black poison began to seep from the boss's body. It let out a guttural roar of pain. Its form began to break apart, then collapsed into the nearby water. Qing Feng stayed sharp, uncertain what came next. That's when coffins started rising from the water's surface, each one detailed with glowing inscriptions. Yuthos floated upward, its body shifting, mutating violently. Then, monsters began pouring out of it, roaring into the night. Qing Feng studied the coffins closely. The carvings on each one matched perfectly with the monsters now emerging. This phase was different. To end it, he needed to kill each monster next to its matching coffin. And just beyond them, barely visible under the haze of dark mist, was the ancient god slate. Exactly what he came for. The monsters surged toward him. Qing Feng stood his ground, eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Above the battlefield, a murder of crows circled ominously, drawn by the chaos erupting from the final phase of the ancient god slate. Across the valley, players began to feel the tremors. Something massive was happening. They couldn't tell if it was an earthquake or if the boss had entered some kind of berserk state, but one thing was clear: it wasn't normal. Curiosity got the better of them. "We should go check it out," one of the mages said, narrowing her eyes. Her friend scoffed. Why bother? Shadow's not showing up. No way he could take on a boss like that. But then the swordsman gasped. "Guys, come look at this." The battlefield was empty. No sign of Qing Feng. No trace of the boss. Nothing. They fanned out in disbelief, scanning the ground. Cracks had split the terrain apart. It looked like the land itself had been torn open. "What the hell happened here?" one asked. "Did an earthquake kill the boss?" A voice crackled through their comms. It was Captain Anu. "Stand down. Shadow already handled it." The group froze. Wait, what? They stare at the broken chains hanging from the open coffins. Just minutes ago, they had been convinced he wouldn't even show up, that no one could solo those 7 bosses. And now, in less than 10 minutes, all of them had vanished without a single sound. It was starting to make sense. Every decision their leader had made, every risk taken, it was all building toward this. Meanwhile, under the quiet moonlight, Qing Feng walked alone, the ancient god slate in hand. This run had been more than worth it. A grin tugged at his lips. Not bad. He'd hit level 14. Between taking down all 7 bosses and using Greedy Hand, he'd earned a massive 294 evolution points. But the slate, that was the real prize. He knew the system well. The authorities wouldn't be able to crack its code for at least a month. In that time, the losses would be staggering. But not for him. The real treasure is not the loot scattered around, but the ancient god slate itself. Its active power is simple yet dangerous. Attach a curse to any piece of equipment, and it will grant a random positive affix based on the gear along with a matching negative one. He decides right away that the curse will go on the gift of Black Flame, a bone-chilling leather armor. Lightning flickers faintly around him as he explains that this emerald-grade armor can cut a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. When the curse fuses with the gift of Black Flame, the black flames coil out from his body in a swirling tide. At the same time, a system prompt blinks into view, listing the newly gained positive effect and the accompanying negative affix. A thought hits him. Could the maximum stack limit of Black Flame really have jumped to 15 layers? If so, he can crush a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives. This is exactly what he expects from an ancient god slate. Its positive affix is monstrous, and the downside is barely worth mentioning. Then our guy glances at his hand, now wreathed in yellow mana over a flicker of fire. He speaks the next words. Skill evolve. In an instant, Shadow Slash ascends to legendary rank. Now it is time to see exactly what new power it holds. He used 210 points on one upgrade, leaving him with 115. Shadow Slash evolved, epic to legendary. The results were game-changing. Blink range increased to 40 meters. Stealth duration, now 15 seconds. Cooldown, reduced to 8.8 seconds. Slash count, 9 total, wider 6-meter area. Attack power, plus 700 per hit. But the biggest change? Each slash now granted a shield equal to 100% of his max HP. Stackable, up to 9 times. Lasting 60 seconds. If he landed all 9 hits, his effective health would be multiplied by 10. Margin for error? Practically gone. Qing Feng vanished into stealth, light on his feet, completely invisible once more. At this pace, he estimated he'd hit level 15 in just 5 more hours. And once that happened, it would be time. Magic City was next. Several hours later, Qing Feng arrived at the same ruins where the guild women were still beating Xiaoyu. To his surprise, they hadn't stopped. They were actually still at it. Ruthless didn't even begin to describe them. The white-haired woman casually stretched her arms, taking a break like it was just another day's work. She groaned as she slowly got up, her back and waist aching from the ordeal. Her friend, clearly annoyed, looked down at her swollen hand, grumbling that it felt like it was on fire after all the hits she'd thrown. Both of them spat near Xiaoyu, declaring they'd done enough for today. This beating should be a wake-up call. Bruised and battered, Xiaoyu struggled to sit up. Tears rolled down her cheeks. In her mind, all of this, every bit of suffering, was Qin Feng's fault. She had told him to cut things off, but he'd actually gone and done it. Didn't he know that when girls say stuff like that, they don't always mean it? Leaning on her magic staff, she slowly rose to her feet. Thankfully, she had already signed a contract with a knight's sanctuary. For the next 3 years, survival wouldn't be a problem. Though she had sacrificed half her lifespan, she'd still have enough to live and grow stronger, faster than Chu Yin and the rest. She activated her holy healing skill, a powerful spell that fully restored the target's health. One day, she swore, she'd rise up and make sure everyone who mocked her paid for it, Qin Feng included. And those crazy women? They wouldn't get away either. But then, something unexpected happened. The healing spell activated and started restoring someone else. To her horror, it was Qin Feng, still hidden and invisible. Xiao Yu collapsed to her knees, stunned. She thought she'd failed the spell again and couldn't figure out where the healing had gone. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of Magic City, a team of players faced off against a massive stone boss. The creature swung hard, but the tank stepped up and blocked it with a shield. Nearby, 3 hidden players watched the fight unfold. One of them was Chang Shirshir. She scoffed. So that's Daxia's elite? 18 of them for one boss, and they still don't dare to go all in. Her friend chuckled and told her to be nice. They were putting in work, so Shirshir's team didn't have to. We should at least act grateful, he joked. With a grin, she blew him a kiss. You're such a gentleman. But seriously, these pigs from Daxia hit like toddlers. A gold-tier boss, and they're still not done. The battle raged on, and the boss's HP bar was already under halfway. The team's mage called out to push harder. It was almost down, and one final effort could finish the job. But just as he raised his staff to cast, a spear pierced through his chest. In an instant, his body disintegrated into pure lifespan. Standing behind him was a man from Chang Shirshir's crew, grinning coldly. Thanks for the free loot, he said. Chaos erupted. The Daxia players realized who they were up against. The Spade Gang, a ruthless group of female-led mercenaries made up of locals and foreigners alike. No one could believe their own kind would help outsiders slaughter their people. Still, the Daxia team refused to back down. Their leader rallied them. There's only a few of them. Let's take them out now. But she wasn't impressed. I'll wipe every last one of you pigs out, she snapped. Her second-in-command stepped forward, twin hammers in hand. With a roar, he activated Thunderous Tremor, slamming the ground and triggering a mini-quake that locked their enemies in place. Then, she calmly drew her. Her daggers flashed like lightning, swift, deadly, unstoppable. In just seconds, the players were down, lifeless on the ground. She scoffed at their weakness, shaking her head. Daxia's warriors? Nothing but trash in her eyes. Her gaze darkened. She knew the authorities in Daxia had already flagged their group. Not that it mattered. To her, Daxia was just a festering dump, crawling with worthless fools. One of her teammates pointed out that they were just regular players, no match for a crew backed by serious money. As the Fallen turned into glowing lifespan orbs, she reminded them they were still incognito, but just to be safe, it was time to move. North America was their next destination. Eyes scanning the battlefield, she made a decision. Once they got there, they'd start a new guild with one mission: hunt every last Daxia player down. The dark-skinned man with her liked the plan. The other asked what they'd name the guild. She held up her dagger, smirking. We'll call Alice. She dropped to the ground, relaxing and letting her thoughts drift to wild daydreams. That was enough for one day. Time to log out and celebrate the birth of Guild Alice with a proper party. Later, Captain and Yu appeared, waving at Chinfeng. With a sly smile, they invited him to discuss the cost of the hideout. They'd arrived at a price. Chinfeng asked for the number. 1,500, you said. He raised an eyebrow. Way too cheap. You chuckled, admitting she thought the same. She'd pushed back hard in negotiations and finally got the boss to agree on 2,000. Chinfeng agreed. The statue in the ruined center would seal the deal. He respected Anyu's sharp thinking, even if she'd tried to undercut him first. A bit later, he arrived at the statue. Captain Anu was already there, flanked by armored knights. She blushed slightly and explained, with a smile, that she was carrying too much lifespan. The higher-ups didn't feel safe and had sent her with a military escort. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. It didn't faze him. These guards barely scratched the surface of what he was truly capable of. They knew a few tricks, nothing more. He handed over the key. A system notification confirmed it. The deal was done. He'd traded the church sanctuary hideout key and received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan in return. Captain Anu waved him off, and he left. Meanwhile, the knights stared, clearly baffled. Why would she pay that much for just a hideout? She looked at them and spoke plainly. You don't get it. This isn't just a base. It's a fortress that could hold hundreds, maybe even thousands. And only someone like Shadow would give it up willingly. The deal couldn't have come at a better time. With a new lifespan, Chinfeng was ready to gear up before diving into Magic City. He got to work fast. He burned 71.2 years to hit level 15. Then came the skills. He grabbed Blessed Liberation, a mythical tier ability, for 161.7 years. Next was the legendary Assassin's Instinct, costing 71.12 years. And for epic tier power, he took Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour for 36.35, 23.71, and 34.65 years each. Finally, he spent 113.89 years on an item called Mount Bell. By the time he was done, everything was set, except for gear. His entire level and skill set had been transformed. Now that everything was synced, Qin Feng's real-world strength nearly matched what he had in the game. A system alert popped up. His hunger level had hit 90%. He hadn't eaten in ages. Time to log off and refuel. As he disconnected, his vision shifted back to reality, waking up in a cage at the Hoi Lun Hotel. A group of armed men noticed he was awake. Weapons drawn, they demanded he hand over all his lifespan or end up like the other bodies scattered across the motel. One of them laughed darkly, saying the apocalypse was the best thing that ever happened to him. It gave him the freedom to kill as he pleased. Qin Feng stayed silent, locking eyes with him, his stare sharp as steel. One thug snapped, yelling at him to stop glaring and cough up the lifespan. Another begged his leader to let him be the one to rip him apart. One guy, gripping a bat, figured the silence meant Qin Feng was frozen in fear. Screw it. Let's just kill him. But before any of them could move, something changed. A strange force started to hum in the air. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade. Within moments, the entire hotel shook, then crumbled into chaos. Standing amid the destruction, Qin Feng calmly picked up a pack of instant noodles. The more power he pulled into the real world, the more energy it drained from his body. Ordinary food? No longer enough. But for now it would do. As he ate, he knew what had to be done next. Chang Shirshir and her guild, Alice, they were a real threat. And after dealing with them, he needed to get his hands on the divine gifted book. Mounting his wolf, he took off. Shirshir wasn't like Song Fei. She was clever, slippery, and dangerous. But maybe he could use the Kill Fong mission he'd taken earlier to draw her out. Stomach growling, he headed toward Magic City, hoping to find something decent to eat on the way. Elsewhere, in the heart of Magic City, Chang Xi was throwing a wild party. She laughed and clinked glasses with her crew, praising her men. Wrapped in the arms of two dark-skinned teammates, she told them there was nothing better than dozing off into the game right after a legendary battle. They hyped her up, calling her the baddest of them all, crazy, hot, and unstoppable. Mid-celebration, a subordinate approached with news Shadow had messaged. Qin Feng was dead. Shadow wanted to meet in Magic City, in the real world. He said he'd bring Qin Feng's head and collect the last part of his payment. But Xi hesitated. Meeting Shadow face-to-face was a serious risk. Forget that, she said. Tell him to just send a photo. The man replied that Shadow didn't use phones, too paranoid about getting tracked. She smirked. So he's anti-authority too, huh? With the authorities tightening their grip lately, pulling Shadow into Guild Alice might be their golden opportunity. If he joined, the Da Xiao pigs wouldn't stand a chance. But she needed to be sure. So she hatched a plan, just a small performance to figure out where Shadow truly stood. Instead of a real-world meeting, she invited him to meet inside the game first. She sent him a set of coordinates and made her way to the ruins. There, she opened voice chat. Skywalker, she purred. Are you there? I've been missing you. She spoke sweetly into the mic, asking Skywalker for a favor. She needed his help dealing with someone still alive. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat silently in meditation, deep within the shadows. He was using silent concealment, a skill that let him remain in permanent stealth as long as he didn't move an inch. Hearing her request to meet in-game, he smirked. She wasn't just bold, she was smart. The coordinates she sent pointed to Spectre Academy, just outside the Magic City ruins and conveniently close to where he already was. Without wasting time, Qin Feng logged back in. He was curious. What game was she trying to play now? Hours later, he arrived at Spectre Academy, still cloaked in invisibility as he slipped off his mount. That's when a new development hit. A squad of government agents appeared before Chang Shi. They weren't there to talk. They formally announced that her gang had been located. She was identified as Spade A, and they demanded her immediate surrender. If she resisted, they'd be forced to act. Military-grade force. Shi smiled, cool as ever. She turned to their leader, Tianning Jian, and told him to go back with a message for Daxia. This wasn't the Spade Gang anymore. They were now Guild Alice. And Guild Alice? They specialized in wiping out Shirao's lackeys. She even flaunted her curves to drive the point home, taunting them with a wink and a smirk. Tianxing Jian and his troops flushed with embarrassment and rage. They cursed her out, vowing that the officers of Great Zia would drag her to justice. "You've got no shame," they shouted. But Shi only grinned wider, eyes gleaming with mischief. She dared the Daxia pigs to come at her, and hinted that if they put on a good enough show, maybe she'd reward them with something even bolder. All of this, Qin Feng watched from above. Tianxing Jian, fists clenched, shouted that this madness had gone far enough. He swore to bring her in, and Qin Feng? He recognized that name. Chu Hanan, alias Tianxing Jian, a well-known informant. The man who once secretly fed intel to the Alice Guild, and who wouldn't fall until the 7th year of the game. Seeing him so early working with Shi made one thing clear. This was a setup. They'd planned this entire encounter to test him. If he stepped in now and sided with Shi, he'd be marking himself as an enemy of the authorities. But if he stood by and did nothing, Shi might never trust him. She might never agree to meet Shadow in the real world. There was only one move to make. Qin Feng leapt from the sky, blades at the ready. He unleashed Shadow Ring Blade and made his decision. A crimson aura swept across the battlefield, wrapping around Tianxing Jian and his squad. One by one, their health drained to 0. System alert. Tianxing Jian and his men defeated. Lifespans rose from their bodies and scattered into the air. Shi and her people blinked, startled. What just happened? Then Qin Feng stepped forward from the shadows.